Appears to be working. Don't look it. Weird. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Right, is that up and kicking? As far as I can tell it is anyway. Yes it is, that's also good. Okay. Right. Well, it's kind of a pub. It's also doubling up as me fixing stuff in the studio while we're doing it, sort of thing. So I've already had my first issue. A certain sustain pedal has decided it doesn't want to work properly anymore. Just got to fix that. No, it ain't luck. It makes things easy for everybody. The camera should follow me as I glued it on. Right. So we're all doing alright. Alright guys. Oh, he's going to do some music. Oh, cool. That's always good for a giggle. I'm beginning to wonder if anything in here works, to be honest with you. Right. Got a mains plug, just need an outlet. I'm sure there's one round here. Oh. Hiding. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if it's plugged in though. Oh, it is. There you go. Got some luck today anyway. Yeah, we're all just about breathing at the moment, I think, to be honest with you. It's been a right old time. Oh God, you think you're getting somewhere and you got to take 6 or 7 steps back. What I was hoping to be doing this evening was actually get the clock to go around the studio in a nice orderly fashion. No, it's not doing that at all. A couple of key units are happy, but quite a few aren't. So that's where we are with that. So I don't know who's coming in tonight, if anyone. Because you know it's like around Christmas and it's always a bit, you know, busy, family commitments and stuff. Fortunately, if Fiona's got a TV, she's happy, basically, so that's fine. And as much as I adore her company, there's only so many quiz shows I can watch before I start losing my mind, so thank God I got up here as a refuge. Although it does feel like a refuge sometimes. Right. So we need to change this wire over. I'm assuming anyway that this cable to this sustain pedal has a break in it. But not a break where you know, it falls over with it sort of like it won't sustain. It's quite the opposite. You get the sustain, it won't turn off, which is probably the most annoying fault it could have, really. So like I say, I hope it's a break in the wire. Right, so let's see if that'll go on there in one piece. Oh, great. It wants to be a tart. Hang on. I see old Matt had a load of success with that delay reverb unit he picked up for 20 notes. which is good to hear. He played me a video of it working. Sounded fine. So it should look quite the business when it's done. Put new knobs and stuff on it. I said I'd give him a hand with anything if he needs it. As it transpired, we didn't need any help at all. Okay. Did I just, have I put the same? Yeah, I put the same one back on again. Twat. Right, it's this one I want. Bear with me a minute while I just solder this in. Come on, solder up, you little cow. No, it wants to play silly buggers, doesn't it? Oh, come on. Little tart, move. Ow! Mother... Ah! Wobbly knees or something. If only I had a workbench. So, what's everybody been up to? All their good Christmases and everything, I hope. I don't know why I'm asking a question. I can barely see the chat from here. I have to wait until I get this bloody thing soldered up. Okay, right. One wire. Woo! Right, now get this one on the switch, and we are cooking with gas then. Christ, there's no room to do anything round here, is there? I'm coming from the other side. Is anyone coming in or what? We have a few people ready to pop in straight away, but I'm sure I put the link on this time. I know I forgot last time, but got a little bit of a twat, but God's sake, can't get this bloody thing up. I'll tell you what, they should have a when we do that, the best of 23. When is it? Tomorrow, isn't it? On PSN. I want to add another category, which is the most annoying piece of crap to work on, because I think this pedal is pretty much up there at the moment. It's a little bastard. It doesn't want to go on at all, does it? Can't get anything for looking. Come on, just stick to it, you little bastard. Okay, is that it? There we go. Ah, there we go. Yes. Success. Right, that's all I've got to do is tie a knot in it now. There we go. Just pull that all the way down. Come on. Gotta be smaller than that, mate. Come on. Small. Right. That way I can put the bracket on now. There we go. Right, now it's just the screw. Yeah, so at the moment, basically, you've all tuned in to watch me fuck around with a sustain pedal. Stunning viewing, I know. There we go. Right. Let's see if this works in a minute. There we go. Okay, that's on there. Right. I'm going to try and get. There we go. That on there. That into there. Excellent. That all lines up. Except I forgot to put the spring in it. Twat. There we go. Okay, here we go. One in there. Okay. Okay, here we go. Right. Plug this in and see what happens. Don't know why, but I always just seem to have problems with sustain pedals, and only on this montage. It's weird. Right, get out of the way. There. Right, in there. Sustain is down there. Is that it? That is not it. Let's get a shorter sound, shall we? Finally. So I am worth $27.50 an hour then, am I? Cool. There we go. Well, that's that little thing. The other thing I'm trying to get to work in here at the moment is, like I said, the clock, which is fun, to say the least. Because it seems to be, you know, a key factor that's required to do things like hardware jams and stuff like that. A clock would be handy. So I think it's half the reason why I don't I very rarely do tracks that have rhythm in them. But I know what you're saying. You're going, but Ken, come on, surely, you know, getting a MIDI clock at the studio's not hard. No, it's not. I suppose it's not. I just haven't really got around to it. You know, lost track of time and equipment that used to do it very well. I used to have a clock everywhere all the time with the old analog gear. I mean, you know, like me, you needed it. So I don't know, just me. Yeah, I suppose it is in a way. Sometimes rhythm is overrated, but I tell you what, when you haven't done a track with rhythm in it for so many years, unless it's on one single keyboard, do you know what I mean? Where you got, I mean, we're not talking GNOS 2 here, but you know, like some sort of arpeggiation going on the keyboard, and then you play to it, kind of thing, if you can call that a rhythm. But no, it's just weird. Certain machines, are finding the clock source, no problem. It's syncing straight away, and other things are going, no, not interested. So the most reliable clock I've got in here, as far as I can understand, in terms of getting the modular clocked nicely, well, at least the 960 anyway, is the clock out on the Hydrosense. So God knows I've got enough cables to get over there from here. So the idea is to clock it from the Mac door and clock the Hydra, and then have the Hydras then pass that clock on over there. So we'll see what happens. Oh, Uncle Chris, come on, let's get him in. Afternoon.
Hello.
You alright, darling?
Yeah. I'm struggling staying awake for the minute, but I'm here for a bit. See how we go.
What's that all about then?
Oh, my sleep pattern's upside down.
Oh, you and all?
Yeah, well, it has been for a while.
Yeah. I was still up at 5 o'clock this morning.
Hey, oh. It's like we've called in the Monday. There we go. The pro side of it is turned.
Fucking hell. Like fucking buses.
The pro.
Oh, look, here we go. I've been talking shit for half an hour.
Flip it out.
We've missed it all.
Filling airspace, and then suddenly everybody turns up.
It's like a bus.
Yeah. Yep.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
How
Or good
do?
evening, sorry. Good evening.
How do and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's morning somewhere.
Yeah.
What's this?
How did Ian's
Long
Christmas
you,
go?
my goop.
How did your Christmas go?
Was
Ian.
it Christmas?
Apparently. Hello. All right. Happy Easter then.
You know these Hindu heathens up north?
My daughter works at the local co-op, and before Christmas, they were receiving deliveries of Cadbury's mini eggs and other Easter paraphernalia
Yeah.
before Christmas.
I knew it.
Oh yeah.
Because she came home with a bag of mini eggs. I'm like, and she goes, "Yeah, we had them delivered last week."
Yep. You're about right.
Well, as long as they don't hatch, otherwise they'll freeze to death.
I don't know why they've got an alternative for Christmas called snowballs, which are basically round. They're like round mini eggs.
Yes,
So,
I know the ones. Yeah,
It's just chocolate in a crispy shell. But
Yeah.
Jesus.
with like
But
sherbet.
Jesus.
It's what
Anti-
Jesus would have
oh,
wanted.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to find me lighter.
Oh dear.
Well, I had a good Christmas. How about you guys?
Quiet.
Yeah,
Quiet.
different.
Quiet.
Yeah, it's different for us. We were down in London. The youngest.
What's that doing down there, lad?
Well, it's.
Did they let you in?
They let me in.
Did you take your passport?
I took me bus pass.
Up north, down south.
Did they
It
let me
went-
put in?
Yeah, we went for a walk in some forest down there, Epping somewhere.
Some forest.
Yeah, it was good.
Cool. There we go.
Hi, Justin.
Hello. Greetings.
Oh, good. No. Did you enjoy it though in London? You know,
I did actually.
in the old London
Yeah.
chain.
Yeah, I went to a traditional London pub. Although
Many of
the
them.
cost of 2 pints of Guinness and a Coke for me at 13 quid was a little steep.
It's cheap for London.
I know.
Oh.
It ain't. It ain't. Ain't what it used to be. Yeah. Actually, where did I go? I went some pub down there. I can't. And it was surprisingly affordable, and it wasn't the Weatherspoons.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it was now. Must have been in my dreams.
She's watching World's Strongest Man.
And she's got you upstairs. The bloody
Exactly.
nerve. The bloody nerve.
Strongest what? Strongest smell.
No, then I'd been contender, but no, so it's old strongest man with abs and things sticking out in all precarious angles. So she's happy. Keep her out of my hair for a couple of hours, won't it?
Muscle TV.
Oh dear. Right, so as the sustain pedal fixed again.
So your sustain pedal broke, or you've got a different one, or what happened?
Well, I had this M-Gear one. I found it in the attic. I went, oh, there is another one, cool. Brought it down, and it was fine. And then last night, when I was doing some bits and pieces, it was just all notes on all the time. It wouldn't turn off, and it's the wire had broken at the where it goes into the casing.
All right.
So I've cut that and rewrote it. I should have got Matt over to do it for me.
Yeah.
He wants all the soldering practice he can get, isn't he?
Well, the thing is, he bought that delay and reverb unit, thinking that he would have to do loads of soldering. He wired it up, and it works perfectly.
Works, yeah.
So it's got nothing to do.
Well, he's going to take that, that little block connector halfway along on the
Yeah, yeah.
on the neutral.
Mhm.
He's going to, just do one wire right through. And go, yep, go for it. It's definitely
You're a
safe.
little low, Robbie. By the way, your volume's a little low.
Is it a little low?
Yeah.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah.
It's probably because I haven't got my mic so close. Ken,
Yeah, that's
did
better.
you did you or do you watch The Repair Shop on BBC One?
I have.
Did you happen to see last night's episode?
I happen to not.
Oh, because
Uh,
my mum sent me a message because my mum likes that sort of thing. She says, "Oh, they're doing some rare piece of music technology with a guy called Neil Fraser." I'm like, Neil Fraser? I don't know anybody called Neil Fraser, but
Yeah.
it's worth a gander. Turns out Neil Fraser is the birth name of Mad Professor, the big dub, and he worked with Lee Scratch Perry and all that. That
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
late 70s, yeah. And he's brought in a Neutron biphase.
okay.
The big original, the big square box.
Yeah. Another puppies.
Yeah, exactly. And they brought in. They've got these two guys. They're scratching their heads and optical sensors. This and I think it might have had a foot pedal. No shit, really? You think it might have had a foot? Of course, it had a fucking foot pedal. So they had to jerry rig some jack plug to put it in there to make it work. But they got it working. And I just said, I could have cut half an hour off of this show. I just give it to Kent.
Yeah. It'll be the 38 your amp gone.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was.
There you go then.
That's exactly what it was.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. It's nearly always those fucking
And they
38s.
just cleaned it up a little bit, but it's still all beat up. Because this was the unit that he used with Lee Scratch Perry and King Tubby and all of that stuff.
Dare I say I've got one in the garden? Well, I say garden, I mean the shed.
Exactly.
There is one in the
Again,
shed as well.
I said to the missus, he's probably got one lying around.
Yeah.
But no, they were sort of scratching their heads, thinking, I'm sure we've connected everything up, but it's just not working. And I think there might have been a pedal.
Yeah. They also did one where the pedal was actually built onto it
Exactly.
as well, didn't they?
That was a later one.
That was the
But
later
then
one.
I said to Jack, two things. You could buy a brand new one for 500 quid, made by Neutron,
Yeah.
and you can get a bloody plug-in for 85. I don't know what the guy.
Well,
it's
you know,
the one that was.
Yeah, this appears to be anyway the world I'm getting into now, where there's provenance connected with the equipment
Yeah,
rather than what the equipment is. It was who played it,
yeah,
what it was used on, and blah 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 blah, blah and this and that and the other.
yeah.
Admittedly, it still applies to niche rare stuff, and not so much like somebody trying to sell a Kurzweil K2000 for 20,000 quid because it was used by, I don't know, Nick Rhodes in a hotel room or something, whatever. And I've got some nutty stuff coming in next year. It's just, mate, I'm going, Who's?
Retired.
Oh, this is
No, I'm retired from doing the general
Yeah,
It doesn't deal with us.
bang,
anymore.
bang, bang, bang. Yeah. I've done my time with normals.
Yes.
I've moved on now. Yeah, I'm
Telling us no.
going underground with the Eli.
I was watching.
I know they were on the surface, weren't they?
I was watching Top of the Pops 1984 Christmas special the other day on BBC, and Duran Duran were on there. They did 2 or 3 stints, and there's bloody Nick Rhodes, right? He's stood there poncing around in front of his Series 2X Fairlight, all plugged in, all glows, everything on, and he's got a Korg Poly 800 sat on top of the master keyboard. I mean, it's proper chalk and cheese, and he's just jabbing away at this thing like he knows what he's doing, because he can't play Life of Toffee. And it was just this. It was ridiculous when you see some of these people on. That's it. It was also the episode that Howard Jones did "What Is Love," obviously miming. No, actually, he wasn't miming. He was singing live to a backing track, but he got a Synclavier 2 with a 9600 stack. All like this massive, great thing, and he's just miming, just jabbing away at the keys. It was funny.
It's a serious bit of gear to pretend with, isn't it?
For like he did like one track, and that was it. And it's just he's miming with a Synclavier. But I guess back in the day, it was like most of that stuff was hired in.
We'll say it'll have been what was available.
Yeah, because Peter, the guy that I do the Fairlight stuff with, that was one of his businesses, hiring stuff to Top of the Pops.
Yeah.
So if you ever watched the when Soul to Soul did Back to Life in the video, there's a Series 3 Fairlight. That's Peter's.
Yeah.
And then when they went to do Top of the Pops, they got that because it was a status symbol, and that's what.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's just like, look at us, we can afford a Fairlight.
Yeah, we are successful because we own this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of that. But I tell you what, musicians don't learn. All right. Tiny phoned me. When was it? It was one day last week. I can't remember which day it was. Anyway, and he says, your name was being used in vain. I went, oh yeah. He said, yeah, I was down at Coldplay studio today. And he says, I was called down. They said there's a horrible hum coming from the 80. I said, have you tried air freshener? He goes, he says, no. He says, I've already done that one with them. They didn't get it. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I said, all right. So what have I done now? He said, bearing in mind, I did this thing. When was X and Y?
That's a long while ago.
Yeah. Well, they used it on X and Y. I needed to get it done in time for it to be used on X and Y.
Right.
So that was the last time I saw it. I mean, to be fair, fuck off, right? You wouldn't expect a car to last that long without service, would you?
Yeah, exactly.
So, no matter how well you looked after it. Anyway, he said there's this awful hum coming from it. So he goes, all right. He says, I'll be down there in a minute. So he jumps in the van and he goes down there. He goes, I walked in, and they go, oh, the 80's over here. It's one of the ones that Kent done and all that, because they at least know that I'm working with him now. And he goes, yeah. He goes, and you got an awful hum, have you? And they go, yeah. He goes, all right. He walks over to it, and they got an RE201 tape echo.
Right.
Standing on the back vent over there.
Yeah.
And he goes, moves it a foot up, hum disappears. There you go, lads. See you later.
Invoices in the post.
Yeah.
Welcome.
And it's like, really? But
I remember Mark
Amateurs.
Ratcliffe once said that their drummer was. I asked him what drum kit he was using, and he had no idea. He says it just whatever
Round,
the road he sets up.
round metal bits.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Although, to be fair, their drummer is more than just a drummer in Culper. He's a multi-instrumentalist, isn't he? He's a very talented guy.
I don't know. I try to avoid watching Coldplay. If I'm honest.
Yeah, me too.
But no, he is he's done quite a bit of stuff. He's not just a tub thumper, but no, it doesn't surprise me. Most musicians don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They don't care. Does it make the sound I want? Yeah, there you go. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
I did upset somebody last week because I was wearing my badge which said "Make Coldplay history," and they got really quite upset by it. Don't you like them? I went, no.
Yeah,
Other bands
well,
are available.
You
well,
can take that
exactly.
two ways, couldn't you? Make them history. You'd like make them rememberable, like they're amazing history. So he decided to take it the wrong way, so that's his problem.
Yeah, well,
First 3 albums, pretty good. Actually, first 4, maybe.
I'm
Not
not a
for
big
me.
fan.
Yeah.
No, I quite liked the first album because I thought they were going to go down the sort of a bit like Radiohead route, but after that it was nah.
I thought
nothing
Parachutes
to-
was great. I thought Rush of Blood to the Head was superb. I think that's probably my favourite ever. I thought Viva La Vida was quite good. And X and Y wasn't awful. But then after that they started just getting a bit... Really
well, I like X and Y because I got it for nothing.
Yeah.
So that's all right by me.
Coffee table up with that.
My father-in-law did go and play cricket with Chris Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was playing for his dad's 11, because they live in Topsham just outside of Exeter, and his dad's from down there. And he came along when he was with Gwyneth for the uncoupling.
The vaginal
And
candles.
he's not a bad cricketer, actually.
Yeah, I know, fucking hell.
But
This
the
candle smells
paparazzi
like
were
my
outside the
fufu.
ground, with long cameras.
That would
and
be
all
the
that.
equivalent with me is having Fiona selling her old knickers at a jumble sale, isn't it, really? Mind, there's plenty to go round. I've never known anybody who has so many pairs of knickers. Jesus.
Is that the sort of thing you should be sharing on this pub? Possibly not.
Should be up
I keep
with-
forgetting that she sometimes
Yeah,
comes in and watches, and then I come up and get a smack round the back of the head.
yeah. Well, you get a drawer full of knickers at the back of your head.
That's a horrible sticky.
Fucking count yourself now.
Oh, you never get that door open again. That's it, that room's closed off now. Oh, I was trying to fix the shower today. Oh my God. So of course it had to be on. So I've had a 3-hour shower today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed the bath though.
Did
Used to
you
love getting in a bath. Used to
I
love
still
it.
have a bath. Once a month, at least, if I have a bath. No, Jay makes a shower. I always go for a bath.
No,
Yes, I absolutely have to have a shower.
love a bath and just sink into
Yeah.
it completely.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
and I haven't been able to do that now for years. And it's like really miss it.
When I moved
So have you
into
not
this-
got a bath in your
No.
house?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
We looked at houses where there was no bath, which didn't really go down that well with me actually. But
Yeah.
You need to
when we
move the
moved
bath.
into
There's always
this,
a bath in Bath.
when we moved into this place, it's got a bath, but it's got like a couple of showers.
Yeah.
And I got into it for the first time, and I thought, Jesus, I must have really put on weight, because I'm like, I can't
Oh,
bloody
is it
move in
small?
this thing.
It's one of those thin ones, isn't
And then I
it?
realised actually, because the one I had in my other place was perfect, it was fine.
yeah.
It wasn't huge. But then I said to the missus, I said, is it me? Oh no, she says, even I struggle to.
Is it one that has the grab handles?
No, it's just got.
Just thin.
Yeah, it's got two
I think it's
slidey
standard.
doors,
Right.
and that's
Standard
it.
bath is about 5'6", but you can get a short one because I was actually upstairs. Is a short one. It's 5 foot, which is fine for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't tend to lie back in a bath. I'll just.
Oh yeah.
But
That's-
you can
that's-
get
yeah.
those really narrow ones.
I tend to have baths
That's
now
obviously
because I
one of
just
the narrow
can't
ones.
fit in the bloody shower. Never mind.
Yeah, but I mean, even the shower we got, I mean, Fiona wasn't content with just having a shower. It has to have an FM radio in it, Bluetooth, LEDs.
Disco shower.
Yeah.
Does it talk to you like your
No, it doesn't talk. Thank Christ it doesn't talk to me.
kitchen?
You have enough
Falsing.
concentrating on washing my hair without the bloody thing telling me, you're doing that wrong.
I've been in a few hotels where the shower has these jets built into the wall.
Oh,
And so
yeah.
you can literally, be sprayed from the side as well as from above.
No, I'm not into that.
And if you get it just at the right height, oh hello.
But what always made me laugh with this
Sparkling
thing,
clean.
and you can tell it's it's gadgets for the sake of gadgets, because they go, oh yeah, it's got a stereo FM radio in it and everything like that. I go, yeah, but it's only got one fucking speaker in the ceiling,
Yeah.
so that's pointless, isn't it?
Yeah, mine.
I did stay in an Airbnb once. It was like somebody's converted this shed in their garden. It was quite nice, but the bathroom was literally tiny, and the shower was so small that I couldn't turn around in it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got into it. I was able to turn the shower on, but then I had to back out of it to get out of the shower. I didn't have space to turn around.
No, I must admit this is big enough to have a small cocktail party in this one,
Yeah.
and it's got the
That's the place to
steamers.
have your ream on then, Ken.
Yeah, exactly. But it's got those steam jets in it as well.
Okay.
So I just turn on the bottom ones and it'll look like smoke. It's like, but
It's going on top of the pops, isn't it?
yeah, but the one she was looking at had those little jets in the floor as well.
You want to get like a car wash one of them things that spin round.
Yeah. I'll go, no, I don't want jets in the floor, mate. She's going, why? I said, well, yeah, I'm trying to wash my hair and watching my left nut disappear up next to me like that, where I've walked over the wrong one. So, nah, thanks. I think there's some of that. So, we'll see, but it's getting a bit manky now, so I'd gone round it with all the, the lime scale remover and stuff like that. I'm going to put a new hose and shower head on it. And then there's the monsoon. It's called a monsoon. It's a huge one in the ceiling.
Oh yeah, like a rain shower type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boy.
Getting that replaced as well. It's all bunged up now. It's got these ones that you put these little stones in,
All right.
and it acts like a water softener.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's a hard water area here. I
I
mean,
was just about to ask if you got a hard water. Out.
yeah, Thames water, mate. You could knock somebody out with it.
Cool.
It's that fucking hard. It's sort of like where's
around your ass
Yeah.
and beats you up.
it's the only turn the tap on, mate, and you get like this fucking water comes out with a leather jacket and a flick knife.
Yeah, when the water's not hard water, fucking hard water.
Yeah, you go cut you, man, cut ya. So so I thought, all right, we'll get that. It's only about 19 quid for this shower head thing. I was just like, fuck it, go for it.
Apparently cold showers are good for you, but fuck that.
Well, the thing is, hot showers are bad for you because it's when you have to leave the shower.
Yeah, you get fucking
Yeah.
cold.
It's like, Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
mate. Especially because she won't turn the heating on. She goes, no, we won't turn the heating on because we want to save electricity. And I go,
I have that
you have
problem with you.
you've got a cooker tap and you have an 85-inch TV. You know, turn the fucking heating on, woman.
Yeah.
They're sitting there going, I don't know. Not for me to. Oh, no. Do as you're told, Ken. Yeah, okay. I will. God help us all. So, I was playing the Rolling Rice last night. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not like riding a bike. You don't remember. You've got to go through the whole process again.
Oh dear. A bit like buying an Electron. If you don't play it, you don't know how the fucking thing works.
It's it. I mean, I tried all the little different ditties that I used to do on it with the greatest of ease. God, 4-year-old recorder practice. It really was. It was just awful.
So, how long's the gap then between you last playing it? A few months.
Yeah, it's a few months. Yeah, of any sort of like reasonable amount of time spent on it. So, and it all felt weird, and there wasn't any muscle memory involved at all. So.
And you've got different rollers, haven't you? So they vary from each other as well.
Ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly. I mean, what was very discouraging is I was sounding awful on the Rise 2, and it's the easiest one of the three
Oh, okay.
to play. It's got all the aids. If I got the Seaboard out, God help us all. Jesus.
Oh yeah. Talking of weird devices to play on, Ian,
Yeah.
Ian, been watching your video.
Oh, I was going to say, is he a weird device to play on, is it?
He has, yeah. It was, I was going to say, I can't remember the fucking name of it. It's like hexagonal things, isn't it? It's like weird.
X-Key.
Yeah. What's your?
Oh, okay.
How are you thinking of it in a minute?
Well, I need to spend more time with it because literally I downloaded and installed the app and then had to go away for Christmas. So I haven't touched it since I got back. I only got back yesterday.
Right.
I'm disappointed that there's no iOS app or, an app where you don't have to use a
Computer.
laptop or a desktop machine. I think it's got potential, if I'm honest.
Right.
But it's not an instrument by any stretch of the imagination. But it's not in that price bracket. It's only €300.
Right.
It was 180 when I backed it.
You know the instrument, does it have sounds inside it, or is that a controller?
Same thing. It's just
Same thing.
it's just
Yeah,
a
it's a controller.
Yeah,
I got a friend that has one.
yeah. It's a wonderful machine. It's an instrument. I absolutely love it.
But for €300, this thing's not bad.
Not bad. I mean, I'm hoping it'll get better.
Yeah.
It's only version 1 of the app. I couldn't get their video showed them actually being able to sort of. They're using the Surge synth, the free downloadable synth, which is a really good little MPE synth.
Okay.
Whenever I hear the name
like
of
I say,
that
I do need
synth,
to spend more time with it.
whenever I hear the name of that synth, I just think of Bronson Pinchot in Beverly Hills Cop. Serge. Okay, sorry. Just
Slight tangent, but we'll let you off.
would you like espresso? I do with a little twist of lemon. It's really nice. Oh, love that.
But I intend to spend some more time with it over the weekend.
Yeah.
I tell you what is interesting. It's supposed to work with my 2015 laptop, and I couldn't get the app to work on that, which was slightly disappointing. So I have to use it on the computer down here.
Is that down to the OS of the?
Well, apparently, in their blurb, it did say that I can't remember which opera. I think it's Catalina.
Right.
That I've got installed, but it wouldn't have it.
Right. Okay. Weird.
No. It works fine with an M1. I'm not using. Are we on Ventura now?
God
Yes.
knows.
No, Sonoma is the latest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got Ventura. It's working fine with Ventura.
What have I got? On here about this map.
And it works fine with obviously.
Entourage.
Entourage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I've got an old iMac though, so I'm behind you.
Not this Mac. Yeah, but I'm using Ventura. And it works fine with hardware synth.
They probably had issues trying to get it to work with iPad. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it
not-
clearly
not-
have, because it just doesn't work with an iPad. Even if because the instrument, you literally plug the instrument in, you choose your synth and select MPE and it's happy days. Doesn't work with the iPad at all.
Wow.
Couldn't get it to work with GeoShred, which is the main thing that I would use on an iPad.
Well, wouldn't even do a note. No, just nothing.
Wouldn't talk to it at all.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Which I have to say, when all of their blurb,
Because all their videos was with iPad.
exactly,
wasn't
it's in the
it?
back of
It
the
was
car,
working,
it's in,
so
all
something
that
got
sort of
broken
stuff.
somewhere. Probably is by the sound of it.
I mean, I don't know if it's meant to be, whether it is late or not, because I didn't know quite when it was due to come out. But I certainly backed it before the summer. It might have been better to wait and get,
Yeah, for a few
get it out
minutes
properly.
coming.
Rather, it feels rushed, if I'm honest.
Mm.
I mean, it was quite
Yeah.
nice when it came just before Christmas, although import, I'm being asked for import duties now, which they can bugger off because I've already got it.
Yeah, they probably wanted to try and hit the Christmas market, didn't they?
I think so. Yeah, you know.
A bit like that EP 133 Christmas market, but they've also got loads of snagging to do, haven't they? That KOT.
I'm glad I cancelled that.
Yeah.
You know. But
Sometimes
I am liking the
waste
OPZ. The OPZ is brilliant, actually.
Yeah, Symphatic
You
said
see me
he's
spend a
got
lot of time with that.
that. Yeah, he likes that. I think he's got two. I think Symphatic.
Yeah, yeah,
He's got two.
yeah.
Not surprised with him, is it? He probably buys one, forgot he bought it, and buys another one. Sounds like somebody else we know. Not far away.
Would be a man with a lot of leaves, would it?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that's possible as well.
I think he had a red T-shirt last time I saw him. Okay. How you doing?
Yeah, it has been known.
I've tried, but I can't get on with the polyend tracker.
Oh, you tried that?
Yeah, I've spent too many hours on it, and I still don't really get it. And it's not really. I don't think it's for me.
Oh, it's a tracker. If you is it you don't like the tracking idea?
I've
or
never had a tracker before.
Right. Okay. Yeah. it's
So
a bit
I
of a leap,
I didn't grow up with using trackers on computers. So
I didn't.
it was all new to me.
Oh, you don't know till you try though, do you? You might have like
No,
looked at it,
exactly. I might
Gotta
have
give
clicked
it a go.
I certainly clicked with the OPZ, which did surprise
Yeah.
me.
and you like your organelle, so
Oh yes.
you're not averse to trying weird and wonderful bits of gadgets and stuff.
No. In fact, I need to install some new modules on the organelle because there's some new stuff's come out.
All right.
It's great to use it as a guitar pedal, actually. Just as a guitar pedal, it's great.
Crazy. Crazy stuff. Everyone's very quiet.
Yeah, I'm just looking at tempo lights, and they're still not all flashing at the same speed.
Are you trying to You're trying to sort your clock out? Do you need like a master clock, and then everyone clocks that? Or what?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was thinking about getting sort of like some sort of hardware clock, but I thought no,
You've probably got one, Kent, already.
I probably have.
yeah.
So
You could probably use something like the MPC as a master clock or computer or something.
yeah, at the moment I set it up so that the Mac Studio is the master clock within its instance of Cubase.
Right.
And I am getting the clock to some pieces of gear, but there's other pieces of gear again.
What's that Ableton Link thing? Is that a master clock as well? Or what's that? I've never used it, but people talk about it as a way of getting a studio all together.
Yeah, I guess it's that same kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like I say, I mean, the Montage has found the Mac. I think even the Osmos has, but there's not a lot of stuff on there that actually requires clocking. It's the other bits really.
Are you using USB for everything then?
No, I'm actually trying to use 5-pin DIN for as much as possible.
Whoa, okay.
That's what I
I'm
would do.
done with my USBs, thank you. Enough.
Do you know, I'm with
In
you.
theory,
Yeah,
it's great,
that's
isn't it? In theory.
Yeah.
But it is
When
a
I had this
theory.
place all wired up, it was all wired back with 5-pin in
Yeah.
to MIDI.
Well, I mean,
And I'll do that again when I move.
well, there's some bits and pieces that are fine using USB.
Yeah.
But when you end up with 30 or 40 different USB devices,
Yeah. They're gonna
it
cost-
starts all
it's gonna
slowing
cost
down and
them.
making mistakes and
Yeah.
and all that sort of cobblers. So I've got one of these iConnectivity rack-mounted MIDI
Oh,
jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one of them. I've also got some of the Kenton boxes as well,
Yeah.
which I've packed up for now. But
What, MIDI 3 boxes?
yeah, I've
Yeah.
got an 8-2, I think it is.
Right.
Well, I was thinking about putting a Pro Solo on the 55 because I don't need it in the workshop anymore as such. So use one of them. Although it's quite possible John still owes me another one. I wonder if he's got any of the rack. He's got some rack mount ones that he did from back in the day. Might touch him up for one of them.
Weird, isn't it? MIDI Din's like, was it 40 years old now?
Oh, it's just
Yeah.
so old.
Just
but
fucking
actually,
works, though, doesn't
Maybe
it?
even older than that.
Yeah.
it's so reliable because it's
Yeah.
wired.
Hardware contact, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's all about that.
It's not doing some sort of handshaking protocol of this. Have you got this license for this fucking USB device to work and all that crap?
Yeah, but I mean, even now, every time I turn on the studio, fire up the Cubase, and every single time I have to pull the USB out the back of the Hydrosynth and plug it back in again because it just never sees it first time.
That's a bit like my USB key on my Mac. If I have it plugged in, when I boot up my Mac, it doesn't see the USB key. I have to unplug it, then plug it back in again. It goes, oh, hello.
Yeah,
Pops up. I was like,
Yeah.
really? You just
Now the
plugged in.
yeah, the Hydra
Really?
is the only piece of kit in here where I have to do it.
Interesting.
So
Like,
I thought,
behaving
put it
like
onto
you.
5-pin DIN, and lo, it just does it.
It just finds it.
Yeah. So, I mean, all right, it makes it a little easier for, identifying stuff in the door.
Yeah,
and
it'll actually say what it is, won't it?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, where before it used to say, like, Hydrosynth Deluxe, select as the instrument for the track. Now it's going to be, IX8 or IX9 or something like that.
Yeah.
But you remember after a while. You remember.
Well, the
what
other
they
thing is
are.
you wouldn't have to unplug it and plug it in to find out that it works. It just fucking works. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the only time you have problems with not using old school DIN is if the studio is quite large and we run cables right round the bigger rooms.
Yeah.
But I mean, the size of our rooms, I would have thought, it's less of an issue.
Yeah, it's much less of an issue, I would have thought. And there's always little things, little fallbacks like WIDI that you can use instead. But keep, although it's, ethereal between the two, I mean, it's still pretty much hardware in the back. It does what it says on the tin kind of scenario. But USB can be really weird sometimes.
Yeah.
With a specific bit of gear doing a specific task, and you go, it should work, but it just won't.
It's not.
Or it won't work while that's plugged in, or it won't work if
Yeah.
it's on that side of the room, and that kind of bullshit. It's like, you know what? It's too many variables.
Yeah, your new mixer, the X32's that got MIDI on the back of it.
It has MIDI, yeah.
Yep.
It has Ethernet,
Yeah, it's got Ethernet on it.
yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think it has. Does it have Bluetooth? Can't remember if it did or not,
There's
but
Bluetooth.
I don't
in,
think it. Yeah, Bluetooth in, I think.
so you can send music from your phone to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that-
a lot of playback and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, it'll be for a particular task, not necessarily for a whole operational thing, but
Right.
it seems to have a lot of communication stuff and a special USB port for dump sessions onto pen and all that sort of thing.
Right.
Well, that and you can play back from that pen drive too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Pump it through, yeah. So, but I mean, Fiona's favourite feature is the iPhone charger panel on it.
Yeah, you're saying the other day.
Doesn't actually charge.
Didn't buy this bloody mixer to charge your effing phone. It's not the phone charger. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but you tells the entire studio wouldn't do it. Well, you have to, I suppose, because it's all down to power conditioners over here. So everything turns on so she can charge her phone.
Ian's light's gone out.
Sorry, just a minute.
50p in the meter. The old days.
Oh,
Hey,
is that better?
there you go.
Let there
I
be
was just
light.
trying to look at something else on a different browser.
Oh,
I mean, I've got one browser. I could still hear you, but I couldn't believe.
You're just on eBay
Anyway.
looking at something you're going to buy.
Absolutely not. No, I'm buying nothing.
You're not going to get that new thing that's based on the organelle, the one without the screen. I forgot what its name is now. The
What,
something
from-
piano.
Oh God, no.
No.
That's been out a while, actually. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, if you've got an organelle, you don't.
yeah,
want
agree,
that.
ASO. Yeah, ASO's got the right idea. There should be a USB manager built into the OS.
Oh yeah. Yeah. One day.
Yeah. Well, it must be becoming an issue in other, activities upon the computers.
Mm.
All
Thing is,
this kind of
Apple
thing is niche, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day, but
The
Yeah,
problem
I
with Apple is they want to have their own device types, don't they? They don't want to rely on USB.
yeah.
Their
we
Thunderbolt.
do end up with an awful
Right.
lot of powered USB hubs, don't we? I mean, luckily I'm only using 2, but
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, in that last setup, I was using, was it
is it
5?
4 or was it 5? Something like that.
4 or 5, and one of them was
Yeah.
a 38 way.
Yeah, I've got a big,
Mains
I've got
powered
6.
bastard.
Yeah, these are all mains powered. 6 and a 4 I've got. One of them luckily is switchable per socket,
Yeah.
which I
Well,
find
the
quite useful.
38 way. You thought, why do I have a problem with 38 way? Could it be the 38?
Yeah. But and even on that, you get a device that would work in some of the sockets and not others. But you could plug other things in those apparently non-working sockets, and they were fine.
Yeah.
Work. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, this is basically just black magic. you
Yeah,
know?
well, this is lottery, isn't it? It's a lottery. What you plug it into, does it work
Yeah.
or doesn't it work?
Yeah.
And
So if
it-
you've got,
You might find that the thing that it used to work in, because you've plugged something else in, now doesn't work in that one.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Hence the other 4 hubs. You go, well, we'll try it in that hub, but it's only got those 2 things in it, and try it in that hub. Oh yeah, it's working. But you then now routing this cable an extra 10 feet you didn't need to before.
Yeah.
All that sort of cobblers. So so far with these, 5-pin DIN thing,
just works.
plug it in and done it. I had to get some long ones for stuff that obviously that's further away,
Yeah.
and be able to route it relatively tidy and everything. But
Yeah, I've got some long MIDI leads. They've got metal connectors on them. The actual thing's metal, not plastic.
yeah,
Which is unusual these days.
yeah,
Decent.
yeah. Actually, I've got one 5-pin MIDI, which is like yours, which is metal. And I think I got it. Oh Christ! It has to be
I've got MIDI leads.
83.
So I've got MIDI leads from way back when MIDI started that still fucking work.
Yeah, yeah.
All my MIDI leads still work. And
Yeah.
Yeah, all of my mid leads still work. I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever one go false.
I've never had a problem with a MIDI lead.
Yeah.
Touch wood. Hang on. Yeah, touch wood. There we go.
I've used this thing. I've used this at outdoor gigs, indoor, setting up around other people's houses, here, all sorts of places, running on carpets and stuff. It was even using it in the workshop for a few years as well. And I thought, do you know what? I'm going to give it a bit of a clean. So I gave it a clean. Turns out it's a grey cable, not black at all.
It's so fucking old, it's gone black.
It's so old. There was so much shit on it. It was unbelievable.
Oh, that's where that grey cable went.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to that. Yeah. But I bought some brand new MIDIs. Funny enough, I think they were on Amazon, and they are solid metal.
Yeah.
All the casing and everything is solid.
Yeah.
In that kind of what do you call it? It's like an etched metal. It's lumpy
Yeah.
stuff. Almost like silver sand to the touch. And there were a few quid, obviously, but I was like, no, do you know what? I'm not going to skimp on it. Fuck it.
The actual connections inside a MIDI DIN must be a pretty solid way of for that housing to work to last that long. Because I've had jack plugs that don't last that long. All my MIDI leads still work 40 years on. So,
I think it's mostly because any pressure that you apply when you're putting them in or taking them out is distributed across 5 pins and a sleeve.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So everything's distributed out.
Yeah.
And you have to, you're going straight and even if you
Not
can.
yanking it in one way or another, you're not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and that big sleeve just stops it from being able to be tugged too much. Yeah, you can sometimes snap them off, I suppose, if they're the plastic ones. The metal ones, you just end up with a huge bruise on your upper thigh, don't you?
I've also found this. Every time I plug a MIDI lead in, and don't really have a problem plugging it in, every time I plug in a normal USB A in, it's always the wrong way around. So I turn it around, try and plug it in. It's still the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Go back to where it was in the first place. Then it goes in. How's
Takes
that work?
it always
Yeah.
takes 3 tries to put one of those in.
Stupid, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
there to fuck you off, I'm sure.
A
Or-
close
or
second would be an HDMI cable.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 No, I've actually. I think it was earlier this year, and I it was the keyboard. I reached round the back of the case of the
Reach
PC.
around.
Oh yeah, did the old reach round with it, and I go. And not only did I find a USB socket blindly, it went straight in, and I went, "Oh, that's it. I'm going to lose a family member this year."
You need to film
Do
that.
the
one.
Do you know what I mean? It's an omen,
Yeah.
and it's a bad omen when the USB cable goes straight in first time. Meteorite strike, something like that. Something's going to go wrong.
Yeah, moon crashes into
A
the
war in Croydon or something, you know.
Croydon. Wow. Yeah.
Somebody drove
Well,
up memory mode.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Then I got my just desserts. Then.
Then you have, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. That memory mode from hell. Jesus. How fucking pile of shit in a box that was. Oh dear. But yeah. So I've had it happen at least once. But it was scary. I don't want it to happen again. I want to do my no, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it usually goes. It's annoying, isn't it? Fucking.
And this is why this is so much better.
Absolutely, bloody lootly.
PC. Yeah.
C is the bollocks, mate. I tell you.
Yeah. This works.
I can put my iPad on charge in bed in the dark, no problem. Mind you, you could say the same thing about lightning, except it seems to be a little harder to find the slot in the dark, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where have I said that before? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes. More than once, I think, actually.
Wow.
Oh, when I was younger, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, a lot younger. I mean, like 200 years ago, I think. Or at least it feels like it.
So I would imagine, is there any Pro Synth Network tomorrow? It being Friday.
There is.
Yes.
There is. Is it like
Yeah.
a special end of year hello and all that lot?
It's our awards special.
You're all right. You're doing awards.
Yeah. And now, from somewhere in Norwich.
You can have like a Razzie award for like the worst things that came out as
No,
well.
we only celebrate the best things in life.
Okay.
Yeah,
And only 3.
No,
my suggestions were ignored. For having the most shit gear of the year award.
And this year's hardware synth of the year is.
And who can we upset this year?
That'll be called then.
just
Oh,
do
yeah,
a pub,
yeah.
just do a pub the next night and dedicate that to the worst.
Yeah. Well, actually, we did something very similar to that last year, actually. if I remember. And people were able to air their opinions on what we thought was, the best of 22 or whatever it was.
Reminds me, I want to check how the polls are going on.
Yeah, I don't think OP6 SE is going to be getting a match.
Have you got a poll on like Facebook or something?
We've in the
Yeah.
Facebook group.
Yeah.
We wanted just to get the opinion of our audience, so that we could consider
Yeah, they
that.
have one.
And
Sort of like the readers' wives of ours,
yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find them now. They're so far down. You can't. Can you?
I'm gonna have to find.
You should be able to
Filter.
refresh it, shouldn't it? So it kind of stays at the top of the page? Or
be able
there's
to
some way of
pin-
doing it?
You can
I
pin
should,
it.
yeah, let me
Oh,
pin
pin
it.
it, yeah.
Let me pin it to the featured, and then
Yeah.
it'll always
I'll wait
be
till you
there.
pin it and I'll go to Facebook.
So
and have a look.
currently, as far as best hardware synth is concerned, the not so runaway leader is the Super Gemini, which is interesting because
I didn't think there was enough out there.
I don't believe there's anybody that watches the show that's bloody got one.
Well, Ty.
Yeah, but he doesn't watch the show, does he?
Yeah.
Actually, I think he
it's probably
doesn't.
got-
Yeah.
Groove
It's
Synthesis.
probably logged into a Chinese bot farm to vote.
Yes.
Synthesis third wave, and we're saying that's the third wave desktop. That's getting
Yeah.
20% of the vote so far. Joint third is the Osmos and the M8X.
Okay.
That in fifth place is the OBX8, but that wasn't even 2023, not even the desktop version.
That was
it?
like, wasn't that last year? A couple of years
So
ago.
I need to disqualify that one.
Mind you, the Osmos is getting a bit close to the edge as well, isn't it? In terms of 23.
Well, yeah. Again, it's kind of like with the third wave, it kind of was announced and launched before, but did it actually start hitting people?
Well, there was an early batch, wasn't there?
I don't know.
Of Osmos round about Christmas time last year.
Could have been, yeah. But, well, we can discount that.
Oh, no, it doesn't really matter.
And then
does
we've
it?
got somebody's put in Phantom EX. Well, that's just an upgrade. That's
not
out
even
the window.
It's not a whole
Trigon
thing, is it?
6 was Trigon 623, or was that?
I thought that was last year.
I thought that was last year.
Yeah, Trigon 6 is last year. Sure.
Yeah.
Somebody's even had the audacity to put the UBXA.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, that's not even here in
No
the
one's
US
got it.
until next year.
No, it's not here anywhere.
Yeah, no.
The only ones that are out
Hey,
there
look,
are
it's
the
our resident
prototypes.
synth repairer.
Oh yeah, plug it in, it works. There we
Look at
go.
that.
It's good when that happens, isn't it, Matt?
First, give me some credit.
Cobalt expanders here. The mask one's here.
Yeah, the Mask One is that's definitely on my short list. But that's a very good little synthesizer.
Well, from what I've heard from the Super Gemini, I think it probably should be the Super Gemini.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
I mean, I've actually played one, and it is very, very nice.
Yeah, I seem to like it. Yeah.
The Behringer Pro 800 is up there. Well, I say it's bringing up the rear along with the Maximus.
Yeah.
Again, that's a brilliant, genius piece of equipment.
Oh, the Maximus. That got my vote.
Yeah.
Was the Maximus.
Yeah, I went for the Super Gemini. Not that I own one, but just what.
Best production tool. That's an interesting array. Currently leading by some margin is the Ableton Push 3, which I think is rather flipping good. I was very tempted by that, but have resisted. Arteria's Audio Fuse 16 audio interface is second. Joint second with Reaper 7.
Yeah, Reaper 7's good.
Yeah. And Bitwig 5.1 is coming up there as well, along with the NI Control S Series Mark IIIs. Cakewalk by BandLab. Did that get any significant update this year? I don't think it did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
M2.
I don't think so.
I mean, if you're going to...
Longhurst has put the M2, as in the chip. Cubase 13.
Well, Cubase 13, maybe the second go at it, the first go, it was absolute fucking clusterfuck. That original 13, oh my god, the fundamental things it couldn't do. It's like, really?
And
Perfect for a version number, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it comes to the plugins, there is an outright leader, and I mean by some
yeah.
significant margin.
The Oberheim, the Oberheim.
Yeah, GeForce's OBX.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cherry Audio have got second and third with the PS3300 and the Pro Soloist. Followed
those
by
are both
Mini Monster
awesome.
2. I wonder what Steve is on sometimes. I know it's probably prescription medication. Hard Genos Char Char Merengue pack. Bless him.
Ole.
Simplant 2.
GeForce Mini Monster. Why is that?
Alien 7. Abbey Road 2 Iconic Strings. Soft Tube Model 80's got a couple of percent. Yeah. Well, there's some interesting fodder to add to the consideration tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be an interesting show.
It
It's
must be
always an
the
interesting show, Rob.
Mini Monster update because that's been around for.
Mini Monster 2, yes, that was
Yeah,
the
2's.
new one this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they've done some good stuff this year, GeForce.
Yeah.
And And some good stuff coming next year as well.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I heard something on the grapevine about Omnisphere 3.
Did you?
Yeah.
Mm.
But if I had £1 for every time I heard something like that and then it didn't happen, I could retire. Oh, wait, I did.
It has been a while, hasn't it, since the last one? It's
Yeah,
one of
2
those
came
things-
out.
It's like Superior Drummer. You know, they bring something out and then they just... It's that good and that stable.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
need to do anything.
Was it 2011?
What, Omnisphere?
Yeah, Omnisphere 2 about 2011.
2015. Yeah,
It's a good 9 years ago, isn't it?
according
No,
to
it's
music,
got to be earlier than that.
Well, according to Music Tech,
No, it's earlier than
What do
that.
they know?
NAMM 2015, they announced it.
No, it's designing the controller in 2013.
Yeah,
have a
it's looking at Music Radar shows April 30th, 2015.
Yeah, I don't know, it just sounds too late.
Or you might be thinking of Omnisphere 1.5 or whatever the previous big update was.
No, it was definitely 2. It
Yeah.
was definitely 2.
Because
There was enough DVDs in the box. I thought I'd got Babylon 5 complete series or
Omnisphere
something.
2 was reviewed in Sound on Sound in August of 2015. And it states that Omnisphere 1 was 2008.
Yeah.
So,
So I remember
2015.
getting the keyboard magazine with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
the
I
big
working on the controller before the software was out? Hang on.
Quite
I've got to think now. Hang on. Let me consult my archive. Let's have a look. It'll be dated, so...
How the fuck are you, Mr. Evans?
All right, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good.
So what are you going to call your repair company?
My fuck. No,
Am I fucked? That's yeah,
Catchy name.
it's catchy.
Catchy
Yeah,
name,
I
yeah.
like it.
God.
AMF repairs.
AMF.
One of those little speaking business cars that go, cost you.
Like I say, it was just a nice little bike. Guy put it up as a guitar mixer. Obviously didn't have a fucking clue. Yeah,
You got to love them, haven't you? You got to love them.
Oh, man.
well, that's why I jumped because I did a search for it. Like saw the model name. It's fucking hell right. So he said 25 quid. I went, I'll give you 20. He went, yeah, all right then. But he'd cut the power cable. Right, so it was a bit of a risk. You don't know.
Yeah.
So I went and picked it up, brought it home, and I jury rigged a cable into it because there's some connector block inside. So I got an old computer power lead and just cut the end off it, trimmed the cables back, stuck it in, and thought, ringing a prayer, clicked it on, and it lit up, and it was like, okay. So I left it and plugged the iPad into it, and it works like a beaut. But it's just needs a couple of wires and a switch, and that'll be it.
Nice.
So I'll get a little bit of practice soldering tomorrow. yeah.
there you
Then
go.
I'll be like, oh fuck, look what I've done now.
It'll be
Well,
those-
you won't train solder until you've burnt your hand at least 57 times in the same place.
till you can
Right,
smell
okay.
dead flesh. along
Well, I won't
with
be
the,
soldering.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. You should be able to say at least once, what's that cooking? Who's cooking burgers?
It's me.
Who's cooking burgers? Not Ken.
Yeah. No, never again. Never again. It must be here someplace. I got into so much trouble for that meme. Must be here somewhere. Come on.
Checking out flights and hotels to Berlin today.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, get that booked.
Oh, cool.
There's a nice little apartment hotel. That's a European thing, isn't it? I stayed in one in France. It was fucking awful, but this looks quite nice. And it's literally a mile from Fez. So I get a nice little walk there, a nice little walk back. And I'll just jump on a train. 117 per night. But I have to make my own breakfast.
Hmm.
But it's got a kitchenette.
Robbie, I'll come and be your chef, mate.
I'll be your chef.
There must be something. There must be a restaurant nearby or somewhere. Calf. Currywurst for breakfast. Oh, there's a Burger King. There you go. Or a place, or a Greek restaurant just down the road.
Kettle, pot noodle, done.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong, you know. But it's just the wrong side of the river. So, and literally, if I could walk across the river from the hotel, I'd almost be right into Fez. But I have to go down and around.
I reckon it's not in there.
Still,
It's on the other
good
one.
reason to get some walking in.
Do-do-do-do. Let's have a look in here instead. Da-da.
Free Wi-Fi with 250 megabits per second. It's not bad.
Small print, up to 250 megabits a second.
Yeah. Up to being the emphasis.
Shared data, don't forget.
Even if it's half that, that's not bad.
Oh, yeah. It has the potential of being really good.
Well, you're not going to be downloading that string library while you're there, are you?
Hopefully not.
Oh, there you go.
43-inch TV with cable,
Fuck.
balcony, terrace. Jeez.
Do you know, I never really put it together before. So I was working on that controller then like 4 years before the software came out.
There you go.
Fucking hell.
It was when you were young.
No, I wasn't young then either.
Okay, middle-aged. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty much old, basically. Just old.
You're just very old now.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. 'Cause I'm not old.
Yeah, I didn't have sex back then. I used to have vapors. That was about it. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Ooh, what's that? Funny enough, I had burger and chips tonight, right? And I couldn't find a single dog hair on the chips anywhere. I spent about 3-4 minutes looking through the chips to try and find the dog hair. I found it in the end.
Oh dear.
No, there's always a dog hair. Always a dog hair. The curse of the husky.
Wow. Yeah.
Giving me coffee as well.
Coffee.
Extra organic material.
Could probably punch me in the stomach. But it's like hitting a cushion.
It's probably where the throat dog.
Yeah. Actually,
Eric's
that
your
little
dog.
bugger would come in. He's still down in the garden, waiting for those foxes who were never going to come out. They're not that stupid. They're not going to come out and say, "Oh, maul me." I doubt actually he would. He'd probably just go up and want to play with them.
How many of you?
Come in.
Sorry.
What up?
Just
Oh, he runs his help desk on a Thursday night, doesn't he?
Oh.
It's stuckware, madam.
Yeah, exactly.
We sell small bottles of lube. Use them.
Yes. Do you have any butter in the fridge?
Or Castrol in the garage.
Yeah. Yeah, one's for getting it out, the other one's for getting it in. Mm.
So Asio Head's asking about GeForce's Christmas gifts. So if you want to obtain them, the preset packs for Access are on their main product page. You just scroll down and there's one called Pop, one called Electronic, and one called Hip Hop.
Yep.
There's a mini monster pack called 90s. That's number 4, I think. The OBX patches, you have to go to the OBX product page and then scroll down and it's listed there. And the other one was a £20 voucher for any purchase over 50 quid. So they're all they're all there. And we don't know what number 7 is yet. I asked Jerome yesterday, he wouldn't tell. Sure.
Me got keep some secrets.
Indeed.
Where is Penguin of Death tonight anyway?
No idea.
Because I got a competition for him. I got the Frog of Fuck It has turned up.
Oh, it has.
Yeah.
He's got some relatives, hasn't he? Some,
I tell you, it's the most miserable cuddly toy I've ever seen. Look at that. Look at that. Look how fucking miserable that is.
yeah.
It's on me when I get up.
Yeah, no, fuck it.
What do you mean when you get up?
Fuck off. That mouth looks like an axe wound in a frog's face.
Yeah.
Don't.
It's like a mini Jabba the Hutt, isn't it?
He's recycling there, Rob.
I know.
Is that or it's just a pissed off pea?
Wagyu says it looks like Thai.
Do you know what? Yeah. There's a bit of Tyness involved.
I've had a day today.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be here.
I'll be here today.
No, not today. I think he'd be driving back now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he'd be driving back. Okay. Does it sound alright?
Yeah. Sounds fine.
Yeah,
Direct injection? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
sounds good.
Okay.
Blimey. Who'd have thunk?
Who'd think? Well, at least that one is clocked now. I think that one's clocked. This one still isn't clocked.
Clocked. What'd you do? Hit it?
Yeah, clocked it one. Yeah. No, most of the stuff is synced. There's a couple of things over there. Drumlog's been a wank, but then it's the drumlog, so I expect it to be wank.
Say nothing.
He says it all.
I think it has something to do with having Korg written on it.
I just thank you for the business.
Oh, absolutely, anytime, mate. What is that? And have we got pictures of season? Yes.
Good.
Ollie, I've got to make a sync on my clock Simon t-shirt.
Have you? Sorry, you've mentioned. Have you watched the Simon video that Ollie put up the other day?
Fucking brilliant, isn't it?
It's fucking marvellous.
What's this?
Sync on my clock. Yeah. Ollie put up a new video featuring
Oh,
our
yes.
favourite
Yes.
puppet.
Yeah.
It's utterly brilliant.
No, Ollie's an exceptional puppeteer the way he does it perfectly.
I hate him. I hate him.
Oh,
He's talented, good looking, he has a wonderful accent,
he has that huge hamburger on the wall.
and he has that massive burger on the wall.
Yeah. Should get one for an ear.
Oh, dear.
I think I qualify. I'm Catholic, so.
Ay, ay, ay. This is weird. I'm sleeping like a lot, sort of 8 hours straight because I'm not getting. I'm only waking and getting up when I wake up, not when the alarm tells me to. So I'm sleeping, and I feel more tired than.
I'm
not really
sleeping in
doing
2 hour bursts if I'm lucky.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in that neck of the woods now as well.
Yeah.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't say I have that problem.
It can get there. But you've got work rolling around, haven't you? So, and that tends to, that regularity helps.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Paul Artola. No. Hang on. Paul Artola wants to see my new shirt.
Your new what?
T-shirt.
Oh,
Well, I had to, really, didn't I?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. At least it's orange. I'll
I've
give
gone
you that.
full Keith in Watford with the orange. So
Yeah.
where's the other 59 of them?
Yeah, really. I was going to ask about the 105 of them.
Save it. Well, that wasn't waiting for an external sync, was it? Piece of shit.
Is he playing Pong again?
No, I was playing Frogger with that miserable fucker over there.
Thought it was the VL tone.
Oh yeah. Oh well, there's another possible number one. I'll just print that off. Laughing, mate, laughing. What was the thing I was fighting yesterday? Oh, I own Cypher 2. Rollies Dubry.
Right.
And my account keeps telling me that I don't.
Own it.
Yeah. So that's going to be an interesting one to deal with next week. So, considering I've owned it since it fucking came out. You know you're a good customer when your product ownership page looks exactly the same as their product page. Well, bar the Lumi. You know, it's just a rollie with tits on, really, isn't it? I'll put some lights under the keys. Woo! The only MPE controller you can play while being held hostage.
Or taking mushrooms?
Either way. You don't need to, mate. Stare at this thing for a couple of minutes. So... Oh, I don't know. Does this work over here? Do you know what? For a little keyboard, that's a hell of a reverb built into it.
Oh yeah, it is.
What was it? Oh yeah, Modwave. Very interesting little thing.
What's this one got? Let's just see.
I haven't used that touch screen as a Chaos Pad thing yet.
No.
There's a lot of things I need to try out on this. It's good though, I'm finding different things on it practically every day. Apart from the clock.
Nice. Give me some more of that.
What's this? Did anybody watch Jean-Michel Jarre pretending to play some synths on Titmus Day? Oh, I didn't see that.
I didn't see
Mind you,
that.
I've seen him pretend to play before.
I was going to say, it doesn't narrow it down a lot, does it?
No. I still get a giggle watching him pretend to play that laser harp. Though it is a working thing now, though, isn't it?
What's that?
The laser harp.
Allegedly.
That's been for a while.
Yeah, it is. But back in what was it, Paris
Oh, like,
Paris concert, and I love the way that
what-
the cameraman goes to the guy playing the Synthex.
Yeah.
No, don't look at me. No, I'm not here. It's the green thing that's playing. Oh, I don't know. Oh God, my poor old feet. These aren't my feet. Oh, I've been in a bath, haven't I? In a shower for bloody hours. Why they're the right colour? Oh, I'll tell you what I did get. I don't know when it's going to be here. They reckon it might take a couple of weeks, but I've got a glide strip for the montage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's what it's lacking. They go to all the trouble of putting an engine in it. They try to make sound as much like a CS80 as possible, and then give you a rhythm strip the size of my dick. What's the point of that? Yeah, it's not that big.
Come on, you've had enough practice on that. You should be able to stroke that one.
Yeah, I can, but it's getting the nuance. You know, you can't get the nuance that you need with something that small.
No.
Well, that's what Fiona keeps telling me. There you go. Say Behringer 3 times.
Fuck me.
There he is.
Hey, buddy.
The fucking devil.
He looks knackered. poor fuck.
Yeah, you look a little tired.
I am tired and my head is absolutely banging. Like properly, you know, one of those headaches.
You've come to the right place then, haven't you?
Oh, well, I'm only dipping my cock in just to
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
say hello.
that's all you ever do.
That's all.
Dip it in.
Happy Christmas,
All go well?
everybody.
Fuck off.
It all
Doing all right.
it all went okay, thank you.
Good.
As well as, I know it's such a cliche to go, as well as these things can go, it was fine. It was,
She all right?
It was all right. She's all right. Yeah. It's just, it's all a bit
Good.
shit, but
Yeah.
no, all is okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Good,
some
good.
of you lovely people who basically sent her lovely messages on Facebook and things. She's very appreciative. So
I tried to make her laugh last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Well, she put up that post about, touching the clock. And it tells you what 2024 is going to be like.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh,
So I just
hang
put
on a
on-
minute. I'm going to say I know where this is going on. I haven't even read it.
Yeah.
Touching the.
And I just went, oh, clock, right. That's all.
Well done,
So I
Jim.
hope it gave her a little smile, at least.
Of course, absolutely.
Did you show
no,
Ty his effigy?
Hmm?
Show Ty his effigy.
This is the frog of fuck it.
It's even the right colour, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is. Do you know what? I'm going to start getting a complex now because honestly over Christmas been playing games. Yeah, I've been playing games, with the family, and if my daughter just turn around and if she sees anything that refers to a fat bloke, she'll turn and go, "Daddy, that's you."
That's you.
Constantly.
Well, this was just going to be the frog of fuck it until Robbie pointed out that it...
It does actually.
No, so there was
I think
somebody
it
else
was
that
Rob.
said that. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's... yeah, but I don't mind getting you in the shit. It's your turn.
I can't get any further down in his explanation.
Oh, mate, sometimes you don't even have to do anything, remember?
That is so.
Oh,
not true,
hello.
Robbie, and you know it.
Ah,
I need
he's
to ask
lovely,
you
isn't
a
he?
question. I don't know if I should ask you live on it, or maybe I shouldn't. Then you're committed if you answer in the
Yeah, go on.
positive. I was just wondering, your emulator 2, I know how important, and would you ever consider
I know where this is going.
letting somebody have a borrow?
No.
No, didn't.
He had to take a shot.
Don't
And
ask,
hats-
you don't get.
Absolutely, hats off to you. It's. Do you know where it stems back from? And you'll appreciate this.
Oh no,
Do you remember back
absolutely,
in?
yes.
Do you remember back in the good old days when we were kids and used to lend people vinyl?
uh-huh.
Yeah. Do you remember how many times
No,
that
because
vinyl
nobody
came
wanted
back
my
in
records.
and what condition the vinyl was in? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah, I do remember that.
Do you know, this is absolutely true. If anyone ever wanted to borrow anything and the amount of times it came back, so in later life, if anyone ever wants to borrow anything, like normal things like CD or vinyl or whatever, I'll say no, I won't. I'll go and buy you a copy, and I'll quite happily give you a copy. But
Go
you
buy me
can't
an
borrow
emulator
it.
too, then.
Well, but there's a limit, and I'm
Now
going to
he
say
puts
that
it.
my E2 is beyond that limit possibly. But honestly, genuinely, good for you for asking. But I don't, and this is never done in a mean way.
No. It was.
I
it
don't
was
lend
just
anything to anybody
No,
simply
no.
because
I thought you were
I'm
But
so
surely there's an
I'm so
alternative to
fastidious.
this, surely.
yeah, which is what do
Can
you
he
need it
not
for?
borrow it there?
No, you can come and play with it here whenever you so desire. You can
about the
come over
emulator?
for a few.
Don't complicate it, Robbie.
Yeah,
Stick with the dick and stay with that, okay?
you
You
are
put a
more than
similar
welcome.
post up. Didn't you put a
You-
similar post up about a piece of vinyl you owned recently, Rob?
Who me?
For me. Oh
Robert.
no, it was
Tapes
New
or something.
Order Substance.
Yeah.
I had a double cassette, and I lent it to the best friend of my girlfriend at the time, and she took 2 or 3 months to give it back. And when she gave it back, the first cassette was missing. And I said, "Hang on a minute, the cassette's missing." She said, "Oh yeah, I lent it to someone, and when they gave it back, it was missing, so it's not my fault." I said, "No, that's not how it works."
No, that is not how it works.
And I demanded that she buy me a replacement. She never did.
Yeah.
So then I
the-
bought
the-
it
my-
on CD a few years later.
My problem is genuinely is that I used to, when I was young, I did used to lend vinyl, and it always came back as such a state.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No
I've
idea.
told you this before. I've told you this before. Before now, I can't remember what CD it was, but I bought a CD, got it in the car. Girlfriend opened the CD, and when she opened it, it was one of like a deluxe case. But
Yeah,
when she
yeah.
opened the deluxe case, she kind of slipped slightly down the cardboard. And as she opened it too vigorously, and I just bought it, and I turned around. I tell you what, you have that copy now. That's yours. That's fine. I'm just going to go and buy it again, because I'm so.
Yeah.
Kent will tell you
Yeah, no,
when
I'm
he has my
exactly the same.
gear.
I mean-
When he has my gear,
Yeah.
it's like it has to be treated like.
Yeah. He drops stuff off and I'm there going, oh, fucking hell.
I've actually got
Here
to
we
care about
fucking
it.
That's got
go.
the kid gloves,
Phones every morning,
the mask,
demanding
Robbie-
photographs of it every morning.
the scenes of crimes suits.
But joking aside, Robbie, joking aside, exactly as Kent implied, you are more than welcome to come over for however many days you like and stay, and you can just sit down in one of the studios and you can play with it or do whatever you want to do with it to your heart's content. I have no
Might
issues with
just
that whatsoever.
I might just take
That's
one.
absolutely
I have
fine.
reasons which I'm not at liberty to publicly discuss, but
But that's never an issue. It's
Well,
like
I'm-
some
I'm
people
gonna-
turning. I was going to say it's only like some people turn around to me and going, "Why don't you just hire? You've got so much. Why don't you just hire it out?" I mean, that for me is just like what, what?
but that
hire
and,
it?
Yeah.
and that is a very special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Special.
So
I don't know how Tiny does it, to be honest. But I'm lending you the Mark 1,
Yes.
but I couldn't give a shit about it.
Well, it's not yours.
Exactly. So why would I?
We're going to play that game. No, but Liz, genuinely, all I literally did stick my head in, literally because I do have a banging head, and we have literally just got back. But I just wanted to say, are we? Is it still happening tomorrow, Kent? Or
I hope
not.
so, yes. Yes. It all happens
Yes.
tomorrow. It's supposed to be you, me, Robbie, Gran Turismoing,
okay,
PSN, pub with quiz. It's all tomorrow. It's a
okay,
busy day.
okay, that's fine. I will get my head.
My
around.
Mustang is all tuned, so watch out.
Yeah, and I still haven't done anything, so I've got to.
Yeah, I know
in
you've
the
been
morning
getting
to actually plug
you've been
it in.
getting Boo to do your no. It's what's it? Oh, I forgot his name. The other boy, isn't it? You got the boy doing
Jake.
your licenses for it.
Can I just
Doing
point
his
out that-
licenses for him.
So no, can I point out? So I have no. Listen, I have
Talk
zero
about
interest
posh.
in- I have zero interest in racing round in a Suzuki Swift. Okay, so I'm
You've
not
got
going to
to
earn
cut
the
your
points. I'm not going to earn the points on my Suzuki Swift. So basically, first of all, I got Boo to do it on Suzuki Swift, and then I got Jake, who's 17, who's really into games. Who basically, I then come downstairs, you turn around, oh, I've now got enough for us to buy a Lambo. So we've just bought a Lamborghini Murcielago, and that's as much as I know. So he's been racing. I still haven't touched it, but I've got a Lambo now, so I'm happy. Basically, I'm just using them like monkeys. That's the bottom line. They're earning me the points.
He's got his minions to do it for him.
Oh, by
So,
the way,
but-
it was Wagyu that said the frog looked like Ty.
Oh, was it? Yeah,
Thanks, Wags.
Wag's in trouble. Wag's in trouble
Thank
now.
you. Yeah, as if you can see the care in my face.
It's Gran Turismo 7.
I'm just getting Robbie off the hook. That's all I'm doing.
Now will you lend
but
me
no.
your emulator?
No, it still doesn't make any difference.
No, but all I want to do is just stick my head in to say, first of all, is everything still off tomorrow? It sounds like it is.
Yeah.
That's great. And also to turn around and go, because I'm going to dash, I hope everyone had a really brilliant Christmas, or as good a Christmas as you could have had. And yeah, if it was quiet, I hope it was a lovely quiet one. If it was busy as fuck, I hope it was a really busy as fuck one. But I hope everyone had a good one.
Definitely
So-
here.
Yeah.
And I hope you did
Yeah.
too, Ty, actually.
Yeah, we did. It was really,
Good.
all things considered, it was really lovely. Thank you. It was all good. But I just want, because the moment it gets too late, you can't start referring to Christmas, because it just seems like middle of February going, I hope you had a nice Christmas. So
Yeah.
yeah. So and that's for everyone in the chat as well. I hope everyone had a really good one. So but yeah, it was very festive. And more to the point, the lights are still up. I've told Kent about this tree though. I literally have the droopiest tree known to man, because
We've heard.
in previous years I've been really smug on here about I love my tree and blah blah blah. I do all the set steps to get it in so that it always looks great and stays healthy, all this kind of shit. This year I got one that was a bit shorter, and so when it came to the bit where you're meant to chop 2 inches off and then leave it for 24 hours to infuse the water, I thought, I'm not going to chop 2 inches off. I'll just chop off about half an inch because it's only 6.5 foot or whatever. And of course, what's happened is it's just not drinking any water, which means that it's still not dropping, but it just means that all these lovely branches that were at that angle are now just like that. And so it's actually got to the stage now where there is no stump. You can't actually see under the tree. It's literally just the tree grows out of the ground. And I should let you see it tomorrow. I'll show you how droopy it is tomorrow. But yeah, it's worth seeing. It just looks crap. But
I'll tell you what. I'll show you a video. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll take a video of what Charlie does after dinner every night with that bloody Christmas tree in the front room.
Okay.
Christmas decorations going in all fucking directions.
Oh really?
Because he loves rubbing his face in it.
Oh well, can I just point out that Pickle since Christmas, because he's got the bit of white kind of creamy fur here, which is now constantly green, because all she does is just drink the water out of the bottom of the tree.
For God's sake.
Green mouth. No. Yeah.
She loves the flavour.
Yeah. But anyway, look, honestly, I feel absolutely crap, and so I'm going to go and get some tablets down me, and can you give me a shout tomorrow just to let me know what's happening tomorrow and things, if that's all right? And
yeah,
that'd be good. Excellent.
I will indeed.
Excellent. Okay, bye all. Have a fantastic evening.
All right, darling. I'll see you around.
Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
See you later. Bye. Bye.
Ta-da, mate.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to do an Ian.
Yeah, I'm going to do an Ian as well.
Well, you're gonna hate Korg for a couple of hours.
No, a month or two at least.
But I will be back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Catch you in a bit. Cheers.
I made a copy. I don't know where the hell it is. It's not in here. Let's go hunting for that. Should go more regularly.
It's this X-Key thing. It's this X-Key thing. It's
Oh yeah.
I've got it working on my old laptop, but not very well.
Oh. Oh dear.
I'm sure they make medication for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That's right. Doesn't matter what preset I choose. I just get that. So the MPE's working, but not as it should do.
Definitely sounds like IBS, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Oh my goodness me. Oh.
Oi.
Hey.
Hello.
All right, Fred.
Sounds like digital raccoons fighting in the background. They're killing foxes.
Oh, I don't know. He's getting musical now.
I wouldn't go that far.
How you guys doing?
Yeah.
Doing well. Yeah, getting there in some
I've
capacity.
been struggling for the last 2 hours. My Clownfest set didn't work, so I had to rebuild it in less than 2 hours, and it's shit, but I'm still uploading it. So
Oh, okay.
the stream is going on right now, so I think it's got 2 hours left. It's barely gonna get up there. It's just some crazy ass modular noisy shit thing, but it's all I could do in the time I had to rebuild something. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
I'm with you. Right, does it work from this side? Oh, that triggered. Getting there, bit by bit. Something made a weird
Hi,
noise.
Andy.
How's it going?
All right, mate. How are you?
All right. I was enjoying your digital raccoon noises.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
What is
It's
that?
It's going to be my next single.
Yeah.
What's the instrument?
Question for you. Have you ever used Underbridge with the OPZ?
Overbridge? I have not.
Overbridge, sorry. Hey?
You don't have to use a custom hub, that's for sure. That was something they sold.
Yeah.
So don't have to worry about the Overbridge hub, but there are a couple versions of things I had that weren't quite ready for Overbridge when I started using them a lot. And then once Overbridge was available, I'm like, I'm kind of not into that anymore because it's a DAW thing, right?
Yeah.
So-
Obviously, it's a multi-track, which is
Yeah. It's cool, but it took forever to show up on the I think Digitac didn't have it right away. And even the analog keys, which I have, didn't have it right away either. And there was a certain version you had to have. It was just kind of a nightmare. So
all right.
it's a good idea, but I just wouldn't really use it.
Yeah, it's not expensive. I mean, obviously there is a free version, but the paid version is €15, so it's not. I was thinking of getting it anyway, just to mess around with it.
Yeah, if you can get it to work, it sounds pretty
Yeah,
cool.
and I quite like the idea that because if you buy the paid version, you can use it live, which I really quite like the idea of doing the multi-track with the OPC.
It's kind of like what you have to do on the TR8 on a PC. To take advantage of the fact of lack of outputs, you have to do digital outputs on the computer, which is kind of like Overbridge. So,
Oh, right, okay. Okay.
Hmm.
because the TR8 didn't have, like a TR8S, I think they put the outputs back in.
Right.
The TR8 didn't have it.
No, it just had the stereo, didn't it?
Yeah.
The left,
Stereo
right.
or USB, you know.
Yeah.
And it's up to you to figure out how to make it work on the computer.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I had thought about upgrading to the TR8S,
It's really
Yeah.
nice. I like the S.
but then I got the MPC-X and I went, probably not required now, is it?
I
I have
suppose
to
Robbie
say,
didn't buy one. It has lots of FM on it. So
The TR8S is really easy to program.
Mm.
You know, if I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, well, even I can do the TR8.
Well, exactly. It's probably the
But
same.
there again, I had to because it's very similar to the TR808, which you do
Yeah,
have to know how to use, unfortunately. But, yeah, no, it was always a very user-friendly interface.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Can I say the same about the drum log?
No, you can't.
Not really, no.
No, you can't.
It's a little bit more convoluted. But there again,
It
it does more, so to be
Yeah.
fair, you know, and it is the size of a shoe, isn't it? So, I mean,
Yeah.
there's going to be a bit of shift buttoning going on.
But that's always called. I mean, that was always my criticism, is that everything, whatever you buy from Cog, it's always menu guided.
hey, Justin, you're drying out the chat a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got lots of Cog keyboards and synths, and all of them, I've got lots of menu diving, and they're not always the same. You know, you think that, you know.
yeah, I mean, it was the
if I-
same
if you-
with my
if you buy a
M1.
cross, it's gonna be
Lots
the
of
same with
diving
the-
on that.
You know, and it isn't. It's always slightly different. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, getting samples into a cross is a bloody nightmare. You know, absolute bloody nightmare. And
Those
I-
core gaps
I-
in general are kind of shit. I couldn't get it to work on the PC. I had to use the Mac.
Yeah,
It wouldn't see it on the PC.
I always forget how to do it because you know it's not something you do every week. So you know, whenever I try and you can actually install some quite large samples. You can have them running for sort of 30 seconds or up to a minute, I think. But every time I come to do it, it's so menu divey. It's like 6 or 10 operations to make each sample.
Yeah.
You know,
That's why they call it cross. That's how you feel after you use it for a while. So
bloody right. Yeah, I mean, actually, as a keyboard, as a live keyboard, the cross is great. Once you've got it set up and you've got your samples on the pads, it's brilliant. But
Yeah.
getting to that point, you know, and I've used it
A
for the
headache
last.
and a half. You know?
Yeah, well, I haven't been gigging this year, but much with it this year. But when I was playing the blues band, I was using it all the time. So
let's think about Korg. Even when they make a chintzy device or a cheaper device, it still sounds good.
Oh yeah.
It's just might have bad build quality or
Yeah,
horrible user experience. You know.
Yeah, there'll be something along those lines always. Let's get that spaced out across there. Good thing about having a big monitor, isn't it? Alright, okay, so HydroSense is not receiving clock. And I will just punch it repeatedly until it works.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it, won't it?
That'll
Yeah.
do it.
Or I'll get my big hammer. I'm not quite sure why that is. Let me just check.
I'm just
Got
gonna
three
move myself for a
three
minute
different
while I
Korgs,
play
and they're all
this
slightly
fiddle.
different.
That looks right. That's where another internal thingy. Oh, yeah, I've moved it. Bloody hell. Yeah, it's back. Bloody thing. So I don't know what's going on there. I have to RTFM that, I think, a little bit. Right, let me go and see if I can find where I left my bleeding coffee. It's around.
Yeah, Ian, I actually had to use my OPZ on this thing I uploaded today because I ran out of space for a keyboard on the desk. I had to use a tiny keyboard.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So you don't always have to use a sequencer. You can use that as a keyboard too.
Yeah, I mean, I've been messing around with that, and I mean, like I say, I've got double buttons going on at the moment, but once I'm going to fix that shortly. But I'm just really into it. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I understand the people criticizing how it looks and the fact that it doesn't have a screen and stuff like that. But once you figure out how it works and all the goodies are in there that nothing else really has, especially in such a small format, it's kind of a no-brainer. But it is a leap of faith to want to get one and play with it.
Yeah. I mean, I got it slightly cheaper than originally bought it for. It was $250, and he knocked 50 quid off when we talked about the fact I was going to have to do some work on it. So I got it for 200 quid, which is
That's
steal,
crazy
really.
because mine on sale were $400.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I'm
or
well,
used,
I'm well pleased with the price,
Yeah. But even the retail price is worth it because it does so much. It's only like 500 retail or something like that. So I have modules that cost that much that don't do that much.
No.
So.
I mean, I could, with the 10 projects, I could do a whole set just on that.
Totally,
My thoughts. Maybe use that as a complete backing, and then have the instrument as a lead instrument over the top of it, something like that, for an EMOM. I'm looking forward to really getting. I took it with me on holiday. I took it with me for Christmas, so I was messing around with it over Christmas. Because you've got to take a synth with you when you go away on Christmas, don't you?
Well, you should. I mean, I always have that thing in my backpack if I take it somewhere. But
yeah, exactly.
But I didn't. I lugged it all around Disneyland. Didn't use the fucking thing once. So I had it just in case. I tried to use it for the hardware jam last week, and it was half awake in the hotel room. Just couldn't finish it, so I just packed it in and went to sleep.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to say enough and get some rest.
Exactly. Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Are you still using your the Critter Guitari thing?
Say again.
The Critter Guitari thing? You still using that much?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I was just saying that earlier. I actually need to put some new patches in it. But yeah, no, I would normally have taken that on holiday with me and messed around with it. Yeah, I use it. I still use it all the time. I mean, I'm using it as not just as a sort of keyboard, and it does go quite well with an instrument. But I use it as a guitar effects pedal. Because some people had actually wrote patches for it that would just basically, all sorts of effects, It's great. It really is. Definitely worth 600 quid.
Yeah, I almost got one. I wanted to get the fancier one that has the battery and stuff in it.
Yeah, that's the one that I've got, yeah.
Just because I like mobile stuff, but in a pinch, if it was just something I had to get, but it was too expensive, I'd get the cheap one, I guess.
It's got because it's the M is the latest one. It's got a better processor as well than the earlier one.
So it's faster or just a little more fun to
it
use?
is. It's faster to load stuff as well. And actually, the speaker on it is really pretty good. It's quite a decent sized speaker.
Interesting.
You see, in fact, it's sat here. It's got its own Wi-Fi dongle, which comes with it.
Yeah, they
It
make interesting stuff.
You can hear the wiring.
And words like bar or humbug. Have you ever used any bad words like bar or humbug?
Is that your Critter Guitari thing?
That's nothing to do with me.
Okay.
It's not me either.
Is it you, Matt?
Might have been me.
It might have been you.
Yeah.
The only one left.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, unless Kent's snuck in under the table.
Yeah.
But you also have their IZ thing too, right? Do you like that?
I do. Yeah.
You can't do too much programming, right? It's kind of basic shapes, or can you really tweak it?
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of people that have put lots of patches out there. I've not installed any patches on it yet.
No.
And it's sort of, from a visual point of view, it's quite lo-fi.
General 8-bit looking, right? Is it?
Yeah, but it's quite cool.
Yeah.
I do quite like it, I need to do more with it. My original idea was to try and do stuff, emotes and that, but actually, you
have people doing it,
just
right?
that. So doing that for other people is like a good idea.
Sure. That's what they do
I
the one
might
in San
do that
Francisco.
at some point in the future.
There's always
Doing
2 or
that
3 guys at the San Francisco one doing simultaneous projections.
Yeah.
And some of them are amazing. They're like high-end 3D mixed with really trippy stuff, and
Yeah. I don't think I'd be able to do it and perform, because I think that's a performance in its own right.
Well, you'd have to set it up to trigger.
Yeah.
Build a performance, just like you do with DMX Lights or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing about the OPZ, DMX Light channel.
I know, yeah.
And then you add the
I've never done
graphics
that.
to your iOS device, hook that to a projector, and then you have your synced graphics, all from the same fucking device. It's crazy.
That'll be a laugh if I can get that to,
I've only seen one video of a guy doing all that, but it's unusual for somebody to go that far with it.
Yeah.
But it is there. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
You just have to buy the USB DMX converter.
Yeah.
And you already have the Wi-Fi to your app, and the app stores the graphics or video for the sync, for the Unity stuff, Unity graphics.
Yeah.
So you're clever.
I know nothing about Unity.
I don't either, but I just play with the stuff that came with it.
Yeah.
And it's cool. You can change camera angles in some of the demos. Is a 3D environment, and you can kind of zoom in and twist around, and they have some little animation cycles playing, and you can like real time distort them like Photoshop filters and things.
Yeah,
which is pretty
cool.
clever. That's a fair
Yeah,
amount of
yeah.
horsepower to do that.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, for all the teasing they get, they are forward thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
The table was ridiculous, and the
oh,
mixer's very, very overpriced, but
well,
it does
I got
sound
their
good.
email today was everything we've done this year, and on February, February is the bloody table. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys, you know. But
But they are also designers and art nerds and stuff. So if you go to a
Yeah.
designer store and buy a table, I mean, you know those Apple Store tables that are wood? They're not that fancy, but they're good sized wood tables. Those are like $20,000 each.
that's just ludicrous, isn't it?
The
But then
custom
again,
made. Yeah,
people spend $20,000 on their bloody handbag.
exactly.
You know?
Hmm.
Or shoes or whatever.
Yeah, because it's one of the tracks on my last album was called something about the most expensive lipstick you could buy, and it's something like, is it $3 million? It's a ludicrous amount.
Is it
of
made
money
of whale blubber
for
or
a
something? Is
lips-
it?
It's made of diamond. It's a diamond encrusted case for this lipstick, and it's just absolutely bonkers. But somebody will buy it.
Well, look at
Somebody's
when they
got that
launched the
much
Apple iWatch, right, or Apple Watch, whatever it's called. They had the Hermes edition, and they had the leather band and a custom Hermes clock face on it that you could load,
Yeah.
and that immediately added $500 to the price, just for that.
You know,
Bastard.
I've always, to be fair,
And
I've
there was a
always wanted
14 karat gold when there was 10,000.
Yeah, I always wanted something that was value for money, you know, and that doesn't seem to me to be value for money.
No, because they
Having said
break,
that,
right? They.
when I worked in Hi-Fi 30 years ago, you know, there were certain styluses and cartridges for turntables, and you would be paying. I think the most expensive one at that time that we could have supplied was something like $10,000 or 10,000. Yeah, no, it was pounds because it was UK. £10,000 for this very hand-built wooden
Tiny
cased
little.
cartridge for a vinyl deck.
Hmm.
You know,
That's
absolutely
crazy.
ludicrous.
Yeah.
You know,
But like you said, purses and all kinds of, people will pay it. It's like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. If
They
you
will,
charge
yeah.
it, they will pay.
yeah,
You know.
Yeah.
Crazy bastards.
yeah.
I mean, we're crazy bastards too for buying stuff expensive.
We are.
Yeah.
We are. You know.
Everyone's guilty of that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think I'm gonna have a lot more fun with a quality electronic device that lasts for years versus a purse that could last for years, but as soon as you take it out, it gets a big scuff or scratch on it.
Yeah.
The
And
value's
it's
gone
got
down dramatically, right?
Yeah.
So I know
It's
people
got
actually
some-
buy them and store them as collector's items, just like you buy action figures and don't open
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
They do that with purses and stuff.
Hmm.
And they bought it just because it had some special. It's got a name.
It's
got
an
a little
investment.
logo on it.
It's an investment. If you pull it out of the
Yeah.
box 10 years from now, when it's way out of the production line, it will
Yeah.
be very expensive.
It's like, I mean, but guitars are like that, aren't they? Because, I mean, you know, a 1965, I think it's 65 Fender Stratocaster, because it's that year and because before they were bought out, I mean, people pay thousands and thousands of pounds for them.
Yeah.
Now, I remember servicing one, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and, you know, we put all the white parts on it, we brought it up to spec. It still didn't play that great because it's, you know, it's had a pretty hard life from 1965, you know. But the guy was happy. He sold it for, I think, 9,000 quid. I mean, it wasn't a 9,000. Both me and him agreed. We both played it, and we both said this guitar isn't worth this price, and that was the book price on it, you know, because I used to have the books that told you, you know, what its guitar should be going for, and depending on its condition, you know. But somebody paid for it, and somebody would have been happy with that.
Well, there was a
Because
place
it was
by
an
where I used to
artist,
work where the guy would do those roughed up guitars that vintage look.
Yeah.
Well, they
I made the mistake of buying one of them for stock. Got a new one, and they even had rust. The tuning pegs were rusty. I mean, it was a mistake.
Well,
somebody bought it. You know.
The hardcore guitar nuts swear it makes a difference on the sound, but I couldn't tell.
Until you know it doesn't.
I don't think it does either, but
No.
you know, it's just like everything else. Like different brands of cables had different qualities, all that bullshit, right?
Yeah.
The whole monster cable thing and all that. I know Ty's gonna come back on and yell at me now because I can hear the cables.
Yeah, well, you can hear some cables, but not to the extent that
most of them can't.
Some
And as you
people
get
have it
older, how the
believed.
hell are you gonna really hear the difference?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Somewhere around here, I've actually got a phono lead that cost £300. It cost £300 30 years ago, mind you. And I don't use it. I don't even know what it is, but it wasn't worth £300 back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, we were given it. You know, the hi-fi shop was given it.
My favorite scam not too long ago was the audio grade CD burn CDs versus the data grade.
Oh yeah.
The same goddamn thing. They just had labeled said audio on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Smoke and mirrors, mate. Smoke and
I love it.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like if you bought the same game at Fry's Electronics and it was Mac and PC, they would sell it in the Mac section marked up, even though it's a multi-platform disc.
Yeah.
Because people want to buy it in the Mac section.
Yeah.
And they change the price on it. It's like, you bastards.
Yeah. I mean, when I had the hi-fi shop, I used to demonstrate the difference between, you know, people would come in, and I mean, I'd have to bite my lip and keep my mouth shut, you know, because my hearing's not as good as it was then, but I had really, really good hearing, and I could tell the difference between certain pieces of equipment and certain cables and stuff like that. And, you know, it's diminishing returns. So if you spend £300 on a piece of equipment, as against £3,000 for an equivalent piece of equipment, there will be a difference, but it won't be £3,000 better.
Yeah.
But some people would come in and they'd say, you know, oh, this piece of cable for, you know, £300 like a phono lead makes such a difference. And I'm thinking, well, actually, it doesn't make that much difference. It makes a slight difference, you know. But there was times when you had to just bite your lip and let people make their own minds up.
Mm.
You know.
Well, there's a certain degree of subliminal conviction to it as well,
Yeah.
where they honestly think it sounds better.
I know. Yeah, they do, yeah.
And if you
It's
took
like-
it away without them knowing it and put a £3 one in,
Yeah.
it would still sound great to them.
It's funny because
But you can't convince somebody of that if that's what they believe.
when I did my master's at York University of Music Tech, and the auditorium there, which is an ambisonic auditorium, so it's 32 channel, right? And I had a word with Dave, who'd wired it up, and he'd wired it with mains cable, 2-core mains cable, all the way around. Now, my argument was he needed something a little bit better than that, because it was an auditorium, and there was some loss on that, because it's just mains cable, you know. But no, he wouldn't have it. The fact that you needed to actually use something a little bit better than that because of the length of the runs that you were using.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, the whole place was wired, all 32 speakers wired with mains cable.
That's how
that 5 amp mains cable, you know, the 5 amp twin core lighting cable. That's what he wired it with.
Oh yeah, this extension cord right here. There we go. That. My church used to be wired with that.
Yeah.
Soon as I got the chance, I ripped it all out and put proper speaker cable in.
Yeah.
And I don't even use powered speakers anymore, or passive speakers anymore. I'm using powered.
But I mean, you know, a decent 79 strand cable would be so much better than that. You know.
Oh yeah.
You have to spend a fortune on that stuff. It used to be about £1 a metre. Don't know what it is now. Yeah. Anyway, it's time for me to go and do an Ian. So I might be back later, chaps.
All right, Tom.
See you later.
See you again.
See you later, mate.
See you later, mate.
Oh, it's not clocking. Why are you not clocking, you little cow?
That's better.
No, not clocking.
What's broken today, Kent?
Today, we've had a sustain pedal so far today.
Oh.
But that is now fixed.
One of the simplest things is broken.
Yeah, broken the cable.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get various things to MIDI sync, and some things are, and some things refuse. Do all the little menu dives, set to externals and all this sort of thing. Set from USB to DIN, but Hydra at the moment is still not accepting clock. And I do not know why.
Are you still running at USB?
No, this is on 5-pin DIN.
Oh.
It's
Interesting.
Yes, it's on MIDI in. I mean, I could put it on auto. It wouldn't make a lot of difference, but try with auto. No, nothing changing there. I don't know. What's up, Sis? Madam. What's in there? Come on, madam. Whee! Hello. Hello, little girl.
And one of these days, I want to try out that Conductive Labs MRCC.
No, that's not changing. Damn it.
So if I remember right, that's got a master clock in it, but that's designed where you don't even have to use a computer with it if you don't want to.
Right, what is that then? I want to be able to send to all ports anyway. Alright, it is set to... Oh, hang on. Oh, Christ. Oh, I've got to know which port it is. I hadn't thought of that. Should be fun. Oh, I know. Get a secondary cable. Hang on a second. Let me get another one. What? No, I'm just going here.
Oh, good. The SY77 Drive emulator just shipped, so I should be seeing that in what? I don't know, a month?
What's the hardware jam this week, Andy?
It's not. It's to the end of the year. Started last week. It's the Secret Santa one. So we did that last Christmas. You basically had to sign up with. I think Grace is in charge of it this time.
Yeah.
As the admin, but you basically had to sign up, say you want to do it, then they pair you with some random person, and you're not supposed to tell who it is, of course, not even them. And you create it by the end of the year. You upload it unlisted, and then they're gonna do a stream.
Oh, I see.
After the new year.
Alright.
So yeah, so there's plenty of time to do it, and should be fun.
Yeah.
The tricky thing is the idea is you're supposed to do it in the style or as a tribute to the person they assign to you. And some of these guys are really hard to do to their style or proper tribute to them. Like the guy I got last time was the guy who does a lot of guitar.
Okay.
And I have guitars, but I don't really play them. So I basically had to fake a bunch of guitars on my Machina Plus to do it, as well as
sounds a bit of a faff, really, to be honest.
Well, it's fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but it was not, it was kind of maddening at first because you're trying to really go outside your comfort zone, But it should be fun. I don't even know the guy who I got, so I have to go look up some of his videos and see what the hell he does. So I don't recognize the
Right.
name, so I have to study up and see. But yeah, it's fine. I have plenty of time because it's, you know, up to past this weekend or whatever hell it is. It's already been a few days, so it's a much longer time than usual to do it. And it looks like the thing I just uploaded to Clownfest, he won't be able to play now because I put it up too late. So all that work for nothing. Oh well.
Oh well.
Shit happens.
Right. So I'm going to try this.
I told him, don't worry if you can't play it anyway. It was definitely not my best work. I just wanted to turn something in. Since I had tech issues, I had to redo a bunch of shit. But it was fun.
Yeah. No. I'll hopefully he's got it right and wait for the next normal one.
Yeah,
I might have a clock by then. You never know.
Yeah. Well, just use your phone. Stop countdown timer on your phone. That's what I do.
Yeah, I don't have a phone.
Or iPad or whatever.
I mean, I could probably borrow Fiona's one, but
Yeah. Or like a $3 timer from Amazon or something.
yeah. I don't know. I just thought this would just work seamlessly. Maybe it's just because I'm out of practice with setting them up. I don't know. Let's have a look. We've got...
Well, I used a bunch of stuff today that I haven't used for quite a while, like the Depth for Dark Time.
Yeah.
And some other little modules that I kind of forgot how to use. Part of the reason I had so many problems. I'm like, oh, I can figure that out. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. And then I'm up against a wall with time and some other tech issues. And so
I see.
I finally just said, fuck it, I'll just turn something in.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Just to have something done.
Well, I mean, everything seems to be all right here. There's a couple of things on here that just throw me. I'm sure of it. It's like it goes from 1 to 8 for the. Yeah, that's for that. Where the hell is the? Right, the port controller. Let's have a look. It's interesting. I can't see. It doesn't see it. I was under the impression this thing was compliant.
Did you fire up your modular recently?
Yeah, I did because I'm going to get that all clocked up as well, and yeah, it's been a bit.
Definitely get a PAMS. It saves you lots of headaches. And
Yeah,
it's a proper module for other stuff too. You can do, use it as a sequencer basically. As well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it.
I'm looking on.
But I thought if I had some sort of synchronization where I can use this stuff all together, sort of thing, and then I'd have a better idea of what it is I want to do with it, if you know what I mean. At the moment, it's just a load of different bits and pieces, and I'm just floundering around in the centre here.
Yeah.
And I want to see what works well with what goes, you know.
But it's really nice to have a nice central clock with lots of jacks and stuff, so you can hook a bunch of shit up at once and it's all working.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why I got this iConnect connectivity rack unit. It's weird. I'm not exactly seeing it showing up in the Mac version of Cubase here, which is a little weird on a compliant piece of kit, isn't it, really? Maybe I should have got the MMC controller, but no, I don't. What the hell do I want one of them for? You know, just give myself even more pain. I don't know what that. I don't know. Figure it out one way or the other. some point it all clicks, doesn't it? That's what normally happens. You're just banging away at it for an hour.
I forgot, does the Montage have a sequencer or no?
It's
like
like a
rudimentary one or something? Or?
yeah, it's like a basic
Yeah.
real-time song recorder thing.
Yeah.
It does have a pattern sequencer, I think.
Yeah,
No-
we'll do.
no
We'll do some
quantizing?
patching. Yeah, it'll have quantizing.
Yeah.
You can't do that, okay.
Yeah. But it's not what you wouldn't go to town on it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like the motif sequencer at all.
Mm.
Although the only thing similar between the two would be the pattern sequencer, and that's it.
That's interesting.
And will it let you use patterns and arpeggiators and all that stuff all at the same time, or are you limited? You can-
I think you can practically use everything at the same time if you wish.
Some things don't let you do those.
No, this
One or
this
the other
does. It does. Well, so far the stuff I've been calling up on it. I haven't had a where it goes. Oh no, you can't do that kind of thing yet. Well, at least not yet. Anyway, I seem to be spending more time on trying to get the bloody thing to work rather than actually playing it. So, I wonder if there's a more direct route of doing that. And why? What is the common denominator between working and not working? See, I might have done something stupid in the wiring. Which is actually quite possible, if you think about it.
I just tried Googling it. Barely anything's coming up.
Did you smack it yet?
I'd have to pull the hammer out.
Far away, this far away.
Percussive maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very close to getting a slap.
At the very least, that makes you feel good. So
yeah.
it's cathartic.
Well, like I say, I've been hoping that I can spend a lot more time in here and actually, be not so much creative, but at least be more at one with the stuff that's in here. Because if you don't spend a lot of time with your gear, you end up feeling like a bleeding stranger,
Yeah.
at somebody else's party. Do you know what I mean?
So is my challenge is I pull some stuff out I've either almost never used or haven't used for a long time. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
what do I start with?
Yeah. It's like when I was playing the Rise yesterday. Took about a 13-year-old trying to undo a bra. Christ almighty. It was a right old fun, but it really was. Compared to what it was like
It's a
from
class,
the last
not
time.
a snap.
Yeah. What are you doing back there?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah. So, yeah, it was really ham-fisted last night. So, even with, I brought the training wheels up as well on it, and it still wasn't great.
This is why over the years of working at different companies, I've, with all the extra overtime I was doing and stuff, I figured I would print some manuals out as so-called payment for all my overtime I never got paid for. So I'd pretty much have all my manuals printed out somewhere or other. So if I bust out a piece of gear I've used for a while, I'll crack out the manual.
Yeah.
And just thumb through it real quick and see, oh, okay, that's what you do on here. And if it's something I'm going to use a lot, then like the SP404, I'll take cheat notes. And then I don't have to look at the manual so much, just the functions I want to use.
See, what I'm not really getting here is that this unit is showing me I have a synchronized clock pulse going. I've got it plugged into an output and into an input. I've got in the settings, I've got it set to MIDI in, external clock, blah 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 blah. Nothing.
Never used a Hydra, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I'm no good in this instance.
I mean, normally under normal circumstances, that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? But
I did a quick and dirty CV gate thing once with my Hydrostent, and it didn't work out of the box the way I expected. I probably was just doing something dumb, but I mean, I just real quick tried it and it didn't work. But I'm sure I had a setting somewhere off or tweaked or whatever.
yeah,
So,
it does make you wonder, doesn't it? It's brand new MIDI cable. It's not going to be that.
It can't be if it's receiving a clock pulse.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. The unit is receiving the clock pulse from Cubase. That is clear as day. Whether it is coming out and getting to this. So, and what with it supposedly being compliant, there's no driver or software or anything to configure on the computer.
you just have to keep working to become an idiot.
I actually feel like an idiot now. Or Midion.
There was a guy at the local, kind of a local startup school here when it was nothing, called Cogswell College. It's a music tech thing. And went to an open house there when they first opened. It's just a bunch of goofballs. And this super goofy, over-the-top guy goes, "Hey, everybody, I'm an idiot." It's like, well, you can take the M off, basically, but... But he was just trying to be fun,
It's a good
fun and
one.
lively. Yeah, and he was,
It's a good one.
yeah.
No, it works proper. I don't. I've got nowhere left to go with this. So what the hell? MPE's not going to enter into that equation. No. Blah, 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 blah. MIDI clock set to 3 volts, or 5 or 10. Christ, what needs a 10-volt clock? Something, obviously.
So close to MIDI.
So. Okay. So let's change your tempo down to something stupid.
I wonder if you have to send it something from the DAW.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I wonder if it's sending to the wrong thing. What we got? It's DIN 9. So look at DIN 9. Well, that's clever because there's no port there listed. Yay! Maybe this is where the problem lies then. Because if the port's not listed, how the hell can you set it up? DIN 7, DIN 8. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. 13 is listed. 16 is listed. So where's 9, 10, 11, 12? What the hell?
You have to add them in under like the preference page where you have all your other.
Well, on the
things.
project synchronization setup, I can set the clock to, activate or deactivate individual ports. But the ports on the front, most of them are not listed even. Why would that be? Or mind you, it lists 2 of them. Which one does it list? 16 and 13. And there isn't a 16 and 13.
MIDI,
So
all the MIDI settings in your Mac could be in there that is not picked up. I don't know.
Don't know, why is it listing ports that it doesn't even have? It strikes me. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look and see what we can find here. Let's have a wee looky. Set up. Okay.
Is it set up in the
Apparently, it's a thing. According to this, it's something that can happen. That's encouraging, isn't it?
What is it? A hardware problem or what? Are there any listed cures or?
Well, it's sort of pointing at, yes, it is a OS compliant, but not as OS and compliant as you'd like it to be.
Or does it need some kind of installer for it?
You know, it looks like you need to go in there and adjust a couple of things yourself.
Right.
Weirdly, let's have a look here. Okay, so we go to. I'm actually just in Search Studio. Yeah, the MIDI Studio window. Click rescan MIDI. Well, that's good. It's not even fucking listed in the list. How useful is that?
What's the item? What are you?
It's the
iConnect.
the Mayo iConnectivity unit.
How do you spell that?
Oh God.
Mayo?
ICONNECTIVITY.
Yeah, it's a Mayo XL.
And it's
Right.
an MIO XL.
I've got it now. I've got it on the website. 2 seconds. Let me see if there's an installer required for it. Because if it needs an installer and you haven't put that in, it might be missing.
Yeah, you might need the.
Yeah. 'Cause the guy said it was compliant. You just connect it, so I took his word for it. It might have been where I've gone wrong.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, it is only Windows drivers, so.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well, it's not that. Oh, controlled software.
Oh, yeah.
Mac OS.
Really?
There's controlled software for it.
Okay.
I will send you a link to that, Ken, in Facebook.
All right, done.
All right, 2 secs.
Now, if you open up device setup and open up the MIDI port setup, is it showing all 16 ports of the iConnect?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find actually at the moment. Let me call up this software and have a look and see what it is. My Excel. That's the latest one. Let's see what that does. Because I might actually be trying to do this half-assed, might I? Come on in.
Prometheus says Scott from Scott's Synth Stuff uses the Mayo XL, so maybe he'd be able to help.
Oh, here we go. Let's have a look. So, routing, yeah. Oh, this looks actually very, very useful.
Is that the software that I've just?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Could
looks
be that
amazing.
then. Could be that it's not because it's not got the software. Because I know that my audio interface, even though it doesn't need drivers, you still have to set it up with the fucking universal audio connecting.
Universal control, yeah.
That's the one, yeah.
You have a Presonus?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I got 2 of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this list.
I've just got the Audio Box i1 and then I've got the Fader Port 16.
I've got a Fader Port 16. I've got an audio box. I've got the 1810C, and I've got an audio i2.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting the i2.
Yeah, the i2's a nice one.
Yeah.
What I've done is I've just aggregate devised them on Mac to create sort of 2.
Here we go.
So I've got more inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was otherwise I was unplugging my mic and my headphones and stuff when I was writing with the keyboards and then having to plug it all back into Stream. So it's just it gives me a couple of extra inputs I don't have to mess about with.
Oh, right. This is where you can put in the names as well.
Oh, there you go.
of the instrument on the on whatever socket it's using. It's DIN MIDI. There we go. Okay. Right. All right. Let's see what that leads us to. So I suppose the guy in the shop was half right, I suppose.
Yeah, it's sort of, but it seems, like I say, it seems to be the way now. You know, even though with Macs there's no drivers as such,
Yeah.
as compliant, you still have to have controlling software, which is a bit of a ball ache.
Yeah. Although it still doesn't show it. Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what we do. We'll shut down Cubase and let it fire up again. Because it's still doing the weird thing where it's not showing all the ports.
Might have to reboot the computer.
Maybe.
Now, when you set it up in Cubase, did you have to add each port individually, or
No, it just found them on the PC
found
one,
them?
would you believe? Yeah, it just found
That's
everything.
Interesting.
Which wouldn't have been a problem at one time, Dave, because I would have run Cubase and everything out from the PC and just used
Right.
the Mac for audio and stuff like that. Whereas I'm trying to run everything from the Mac now, and the PC is now just going to be a VST player, as it were, for the stuff that you can't get on Mac. I mean, there was one or two libraries on there, older libraries that were PC specific, would you believe? Alright, let's have a look. Let's see if that'll fire up. That's very interesting. That doesn't happen every day of the week. Piece of software refuses to boot. And I know why. Because it hasn't actually fully shut down. It does that. Looks like it's shut down now, and it hasn't. Are you leaving that angler there, missus? Hey? You love your anglers, don't you? Right, let's have a look. Do a project from scratch again. There you go. Destinations. No. I don't know. It's a weirdo thing. I'll have to sit down with this tomorrow. And it's not good.
Well, at least we discovered one little issue that we've cured.
Yeah, there's clearly some cobblers going on in some capacity. No idea. Probably find something at some point. Even that doesn't find anything, does it? Yeah, it's just... It talks about, going to the audio MIDI setup.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec, what's this? MIDI interface. Oh, that's a bit weird. Oh, this is where I wish I hadn't set it up like this. Because they basically wanted me to turn off the unit and turn it on again. Of course, the power switch is behind it. Of course, it's all snugly tucked into the rack under the monitor. Pull half the fucking cables out, pulling it out. Oh well, never mind. It is what it is. I will come back to it tomorrow.
Yeah. Like I say, at least you've got an idea where you can work into it now. So
Yeah, I've got something to work with, or on at least. So.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass.
Oh, it wouldn't be any fun if it was easy, would it?
No, it wouldn't, I suppose. It's a good point.
I certainly think about the trade that you went into. That was never fucking easy.
Yeah, we get used to disappointment in that.
Yeah.
See, that's got no problem. So if I set that to... Let's set that to 85 instead. Oh God, why is the keyboard so far away? No problem. No problem. Syncs like a bitch.
That's a pretty fancy one-note jam there.
It sounded like one note, but, you know, it's actually 5. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, and then you've got the scenes on it as well. And all that. You can shush now. Thank you. So, and then the poly aftertouch, and then the pedals, and it's like, oh my God, there's just so many things in just one patch. You know, you could play it like 11 times in a row, and play it differently every single time. It's just ridiculous.
Listen, I struggled using fucking one hand, let alone 2 hands and 2 bloody feet. So said that for that.
Don't worry, the left hand tends to do nothing more than big octaves. Just do octaves, man.
Yeah, I still struggle with those, mate. Wouldn't even worry about that.
It's triads that I have trouble with. These the big wide triads with one hand. God, it hurts. And of course, Gitface over here loves writing stuff with wide triads. You know.
Yeah.
Clearly a
Try to play
fan of.
Rachmaninoff.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
He made a video where Rachmaninoff had big hands.
Yeah, I can't even do it on this. You would look for one of his pieces, it's like, forget it.
It's weird. It goes. Some of the patches you push the pedal down, it goes from like sounds like a Korg and ends up sounding like a Yamaha, or sometimes there's a Yamaha and ends up sounding like a Roland. It's like, oh, okay, it's all over the shop.
Well, it will sound as good as the Genos 2.
I'll tell you what. When I saw that unboxing video, and the box is as big as the one for this, and he opens it up, and it's literally packed exactly the same way as the M8, right? But when he picked it up and put it onto the stand, and it bounced, right? And I went, oh, where's the substance? Considering the thing,
there, basically, is like,
yeah, but you consider the thing costs like $1,000 more.
yeah,
You get all this.
you're paying for all the extra air inside the box.
Yeah.
Well, you know, was it real estate is a premium? if it's fresh air, even more so.
Yeah. It's a bit weird, I must admit.
I can't do it. I haven't played that piece in, I don't know, 15 years.
I had a friend who could play it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
It's supposed to be a CS80 type patch.
Oh, I can hear it.
Yeah. It's definitely there. And then you can make it go weird.
Sounds like something Hans would use.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't bought one of these things. And that's it turned down and it's distorting. Good God. That patch was the same volume as the other one.
That's distortion for the kids.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of scenes on it as well, wasn't it?
I wonder if they put any Skrillex patches on there.
I'd imagine.
Bro step.
Same patch. It's really low. Okay. What a big old girl. Very big girl. So, and just some of them just like, you know, I must admit I've been hanging around in the live sets lately. There's so much in there, it's ridiculous. It's taking me forever to go through everything. So, of course, now I'm not sure now. This one isn't going to be talking to the PC anymore now, is it? Jeez.
Is there a bunch of free downloadable content for the montage, or is it all in there already?
I haven't really looked, to be honest. Sort of like, you know, it's overwhelming enough as it is without me actually adding to that yet. Get a handle on some of it first before we move on, you know what I mean? So, but like I said, you know, getting the synchronization in here sorted is going to be key. And there was another problem I was having that I didn't think I would have. What was it? Oh yeah, the Rise will not Bluetooth to the Mac Studio.
Really?
Again, software.
Set it up exactly the same as I've got it on the Mac Mini and the iPad. Connects to both of them, no problem.
Silly question: is the Bluetooth switched on?
Yes, it is. I checked that. I did
No,
check
'cause
that.
the amount of times I've done.
Oh
that,
no! Totally with you on it. Totally with you on it. But you actually see it there in this guy, looking.
Does it ever
looking.
connect and then disconnect, or is it just never
No,
finishes?
it's never shown up.
Yeah.
Not once. Not once. The block doesn't either, which is also weird.
Wow.
So, I don't know.
Could be different. I'm just wondering whether the Bluetooth protocol shouldn't make a difference, should they?
No, I mean it shouldn't, because it's literally designed to work with this fucking format.
Well, I think Rolly is Bluetooth 4. That's probably Bluetooth 5, but that shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't really matter, should it?
No, it should be backwards compatible.
Yeah.
It's certainly.
Because on the iPad or iPhone, Rolly stuff works amazing.
I'm just wondering if they on the Mac Studio, for whatever reason, or with this particular OS, I don't know, that they have it connect and they don't bother showing it as being connected. Possibly. Let's look more. If I give it Equator 2 to play with. So we can find that on here.
Well, that's nice about iOS is you can use the BLE app, Bluetooth Low Energy, and actually force pair something if it doesn't automatically pair in the gear.
Yeah.
And some apps you have to do that. So just depends.
Hello, dear.
Hello again.
No.
Bonsoir, monsieur, as they say.
Ciao, bella. Just had my little Agatha Christie fix.
Oh, yeah.
I was down near her house tonight.
Where did we
Greenway.
when we came to Devon?
Oh, I know what I'll do.
Devon knows how they make it so creamy.
We do.
We went to that place, which I cannot remember the name, where the hotel is on that little, almost like a little island.
St. Michael's Mount.
No, it's
Burr Island.
That sounds familiar.
Burr Island.
It's like an Art Deco 1920s, 1930s hotel that she used to go and write at. And you can get across it on this tractor thing, which is just like a shed
Burr
on
Island.
stilts with wheels.
Yeah.
Or you can wait till the tide goes out and walk across. Yeah.
Oh, I know the thingy. It had it at the end of Holy Grail. Is that the place?
No, that was up in Scotland, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. But it's a lovely little island, and it's got this lovely hotel and a little pub.
Right.
And the hotel, I think you can stay at it, but it ain't cheap because it's got the Christie connection. But I do like a good Christie.
And you've got to come to Greenway. The house she lived in, like I say, I was out there. It was only.
Does she still live there?
I don't think so now. I think you're a bit late for that.
Did she get killed? Who murdered her? I wonder. Could this be an Agatha Christie mystery? No. Or a
Have
Christie
you
mystery?
been smoking something while you've been away?
No. Gin and tonic.
Well.
No, it was Colonel Mustard in the hall with the knife.
Yes. Well, this one, it was Mrs. Wayne Fleet. Wayne Flight. Something like that. It was the one we didn't think. Of course, it never is. I tell you what I do like. Have you ever seen any of the new Kenneth Branagh ones?
Yes.
They are brilliant.
Yes. That what was that? Almost like a ghost story one, but it wasn't.
The latest one.
Yeah.
Haunting in Venice.
That's the one. Very good.
Because they're done with such high production values that they're classic. You know, they are the epitome of an Agatha Christie story, and and he's fantastic, and he's a brilliant director as well. And the cast, it's just,
Well, I mean, they got one on downstairs at the moment.
Guess what?
Oh, it is, yeah. But where Agatha Christie character is that the black geezer from Africa. I'm looking at it. I'm going. I don't know how much he would have been able to walk around and question people back in the day.
But they deal with that.
Yeah.
Whoever's adapted that, because obviously it's adapted.
Oh yeah.
They've adapted the story to fit his character, and therefore they've changed it. So he's from Nigeria. He's come over from Nigeria in the early 50s, as many members of the colony, shall we say, did, at our behest, to rebuild the nation. And he's got a job in Whitehall, and he meets Lavinia Pinkerton, who's Penelope Wilton, who's just brilliant. And he meets her on a train, and he gets, but it deals with his heritage and his roots and where he's come from, and the fact that Nigeria is fighting for independence, he feels compelled. But it's very cleverly done. But it's not like in your face. But everyone does treat it, and one of the characters is a proponent of eugenics,
Oh, the Doctor.
Yeah, the Doctor, and that comes out, and
Yeah.
it's very good. It's very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that. But,
Yes, indeed.
yes, The Haunting in Venice was Halloween Party, was set in, but it's so much better.
Yeah, well, you know, if it's exactly the same as the book, there will already been a film, so it makes sense that you adapt and sort of like play with it a bit.
And I think,
although
like Kenneth Branagh,
the guy who wrote that Doctor Who over Christmas needs fucking hanging.
oh, tell me about it. I was so disappointed.
I mean, it weren't.
I know it's like a Christmas special, and so therefore it might need to be a little bit, but a fucking musical. What?
Yeah. That was the point where I went, oh dear.
Yeah, it got better after that.
Mm.
It kind of came back in line. But
Yeah. It's hardly hide behind the sofa, was it?
No. I will allow them to get that one out of the system.
Yes.
And now we've got to wait till May.
Oh, isn't it?
Yeah, the series starts in May. So yes.
Okay, that actually bloody works.
What's that?
Rise on the Mac.
That's right. We've been curing more problems.
Don't break anything else, Jesus.
But not fully.
Well, it says there was some. He's discovered there was some software missing from his iConnective thing. So
Yeah. Things are not.
it probably needs a reboot just to finish it. So
And it should. Hang on a minute. If everything is
it
downloaded.
should go in, but
Right, the apps are set up so everything is downloaded. Right, let's open the dashboard a minute. What are you set to and why? Slide 74. Yeah. Okay, MPE is on. Excellent. Yeah. See, yeah. Okay, transfer. Pitch bend range set to 48. Well, if that's 48, that isn't 48, mate. What the fucking hell's going on here? That's more like 4. Try that.
4.8.
That's not right. Why? I tell you what. Let's change the curves. Can I reset the curves, please? No, don't save the curve. Reset the curve. Reset. Motherfucker. Will you reset the curve? Okay, right, here we go. That's better. Right, reset adaptation curve. No, that's not right. It's now got exactly the same settings that it has on the Mac Mini, and it's completely different feel on it. What the hell is going on? Oh, I could crush a grip. Look at that. Fuck all going on.
We can't hear anything, so.
You can't hear anything?
No.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
We're going like this and we're just taking your word for it.
You can't hear that?
Nope. But we can hear that.
You can
But
hear
it's
that.
plugged into the same fucking mixer.
Is it muted?
Oh, we can hear something. Do that again.
That came through your speakers.
You're probably hearing it from here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's... But, hang on. Monitor bypass.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it worked better when I was using the PC. Or is it because I'm using the Mac? Yeah, probably more that direction, isn't it? It's not the computer, it's me.
It does seem to be the common denominator.
Well, but I can get everything else to work okay.
So that's plugged directly into your mixer.
As is the computer.
So what's your Rowley connected to?
The computer.
What computer?
The Mac.
Right, okay.
But that's, remember, it only sends data.
So what
So it's
what
going
are
to
you hearing?
Equator
Right,
in
okay.
Cubase on the Mac.
So you've got Equator set as a plugin on Cubase on the Mac.
Yep.
Now, what is Cubase being outputted to?
Yeah. What's your audio output?
Focusrite. As is everything else in the room. Mad. Mad.
Just promise me one thing: you won't unplug or plug in anything.
I'm really past that at the moment. I've
He's
done
already
2 weeks of that.
on
Not
board.
doing that anymore. I'm used to getting teething problems, but fucking hell, nothing like this.
So, are you able to play any other software instruments and have them come through?
Let's have a look. Because the common denominator might be that there's something up the shitter with Cubase since I used it last when everybody was hearing it. Let's have a look.
So,
Studio audio connections.
what is set as your audio input on StreamYard?
The Focusrite, I think. Let me just have a quick butchers. Yep, the Scarlet.
Do you have the loopback software, as in the standalone loopback software installed?
Yeah, it's on there.
And in loopback, in your loopback device, is Cubase an object in that?
Let me check that for you. Okay, stick that down there. Oh, testicles, where is it? Where the hell? Why was it not in my bar? I don't know either.
Because you didn't put it there.
Always used to be there. Let's have a look into apps then. Where are you? Oh, look back. In here. No. Were you there? Oh, here we go. Hang on. It's gone ape shit. Oh, come on. Don't come up with that. I don't even own one of them anymore. Go away. Where's it gone? I can't find my loopback icon anywhere with it.
Open up Spotlight
Yeah.
and just type in loopback.
Yeah.
When we go up and fix his studio, we're nailing his fucking hands to the desk.
I go. Oh,
Sit
no.
Max, lock him in the Mustang.
Oh.
I'll just set fire to a studio that cure all the problems.
Well, I've killed all the other ones now, at least. Michael has been too quiet. Fucking, and that thing where it used to do the robot thing after 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
Got rid of that and all. Oh, here we go. Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. Before you say anything else, if you look, if you go to that object and just highlight it by clicking on the title of it, so it gets a little green
Yep.
outline. If you then click on the options underneath, is the mute when capturing ticked or not ticked?
Not ticked.
Now, if you just play your Rolly Rise, do you see the meters going?
No.
So Cubase. So yeah. So you've got the Cubase. You got Cubase listed. Okay. Tell you what. Just in case. On that instance of Cubase in Loopback, click on it so it's got the green edging, and then at the very bottom of your Loopback window there's a delete button. Delete it.
Okay.
Now go back to the top of your Loopback window, and where it says sources there's a little plus symbol. Click on that. If Cubase is active, it should be sitting under running applications. You should see it listed.
There it is.
So click on it and select it. And that will now drop back into an attached unit. Okay, and then just drop down the options, and you'll need to untick mute when capturing, because it should tick it automatically.
There we go.
So it's unticked, yeah? Try again. Okay, so it's not that. So it would suggest that maybe Cubase is not pointing. Your Focusrite has got multiple input channels. What's it currently set to?
Everything goes into 1, 2.
And Cubase is outputting to what?
The Focusrite directly via USB-C.
But what channels is it outputting to in Cubase?
Hang on a sec.
In your audio
Also, 1 and
Cubase.
it's on the virtual, so it goes in, going out, go out. So it's all 1, 2. There's something else going on here. Hang on.
Okay.
Let's have a look here. Software door playback 1 and 2.
So
and it's showing going out on the analog 1 and 2 that the mic and everything else is on. How's that feel weird?
Can you run Equator as a standalone, or is it? Does it have a standalone version?
Oh God, that's a good question. Hang on. Let me shut down the Cubase altogether. I think if you have Cubase running, it boots up as a VST, and if it's not, it doesn't, kind of thing. Oh, for crying out! Really? Come on, turn off. No, go away. Thank you. Right, make sure it's actually turned off. Cool. Right, now let's go and get Equator. Right. Okay. Skip that. Okay.
So hang on, is Equator run? You've got Equator running as a standalone application.
Yeah.
Right. Go back to your Loopback window.
Okay.
And go to Sources.
Yeah.
And click the plus sign.
Yeah.
And in that top group of running applications,
Uh-huh.
you should see Equator as a running application.
Yeah.
Right. Click on that.
Yeah, add that in. Yeah.
And then go to its instance and drop the options thing down and untick mute when capturing.
While capturing, yeah.
Right, now try playing it. Okay, one more thing. In Equator,
yeah,
go to your because I'm completely unfamiliar with the application, but there should be some like a preferences or an options, and you can select your MIDI input, MIDI output, an audio input, an audio output, stuff.
Right, let's have a look at the globals and see what we got here.
It's the audio output selection.
No. Nothing there.
It must have an audio output. If it's a standalone
Yeah, it has to
application,
have
you must
one.
be able to have something that selects where the audio goes.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. Ah, here we go. Tiny little thingy over the other side. Right, Scarlett. Output 1 and 2.
What are your other options, just out of interest?
Mac Studio speakers. The mixer itself.
Yeah.
And the Scarlett.
So Scarlett, Mac Studio.
Oh, yeah, no, the Scarlett, because it's a replete of what it's clicked on. Yeah, so those are the 3 things available to it.
And then does it allow you to choose which channels of the Scarlett? Like 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5
Let
and
me have a
6?
look. Let me have a look. Yes, it will. Yeah.
How
So
many
that's
options have you got?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14, 15 and 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20.
And it's currently set to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Thinking here.
Do you know what I'm tempted to do?
Don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm tempted to pull Luke back off and put it on again.
Oh, okay.
That's not really going to do. I don't think. It's
Yeah.
Well, I'm suggesting that because
Have
I
you got
remember
the
doing it a few months ago and it cured something. What was it? The robot voice.
No, I don't think it's that.
Well, it didn't do it again.
In your loop back, do you have anything under the monitors column?
No. No. Oh, let me try this. Hang on a sec.
And in loop back window, underneath output channels, you should have one item that everything's feeding into. Does that say channels 1 and 2?
Yeah. Oh yes, it was.
And when you play your Rise, or when you play Quake as a standalone, are you seeing any levels in its object in loopback?
Well, it appears to be. Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to try this now. Hang on.
One more question. I'm just thinking all the obvious stuff. Again, in your loopback window on the left-hand side under devices, you've got your loopback instance, yeah?
Try this.
No.
Nothing.
Right, I can see why, or at least I think I can see why. Give me a moment here. Right, that is direct now. Okay. You getting that?
No. The thing was, the other day you were playing some of your string libraries,
Yeah.
and we were hearing those absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was from the PC.
Right. Okay.
That's coming in on 1, 2. 1, 2. One, 2. Right, that's coming in virtually. That's the Equator 2 listed as a standalone.
Under
Straight
devices
through.
on the left-hand side of loopback,
Mm,
you've got one device, I assume.
yeah.
What have you got underneath devices?
I've got Scarlett.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there'll be a volume slider underneath that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 100%.
It's 100%.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, all this is going through that. And it's showing. Oh, hello. It's showing the equator. It's showing the signal going in and going out channel 1 too.
And it's showing, you're seeing levels.
Yeah. Along with the mic and all the other keyboards. It's all there. How's that for a head fuck? It doesn't show up on any other channels either. Let me have a look. Yeah. There it is. Plain as day. But it's not going through, is it? Mm.
Okay, just one more. Can you open up your audio, your Mac audio devices window?
Yeah. There you go.
Now, down on the left-hand side, you'll see a various things. One of which will be your stream back, loop back device.
Yep.
Whatever that might be.
Yeah.
Just click on that, and what you should see under the input tab is a primary, and then
1 and 2. Yeah.
1 and 2, and the levels all up. Max.
All up.
Okay. All right. So then, in that left-hand column, there should be there are 3 mini icons. One that looks like a speaker, one that looks like a microphone, and one that looks like a bell. And they should be assigned to something. So
where's that again?
So on the left-hand column,
yeah,
you've got your listed sound devices.
Oh yes, yeah, I see them. Yeah.
So there should be 3 little icons: a bell, a microphone, and a speaker. Are they all assigned to your Scarlett?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. That rules that out.
So it's not that either. But we're actually seeing audio from this bit of software for this Rise leaving, going into channels 1, 2 outputs, along with everything else.
All right. Have you got?
Weird as fuck.
All right. Shut the shut Equator down. Standalone.
Yep.
Have you got another instrument on your Mac that has a standalone version? Be it GeForce, something GeForce or
GeForce,
whatever.
Cherry Audio, Arturia.
I don't know if I've got anything else on here at the moment. Let me. Oh, hello. What was that? Focus right. Just had a head fuck. Let me have a look here. See if we have anything. I must have something. No, I don't at the moment.
No other instruments that.
No, not at the moment. No, I was trying to get everything else sorted out before I put anything on it. You know, the fundamental building blocks, get them to work, and then.
Well, I just wanted to see if it was, because if you have another plugin on there,
yeah,
that has a standalone option, and just try that. And if that's doing the same as Equator, then it's probably not an issue with Equator. But if it did work, then the issue might be with Equator itself.
I can always go and get another one. Let's go and get another one. Hang on.
Just log in your GeForce account and pick something from there.
Actually, I was thinking of nipping over to Cherry.
Or Cherry Audio even.
Yeah, while I'm here. Yep. Oh, of course it won't remember, will it? I'm going to save passwords on the bloody PC, aren't I? Oh, it ain't that one, mate. No. Try again.
So the audio that's going into StreamYard, that's the focus, right?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Ah, hang on a minute. Don't do any. Don't move. Don't step away. Step away. Right. Go to your StreamYard settings.
Okay.
StreamYard audio settings.
StreamYard audio settings.
Okay. And what have you got selected in the drop-down menu underneath mic?
The Scarlet.
Right. Drop it down.
Mm-hmm.
And choose your StreamYard device, of the virtual StreamYard device, whatever you call it.
Okay.
Do that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And underneath that, have you got stereo audio ticked?
I have indeed.
And automatically adjust mic volume?
No.
Okay, just tick that.
Okay.
And
There you
then,
go.
lovely. Echo cancellation and reduce background noise are unticked, yeah?
They are unticked.
Okay. Close the window and play your Rolly.
Oh, you reckon it's this? Okay, let's call up Equator again. Yeah, it could be this. It could very well be this, in fact. Let's have a look.
Bingo. That's it. Now, don't touch anything.
Well, it was those settings because I didn't touch anything. That's the problem.
Well, now that it works, don't touch anything.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Do you know
Once I
what?
get everything to work, that is
Oh,
my
man.
absolute goal.
Pour super glue over your keyboard.
I never changed the fuckers. That's why it wasn't working.
There you go.
See? If I don't touch it, it don't work. If I do touch it,
It
it
don't
don't
work.
work.
But it don't work even more.
Actually, it worked even less.
Sorry, I have to laugh at this. I've been billed as Robin in Henrik's stream on Saturday. Robin Puricelli.
Cool.
Way to go, Robin.
It
Thank you,
could have been
Batman.
worse. You could have been, Robin Pancreatic or something.
That sounds a bit grim. Okay,
isn't it?
so now,
Or
if you shut
panettone.
Equator down, better. Hey, at least it's Italian.
Hey.
If you shut Equator down and start
Yeah.
Cubase up again
Yeah.
and try it from Cubase,
Yeah.
that should work again,
Yeah, it's
hopefully.
something-
Or have I
something
just
that-
opened another can of worms?
Well, it's probably something that StreamYard don't. Well, I mean, it would explain why I'm hearing it and you weren't. So it's got to be something
Exactly.
to do with the way
Yeah.
StreamYard was processing various audio streams.
Yeah. And everything else, like your montage and stuff.
Yeah.
That's still just hit a key on your montage. Thank you. That'll do. It works.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Thank fuck you know what you're doing, Rob.
Sorry?
I said, thank fuck you know what you're doing.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Nobody knows what he's doing, though.
Yeah, but you're going into stuff that I have no.
Yeah, but that makes three of us.
We've all been there. That's the thing. We've all
Yeah,
been there.
true.
Still ain't gliding right, though. Little bastard. What's going on?
Oh, well, that's your problem, that is.
Oh,
Yeah,
I noticed. Right, set the 48. Let's turn it right up then.
Nope. We can't hear that now, by the way.
You can't hear that.
He just reset it. Well, I've just done something I've never managed to do before. I've just crashed an iPhone.
Wow.
Fuck knows how.
Ah, hang on a second. I will be with you momentarily. Get that. Dump it in dustbin. Alright, fuck off. Alright, there you go. There you are, you little bitch.
There you go.
Now I can't hear it. Are you kidding me? I can't hear that.
We can hear that loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear that.
Yeah, but I can't. Oh, hang on. No, nothing. Not a fucking dicky body.
Okay, so if you go into your StreamYard settings again,
Oh,
let's
here
start,
we
let's start
go.
this end.
Yep.
What is your speaker setting?
Where are you? I'll get to you in a minute. So many fucking windows open on here now. Right, audio. Let's have a look. I can hear that. What do we have available to us? The Scarlett, the mixer,
So you're
Mac Studio speakers. That's it. That's all that's there.
okay. So the top selection should be that should be marked default and then Scarlett,
Yeah,
and that's the one that you got selected.
that is the one I got selected.
And where are your headphones plugged into?
They are plugged into the Scarlett.
They are plugged into the Scarlett.
Indeed they are.
Okay. So if you press the test button next to the
You hear
speaker thing,
the StreamYard.
do you actually hear that?
Hang on.
Let's
Oh, it's so
test your
Christmassy.
stream, yeah. Okay, so
You are a wanker. You couldn't set up a fucking a brothel. Yeah. Okay.
So I would then suggest going back to your loop back and just
Yes.
checking that Cubase
Cubase is.
is in the list and the mute when
And it-
capturing is turned off.
Oh, hang on. Because this is the new setting. There we go. Try it. Ah, there we go. We're there.
Right, play it. Do you hear that?
I hear that.
We don't. No, I kid. We do. So it's worth it for that momentary second.
Fuck you.
Okay,
All right, fuck you as well. I don't go.
You know,
there we go.
He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it.
oh, that was beautiful.
I've got to turn my phone on.
He's got all hot and
Well
flustered
done.
now.
Got hot and bothered. I think I'm coming out in sympathy with my wife. I'm having hot flushes. Or maybe it's the heart attack. I don't know.
Because
Let's go with hot flushes.
Do you know, I fitted a new head unit to my wife's car. It was my Christmas present to her. I got a big touchscreen head unit with CarPlay and everything, because she's every time she likes it in my car, but then the one of the people that works with her, who is one of my son's best friends,
Fucking
he just
jokers
got
in the chat.
he just got a VW Polo from his parents, and he's got this touchscreen head unit. And Jackie was like, "Oh, I don't have one of those." I'm like, "Rob, for Christmas, could I have a touchscreen head?" So we go, touchscreen head unit. And I'm in the car and I'm twisting it because I'm like shoved my toolkit on the back seat, and I'm like this. And as I'm doing that, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm going to feel that in the morning because I'm an old unfit fat fucker. And I woke up with this pain, sort of like, well, not a pain, like an ache down my left hand side. And I thought, is that a heart attack? Oh no, it wasn't. It was because I was twisting around in the car.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they've come on a little bit, haven't they, car stereos over the years? Do you remember when you used to have to, some cars, you had to do something with the ignition switching because the stereo would stay on if you turned the ignition off, so you had to do something with the cable, cross a cable, a bit like Ghostbusters, cross the streams. And it was something like,
You just do a take on pick up from the fuse box.
yeah. So I'm sort of like, nowadays these things, they all come with CAN bus connectors.
Yeah.
And you just go click, boom, with a little box of tricks that then talks to the car and interprets the information from the car into the car stereo. Job's a good one.
Yeah.
And it was just so bloody simple. And the unit is like this deep from the front of the screen to the back of the unit, because it's just a digital
Oh,
thing.
you lucky bastard.
There's no CDs, there's no tapes.
Mine's
It's just,
but that deep.
I know,
That tall.
bonkers.
So,
Yeah.
but like I said, the films look good on it. So
Yeah. So she's happy now. She's got, as soon as she gets in her car, the CarPlay just comes on. She's like, oh, I can do my thing.
it just reminded me. I've got to repair that door, haven't I?
Yeah, worst thing about CarPlay is you can still be reached by fucking text message in there then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or no, but the thing is, the CarPlay you can actually put driving mode on. So as soon as you get in, the phone goes into driving mode, and it won't send you any text until you're out of driving
Yeah,
mode.
that's
So.
true.
But hers, because my car is what 2018. But this unit, obviously, it's a brand new unit. Her unit does CarPlay wirelessly, whereas my unit doesn't. My unit sort of just preceded, and I don't think it can do it. I'm pretty sure it can't do it. So she just gets in the car and it hooks up. I have to get in the car and plug mine in. It's got a little thing in the armrest, and just plug it in there,
Yeah.
and then I get everything. But
Yeah, mine does both, so.
yeah, I wouldn't be without it now.
No,
Yeah,
no. It's,
I mean, the Bluetooth in my one, if I take my iPad out into the Chrysler, it picks up, it connects automatically to the iPad.
Yeah.
So, and then-
it's nice because when you get a new like Andy and Grace hardware jam or a new album out, you just stick it on the phone in the car, and then when I'm going over at my mum's, it's about an hour's drive. Just sit and listen to it.
Do you remember when we used to have the door compartments and the glove boxes of our cars filled up with cassettes and or CDs?
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd lose an album, and you think, where the bloody hell is it? And you'd find it underneath the front seat of your car or something. All
Do you
scratched up
remember
the
the tape converter to plug into a portable?
Oh, mate, yeah.
Yeah.
3.5mm jack to this cassette that you can put in.
Well, I tell you what, the Boston sound system I've got in the Chrysler, I'm not kidding you, the bass speakers are bigger than the ones in the monitors in here.
I love Boston
enormous
Acoustics. I had a set of Boston Acoustics 2.1 speakers with my Gateway. We sold them at Gateway. They were so good until they broke.
Yeah, well, like everything.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got audio. We still haven't got clock to everything.
No, I'm not going to help you with that.
No, even I'm sort of like fading thinking about it. It's like, do I really want to do that?
There we go. HD7s. I love them. Were my studio monitors for a while. $6 at a thrift store.
Well, that's not bad.
Only thing I had to do was refoam them.
I'll do that.
No.
What monitors do you use, Rob?
Sorry?
What monitors do you use?
I have IK Multimedia iLouds.
I use...
Putting those out at Synthfest. Or the equipment.
I'm on Adams now. Adam will
Does Adam mind?
No, he had no
I'm
choice.
here all week.
You had to check with Eve first.
Yeah. No, what did I used to have? I can't remember now. JBL Control 1s. Which are all right. If you have them hooked up to a decent amp. But then when I was doing some work for IK, I was like really impressed with these little things. And I think I can't remember when it was. It was when I was doing one of the shows at Cambridge, and the IK Multimedia guy in the UK, Paul, who's an absolute diamond geezer. He lives in Cambridge, so I phoned him up and I said, "Are you going to this show? Because if you are, can I borrow your iLouds?" He said, "Yeah, no." So he popped them up first thing in the morning. Bless him. Pops them in. I said, "Lovely, thank you very much. I'll use them today and tomorrow. How shall I get them back to you?" He said, "Dad, don't worry." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, I've got the big iLouds now." I said, "Oh, okay." Can you get me a set? Okay, no, I won't. Because they are fucking lush. Those the big iLouds are just amazing, unbelievably good.
First thing I bought when my ex-wife fucked off was a pair of HS50s.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever had, and I've got the 8-inch sub that goes with them.
Nice.
Love those. And they do say keep your monitors because you learn them, don't you? So
Yeah.
why I've never changed them.
Well, my favourite monitors are my Bronze 6s. They're nearly as tall as me. But Lumpy downstairs nicked them for the TV.
Lumpy downstairs.
Bleeding woman.
Are you trying to summon the Kraken? Oh,
Yeah, because I could do another copy. She can make it if she was up here. I could send her down with a mug. Here we go.
hang on. Fiona, Kent is talking shit about you. There you go. That'll get you coffee.
Thanks, bud.
Over your head.
Oh, what was it? Luke looked at your birthday stream, Kent. The bit where Fiona says she's having cake and she pulls the knife on you.
Yeah.
He said, "You want to put that up as real?" He said, "That'd go fucking viral."
Yeah, she's quite the actress herself, Fiona, I tell you.
And so was you in that clip as well.
So I use Event TR8s now.
Nice.
Traded a Korg Cross 88 for them because I didn't like the action, and yeah.
Event's a dirty word around here.
Are they?
Go on, why?
Because I bought their Easy Bus, and 6 months later they just disowned it. They literally dropped it like a hot potato.
That's different.
It's a good little hardware mixer, but it was a bit ahead of its time. Well, they were a bit ahead of their time, should I say? They sold it as a 3-in-1 unit, so it could be a hardware mixer with lots of fancy digital routing. So you had like loads of inputs at the top, and you could route any of those inputs to any of the faders.
Not that.
It was a control surface for your digital audio workstation of choice, which back then wasn't a huge amount of choice. So it had transport controls and everything, and it was an audio interface over USB, but is USB 1. And it was also a control surface for plugins. So, for example, you could use the faders as drawbars, or so on and so forth. And they provided you with some USB drivers. So, bearing in mind this is USB 1, and some templates for the digital audio workstation. And I was on Cubase at the time, so Cubase was definitely that was supported. But the USB audio driver was, as you'd expect with USB 1, very poor. You're limited to 2 channels at any time, and if you wanted to get 8 channels into and out of, they suggested you buy their ADAT PCI card. So you then had to go out and buy something else to put, and then connect everything via ADAT. So it was pointless, and the USB drivers were terrible. The latency was shocking, and you couldn't. The buffer rate was. You'd hit a key on your keyboard and go and make a cup of tea and come back and hear the note.
That's...
And then they did update the drivers a couple of times, and it did kind of get a little bit better to the point where it was almost usable. And then they just abandoned it. And this was back in before the sorts of communication that we had. There was internet, but it wasn't great.
No.
And
2001, 2002.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, and they replied a few times and then just stopped replying because I guess they just thought I was a real pain in the arse, which I probably was. And then some guy in Germany whose name escapes me wrote a new driver for it, and it was brilliant. I mean, compared to what was before, it was brilliant, and it made it pretty usable. But then, of course, it was a limited market, and he charged for it. It was about 50 quid for this driver. But it got to the point where I guess there wasn't enough take up for it, so he stopped supporting it. And so then it just got retired out as an interface. So that's when I bought my Sound Blaster Audigy Platinum EX which was another dud because it didn't quite. It was more for gaming than it was for music, which was a silly purchase. But there you go. But I've still got the event, and I still take it and use it as a hardware mixer. Although channels 3 and 4 on the analog inputs are a little bit noisy, but everything else is lovely. But you can still, it's got ADAT on it and SPDIF, and it's got 2 in 4 out MIDI interface, or 1 in 2 out, I can't remember. It's got a MIDI interface built in, which still works, and plug it into a Mac, and it's native. You don't need any drivers.
Yeah, 2 in 2 out looks like.
So so yeah, I plugged it into my Mac once. I thought, oh yeah, this would be funny if this works. Oh my god, it actually works. It just showed up as class compliant, and actually worked without the needing of any drivers of any description. So I use it when I take stuff out, to show, because it's a handy little thing. It's built like a brick shithouse. It's all an all metal construction.
Good bit of kit. That's the thing. It's always handy if these things can be used. Going.
My mistake was I walked into, I think it was Academy of Sound in those days, and those guys knew that I was really into this stuff. So as soon as something new came in, he said, "Hey, Rob, come and have a look at this. You'll love this." And he showed me this thing, and I'd seen it advertised in Sound on Sound, I think it was. Oh, look at this! I'm controlling the faders in Cubase. Oh, that's brilliant! And it's got start-stop buttons and transport. Oh, that's fantastic! He says, "You wait till you see this," and he shows me controlling Arturia's, or was it Arturia's or Native Instruments had a Hammond. One of the very first
the B4.
Ones. Yeah, it could have been that. And he was like, "Look! I'm doing the drawbars. Oh, that's brilliant! How much is this?" And there's something like 600 quid or something. I said, "Oh, I haven't got that." He says, "Oh, but we do great finance packages, you know that."
That's
go on.
Yeah.
How much is that a month? Oh, it's only like £20 a month for 500 years. So, yeah, they had me on that one.
Yes, I've had that. Oh, my good friends in bootleg music. Oh yeah.
Yes, but you don't get those relationships.
That's one rule I've always followed. If I can't buy it outright, I don't buy it.
Don't buy it. Yeah. I learned that much later.
Yeah,
much later.
Yes. Homegrown sent me a link yesterday or the day before. SY99 just up the road in Norwich. 550 quid. It's not bad.
That's not bad.
But I got nowhere to put it. I have got 500 and something quid in savings, but
isn't there a gap between those two racks over there? You can stand it on its end.
Yeah, but then how do I play it? Actually, there is a gap.
MIDI.
But what you don't see is there's the CE25 is up on its end down there as well. There's not a lot of space there to put stuff. But
isn't the Fairlight going soon?
Yeah, that's going to have to move, but temporarily in its place, the other Fairlight's going to have to come in. So I need to think about that. No, I must seriously.
Yeah, but the other
avoid...
one coming in doesn't have to be in a playing orientation, does it?
Well, no, I've got to be able to, because I need to swap some VCAs on a couple of the sound cards, so I need to be able to test it. And because it's been out, albeit flight cased in the garage, it will probably need to have its cards reseated, as these things do.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
So,
okay, so that runs this.
Yeah. Of course, next week I've got to move all of this stuff over there because the radiator's being fixed.
Yeah.
So everything that's in the middle is going to have to go on.
It's been an ongoing concern for quite some time now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they delayed. They were going to come just before Christmas, and then they couldn't. And I said, "Oh, that's okay. Don't worry."
Fuck 'em. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. No audio. It's gone. You.
But what? Okay.
Oh, there he is. No, it's still not there. Okay.
What fucking haunted house?
I don't know. Just barely. There you go. Just barely look at this thing.
So you've got your HydraSynth plugged into the PC.
At the moment, yes. And then once the PC is under the influence of the clock from over here, this will be under the influence of the PC, which will be under the influence of the clock that's over here. So that's the way to do this, because it's not working with the MIDI at all. And this isn't. Mother. Alright, wait a month while this boots up. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'm not being sold on a Hydra heating.
I'm not being sold on the PC.
Well, you wouldn't be anyway, would you?
There you go.
Alright, and just stay like that. That's all you got to do. Just stay like that.
Yeah, don't even look at it.
Don't even look at it. Right. Okay. Now, if I change
No.
MIDI in now goes to USB. Cool. Right, lovely. Right, and save those settings. Go for it, you little cow. Good. Right. Okay. Fine. That's it. We're there. So the sync.
Hello, Siri.
Yeah, darling. You all right? What's up? Come on. Come here. Wait, no, come here. Here. Come in there. Here. Come on. Yeah. She does this sort of thing where she goes, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. Oh, you're going to pick me up. And runs off. Don't you? One day I'll actually pick you up.
Come
Right,
on,
the shit out of you. Yeah, come on. No! Come on, Nels. You don't care, do you? You're
No.
not bothered, are you?
Oh.
You're a smoochy bucket, aren't you? You want to come up? Up. Yeah, I mean up. Come on in. Up you come in. Yeah, I'll grab your ass. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Up! Oh, good God, girl. You need to go on a diet. Oh. Say hi to everybody.
Look at
Say
her.
hi.
Is she about as heavy as a CS80?
Oh, God, no. She's not that heavy yet. You're a good girl, though, weren't you, baby? Hey.
Oh.
I'll grab your belly. There you go. Right. Yeah, there is no biscuits or anything up on the bench. Sorry.
Well, in that case, I'm going to fuck off.
You don't want to stay, do you? Yeah. You go. Climbed all the way up here.
Dad.
Isn't that right? Yeah?
Yeah, she's not happy because
Where's
there
the
were no
ball?
testicles to take out.
Here we go. Where's your ball? Go and find your... Execute order 66.
We'll never get over that.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? But I only ever said it to her once, and then showed her what it was she was supposed to get, and that was it.
Right. Let's see. My
Execute
wife.
order 66. No, not antlers, bone.
What's the time?
10 after 6 over here.
10
10
past
past
11.
11.
Oh, she has bought something.
Go on.
How much?
That's a mouthful. Keep it simple, boys.
17 quid on an iPad case. Jesus.
Well, that's cheap compared to some of the ones I've seen.
The market about 25 quid, but I don't.
Well, she goes to me, look, she said, look at this one, it's only like 11 quid. I said, yeah, whatever, you know. I suppose I should be grateful. I spent 150 quid at Amazon today, but I had 80 quid voucher from work, so.
Nelly, have you performed Order 66 yet?
Bought a nice little stand for my VR stuff.
Execute Order 66.
Charges the handsets and everything.
Got a look
Buddy,
up.
No, there isn't one in here.
bought a USB-C hub for my iPad.
Also bought
Execute Order 66.
the Super Deluxe editions of Ultravox's Rage in Eden and Quartet.
Oh, I think.
With the Stephen Wilson 5.1 mixes.
Nice.
This has got to sound good. Oh, which ones do I have?
Will you look downstairs?
I had a few of them.
Look in the kitchen. Look in the kitchen.
Chinos. Yeah, right.
Go, look in the kitchen.
Oh,
Go find it. Come on. There isn't one in here.
I got a few of those. Let's see.
the gift.
Got that one. Got that 12-inch. Just nothing. Got original Rage in Eden.
Yep. Oh, Vienna.
This one's probably my personal favorite. This one, I've got Lament. And I've got a promo of Quartet. I don't know why I pulled UK out. It's alright. So I got a few of them.
Yeah, I quite like these Super Deluxe editions that they're putting up.
Mm.
Oh, excuse me.
Like, I hadn't heard of them until I got the Live Aid DVD box set like 20 years ago or whenever the heck it came out. And then
Right.
I think they did, at least on the DVD, they had Dancing with Tears in My Eyes and they had the title track to Vienna. And I like both of those, so I was like, all right, I'm going to investigate a little more. No, they're brilliant. Really good stuff.
Yeah, the I'm sure Ty won't mind me mentioning this, but the Emulator 2 that I tried to blag off him earlier on tonight is the one that you see on stage at Live Aid.
Oh, nice.
That Midgeo plays.
Nice.
That's it's a lovely thing.
Mm.
And the Mark 1 is the one that's been sitting in my fucking shed for 3 years.
But has that got any provenance? I don't think it has it?
It's been sitting in my shed for 3 years.
Well,
There you go.
apart from that, ultimate
apart from that, it's the
Any
only
lesser
E1.
provenance?
It's the only E1 I've ever resprayed.
Yeah. And it's an 8 voice as well, isn't it?
She is updated to 8 voices, and I have another 4 voices for it that you
So
can't
I'm
fit.
guessing there's an anniversary or something coming up, and this is what it's all about. Or Robbie's not going to say. No, he's not. Of course, he's not going to say. It's got to be. Luke was down yesterday. I was telling him there's a guy giving away an old Yamaha keyboard, first one I ever got, ESR 400.
Mm.
And I was saying to Luke, I said, "Yeah, I'm tempted to pick it up." And he went, "Why the fuck would you want something like that?" I said, "Because it's the machine that I wrote and performed the only song I've ever done live." And I said, and it was the one that I wrote for your mum the day we got married. He was like, "Oh fuck, right, okay." So, yeah. I was giving it away. I paid 400 quid for it, brand new.
Jeez, yeah. So one of my first ones was the Yamaha VSS 200,
Oh, yeah.
which I bought for $149.95 on hire purchase from the co-op. And then my ex-wife made me sell it. I say made me, she just said, oh, you don't play that anymore, you might as well sell it for 30 quid to some old dear who wanted to play a little hymns on it at home. I'm like, this is a sampling keyboard, but it had, it had nice, it was small and compact, and I threw in the stand as well. So, and I regretted it the moment I did it. As soon as she walked away with it, I was like, I should not have done it. And I grew to sort of just remember it fondly. And then a few years ago on Facebook Marketplace, just out of nowhere, just down the road from me, 35 quid in its box with the original manual.
Nice.
I went round there and I said, "Do you take 25? Oh, go on then." So I've got one back.
Yeah, well.
Nice.
And it was as shit as I remember.
I was 5, and my very first keyboard was a PSS 130. It had 2.5 octaves, 2-note polyphony, 7 rhythms, 7 orchestras, and I think it was just pulse width, and that was the only oscillator in it.
Yeah.
And then after that was the PSS 270, which I still have one of those. The only reason I ever bought it for the $60 I paid for it was nostalgic reasons.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to pull out and play every once
Well,
in
I've
a
still
while.
got my Commodore 64 Sound Studio keyboard, the SFX 61-note controller that plugs into the back of the FM expander module that you plugged into the back of the 64. I've only recently got a 64 from Ollie, actually. He sent me a 64, but it hasn't got a power supply or a cassette deck or anything like that. So I need to spend some time getting that up to speed. And that was probably... That was my first ever... It was a synthesizer. It was an FM synthesizer. It was a basic FM synthesizer, but it was an FM synthesizer.
My first synthesizer was a CX5M with the FM cart in it.
Yeah.
And then I bought an FB01.
Which is pretty much...
And I sold the lot for £40. Yeah, I've done that since.
Mine was a Korg Poly 6 in junior high. I inherited it from my stepdad, and the only reason I inherited it is because the sixth voice was way out of tune. I don't think he had any idea how to tune it, and something broke off inside, and that sixth voice no longer sounded. So I basically just used it as a 5-voice unison monosynth or whatever it was. And then about 6 months later, it fell victim to the leaky battery.
All right.
Now, I have fond memories of that synth. Then in high school, I think it was the day after I graduated, went back to school to pick up a couple things, and my the electronics teacher pulled me into his classroom, and he had 2 racks of MIDI equipment. It was like a full MIDI studio. He had a Korg drum module. I forget what it's called now. There was a TX81Z. There was an FB01. There was like a homemade MIDI patch bay. There was a KMX62 Korg keyboard mixer. There were a couple compressors, and there was a computer that had absolutely no discs with it. He's like, "You want it? Take it all," or like, I'll just. So I did. I took it all and stupidly sold the TX81Z. I wish I'd have kept that now.
I'm trying to.
I do not regret selling the FB01.
I'm trying to talk my stepson into selling me their school controller keyboard. D50. Yeah, apparently they don't use it as a D50. They use it as a controller synth.
Just a controller.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Wow.
Okay.
No, I also remember my senior year, a band director trying to set up a MIDI lab, but very, very basic. It had a Yamaha MDF
Oh, the
MIDI data filer, and then it had a Roland MT32, and then the Korg Concert 3500 piano as a controller. Problem is, nobody knew how to work any of the MIDI stuff on that piano because it was pull the button, press a key, nothing was labeled on it.
MDF? Oh, FBO1. Nice.
Yeah, there it is.
It sounds on that when I had it.
Yeah. Well, it's which module did you have in your CX5M?
I had all of them with it.
What, the SFG01 or the 05?
Both.
They both. Cool.
I had both. Yeah, it came
That's, the FB01 is essentially, I think, an SFG05.
Yeah.
In a box.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was a complete package when I bought it. I think I paid about 100 quid for it. And it had keyboard and it had... Because there was a couple of things you could set in, weren't there? In the bottom,
There was-
and cartridges as well. Yeah.
cartridges in the top, and then you had the FM module in the bottom.
Right. Yeah, there was a couple of those. But
And
yeah,
originally it came with the SFG01, but the SFG01 was crippled deliberately. So the only synthesizer you could MIDI into it, so you could use the YK controllers, but if you wanted to connect a MIDI synth to it, the only MIDI synth it responded to was a
DX7, wasn't it?
DX7. And the reason Yamaha did that was because they were frightened that the CX5M would eat into sales of the DX7. Go figure. Shortly after, they brought out the SFG05, and that could be MIDI to anything.
Yeah.
And it's a slightly improved internal module, but
Oh, is it?
oh yeah, I bought mine off of Jonathan Redman, who you might see in the groups every now and again. He lives not far from here. He was a bit of a crack dealer for me for a little while, because he'd phone me up and he would be like, "Just clearing my studio out, Rob, and I've come across my old CX5M. Would you be interested? Yes, please. How much do you want it, and where shall I meet you?" So,
Not
and
really
then
anything.
it wasn't long after he then phoned me and said, "I've been cleaning out my studio and I just found a QX3 and an RX5. Are you interested?" "Yes, how much do you want, and where shall I meet you?"
What the fuck do I not know these people?
And then it wasn't that long afterwards that he phoned me up and says, "Been cleaning out my studio and I've just found my Korg Z1 and my Yamaha CS6X. Are you interested?" So, yeah, rinse and
How much
repeat.
harm has he got left? Because you must have bitten most of it off.
I think I cleaned out. He kept most of his modular stuff, but all his old kind of 90s gear and 80s gear he sold to me at very reasonable prices, and he's a very lovely man. I have to say that. Contractually obliged.
At least then feeds back into what I've been saying about you
I was
becoming
going to say it's in the contract.
the custodian of the history of Yamaha. So to speak.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I buy up all the old shit.
Well, no, it's not old shit, is it?
No.
Let's be fair, you know. It's all got a reason for being. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I need to get an SY.
there was one going down here. Was it 77?
No, it's got to be the 99, because the 77's got bugs.
I wasn't
They never
there.
fixed.
You were after
Yeah.
one particular one. I couldn't remember which one it was.
Yeah, it's the 99. 'cause that
99.
is the cream of the crop. So, I say there's one in Norwich, it's 550 quid, and I keep thinking to myself, I should do it.
Are you going to get the opportunity again? That's the question.
Yeah, when are you going to see another one for that price?
Well, I've seen
And what-
3 or 4. I would say in the last year I've seen 3 or 4, and they've all been around 500 quid.
What kind of condition?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I've not seen any of them in person, but from the photos and the descriptions, they're all
Right.
sort of listed as pretty decent. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, thanks, homegrown.
Yeah. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I ordered the Drive emulator, so hopefully in the next couple of weeks that'll show up.
That'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
So the thing is, as much as I've got loads of Chris Poacher's drives, both my Emaxes have got poacher drives in them. In fact, and I've got a prototype Gotek from Chris for the Mark II DX7 that he said, if I build one of these prototypes, can I send it to you for testing, because I don't have a DX7 II here.
Yeah.
And so he built it and sent it, because the way the drive is placed in the Mark II DX7 is kind of upside down, and it sits behind the body of the. So it's not like an Emax where the front of the drive is exposed at the front. It kind of sits behind the enclosure, and so there's just enough space for the slot and a button to eject.
It's literally recessed, is it?
Yeah. So obviously on Chris's Gotex, you've got a little OLED screen, and then you've got a little LED that shows that, you know, activity and stuff. So he's had to redesign that front end so that you can see as much as possible. So when you twiddle that little knob to flick between the disk images, you know what you're doing. And I said, yeah, absolutely, send it to me. And it's still sat in the box over there, and I'm mortified. I don't. So I've got to do something with it, but yeah, I'll have to wait till next year now, which is only next week. So.
Oh yeah, not long now. Huh?
Yeah.
But he does absolutely amazing work. But I always try and keep the original. You know, so it's like my QX1. I thought, oh yeah, I really should. Because the floppies are, you know, pretty rare. You know, you don't get many 5 1/4 inch floppies, unless you get some idiots on eBay selling a pack of 10 for £100. Oh, ultra rare 5 1/4 inch. Fuck off, mate. Seriously. That said, I was talking to Chris about this very matter earlier this year. And he said, well, it's funny you should say it, because I was just going through my...
I was just clearing out my studio.
Just clearing, yeah. It was a conversation like that. And I bought that lot off him. So I've got plenty of 5 1/4.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to try and keep the QX1 original as much as I can, but I know that when it goes... that'll be it, because you can't buy those drives.
So have you got a facility to adapt those over to thumb drives when you can?
So
it eventually does go in.
Yeah, Chris can image 5 1/4 inch stuff, so that's good. And I've all of the Ycams material. I've got multiple images of that. So he's got a 5 1/4 inch drive that he can do images of. So yeah, that's not a massive thing. But it's going to have, eventually these drives. The lucky thing is, I don't think the QX1 is like this, but certainly the Mark II DX7 and I think the QX3 that both have these 3.5 inch drives, is that they're direct drive rather than belt drive. So they last a heck of a lot longer.
Yeah.
And they're much more reliable. So fingers crossed they won't. I mean, I barely use the disk drive on the DX7 because I've got a Hypersynth cart in it, and I can just MIDI stuff across.
Yeah.
You know, the floppy drive really. You know, the Hypersynth is just the Hypersynth card has just made the drive just like decoration.
Pretty much,
really.
yeah.
The QX3 drive, it doesn't really get much use, but hopefully that will last.
But that's the thing, I mean, it's the balance of originality versus longevity, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I like to keep everything as original as possible, there will come a time when it needs to be changed, and it'll just be one of those things. At least, because I've been doing it with Fairlights for years, using SD card drives. But it's like when you power it up and you don't have to put an 8-inch floppy disk in, it feels like you're missing part of the process. You know, it's like when you went from
Feeling a
CD,
bit.
when you went from vinyl to CD, you missed the
Yeah,
getting up out of your
missed-
chair and dropping the
yeah.
needle. It's just a part of that inherent process, and you sort of miss it. But
It's
ultimately, it means the machine works. So
it's not often I power up my record deck, but when I do, there is a a huge sense of nostalgia about it.
yeah.
It's the whole experience. It's not just
when-
the music. It's,
When you put a cassette tape in that you haven't played for a little while, and you think, I'm just going to retighten this. So you sit there and you fast forward it to the end and you rewind it to the end just to bring back the tension.
Right.
that's one thing I don't own is a tape deck. I've got fucking hundreds of tapes and no tape deck.
I do too.
I've got a Yamaha one next door,
Yeah.
but for some reason it's not working.
Yeah.
And I have no idea where they're concerned, and I don't know anybody that does. So
I've still
got
got all my Kenwood Series 21. Were you ever into your hi-fis or anything? Kenwood did this thing called Series 21,
right.
and it was separates. It was proper separates, but they weren't like quite full-on separates
Right.
like
Right.
Technics or
Pioneer.
yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You bought a Series 21 system, and they could offer different configurations of that system by virtue of the fact that all the components were separate units, and they all had a Kenwood custom interconnect, so that you could if you'd got the AV control unit with the remote control, you could control the tape deck and the CD player, and with this custom, it was only like a 3.5 mil connector type
Yeah.
thing. Hello, Noah.
It's your mate. There you go.
Oh, you've gone all phasey.
Yeah, I have, haven't I? Hang on.
It's got a bit-
How about now?
No, you're fine there.
That's better.
Yeah, it's this thing over here does it.
Oh yeah. But the Kenwood Series 21s were in this very dark grey kind of matte finish, and they had a gold triangle in the middle, so that when you lined them all up, you had this series of gold sort of triangles down the centre. They looked very stylish, and they were different. They did like 2 versions of every unit. So there was a single CD player or a 5 CD player. There was a single tape deck or a twin tape deck. There was a stereo amp or a 5.1 amp. So you could then Kenwood could then offer different configurations based on so it was kind it was kind of that thing, but they all fit. And if you went into a place, and I went into Powerhouse.
Don't start.
It's because I mentioned Powerhouse.
Yeah.
Has that effect on them?
You could buy each of these configurations with a custom or corresponding glass and metal stand, and the colour of the interconnecting columns on the stand matched the colour of the gold triangles, so it looked the fucking mutts. And I bought one that was kind of like middle to top of the range version of it. So it had the 5.1 amplifier, but it only had the single tape deck, but it had the 5-disc CD player. It had the EQ unit. The tuner was basically a receiver, so it was a tuner and an amplifier all in one. And then big front speakers, 3, so tweeter, mid, sub, passive sub, pair of those, big center speaker, 2 rear speakers. I can't remember how much I paid for it. I was just, I loved it, and I've kept it. Every single component still works. The only thing that failed, and I've repaired it, was the turntable. And that's because one of the gears slipped. So I just did that. The tape deck I still use to this day. The graphic EQ I ditched in the end because it worked nicely with the system. It didn't work nicely with other things, so I just left that out. But I've still got the 5-disc CD player, the graphic EQ. I've got the AV receiver part of it. I still use the front speakers and the center speaker because they are lovely. They're just really nice. I don't use the passive subs anymore because I've got a dedicated sub. Oh, that was the other thing they did. Kenwood did do a dedicated set of subs for it, but for some reason, did I get one and then I threw it away because it broke? Oh, I can't remember now. I've got a Pioneer sub now, which is really nice. And then all I've done is I've swapped out the rears, which were just like single cones, to dipole L-taxes. So that just, you put those and it just spreads the sound quite nicely at the back.
Nice.
So and I still use the stand. I mean, it's lasted me 25, nearly 30 years. And I've still got all the units, and my wife says, "Oh, you still hang on to those for?" Because one day I want to put them all back together.
Get the band back.
Yeah, and it's the 5.1. It doesn't have any decoders in it, so it's got analog 5.1 connections. So you've got all your analog connections for all your channels. You needed to have back then. I had to buy a DVD player with a built-in 5.1 decoder.
I've got
and
one.
and all the analog outputs, so you could just feed all of the. So I mean, the back of this thing was just like stacks and stacks of cables. So it doesn't actually do any of the decoding.
Yeah.
And you look at that and you compare that to the AV receiver that I've got now, which just does literally everything. You just got to plug an HDMI cable and done.
That's pretty much what mine does now.
Even Super Audio CD over HDMI now.
Fucking hell.
Because Super Audio CD used to be limited to analog outputs only because Sony were afraid of copy protection.
I think I've got an SOCD player from them. Well, I've got lots of it laying around. I just don't use it now because it's normally just fired off straight from the Mac out through the system like that. So
yeah,
it's just dead.
Because I've got my Sony multi-region Blu-ray, which does everything bar DVD audio, and I've kept my Pioneer to do DVD audio, even though the display on it is dead. The front display is just it was like a Matrix thing, like a Matrix LED thing, and it just kept getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and now it's just gone completely. So thankfully, on-screen displays means you don't really have to worry about it. But
that doesn't work.
I really ought to get somebody to look at my fucking tape deck because I'd love to have that running.
It's probably
I still use them. Yeah, that could be. No, I still use cassettes.
It's not belts. It's because I've looked at it and all the belts seem to be fine.
All right.
I've had a quick look in it, but
It might be a motor. It might be.
it could be a number of things. I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
I had a Mitsubishi M1000 Super VHS deck, which was at the time their top of the range model. And I'm just trying to think, did I bin that? Because when we moved house, I binned a lot of stuff, and I have a horrible feeling I binned that because I kept promising myself I will get that fixed. Because basically, it was just after the kids were born, my mother-in-law, who didn't live around here at the time, wanted some video. So I said, well, I've shot a load of video on my camcorder, I'll transfer it onto that, but I don't have any blank tapes. And she bought me some blank tapes, and it was these cheap things that you could buy from the supermarket or something. And I put it in, and it fucked up my machine. And it died. And because I never used, by that time I was mainly DVDs. I wasn't using any. I'd got a FreeSat recorder, so I wasn't using video to tape anything. I just kind of stuck it back in its box and thought, one day I'll get that fixed.
Well, my video is working. I use it. I get a lot of people asking me to convert videos to digital copies. I do that a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, I had to
For help.
I had to convert cassettes to CDs like 10 years ago when I worked in a music store that had a recording studio, and I worked in the studio for a year. And one customer brought in a TDK cassette. I forget what he had recorded on it. In the studio, we just had an all-in-one Tascam cassette recorder on one side, CD recorder on the other, and that's just how I did the transfer. And wouldn't you know it, the cassette, the tape got eaten. And brought the owner in. We looked at it, and it wasn't the cassette deck at all. It was in pretty much perfect condition, barely used. So we were like, okay, we're not going to be responsible for anybody's, like, if anything gets damaged, not our responsibility. So make sure whatever you bring in is in really good shape.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, nowadays, I mean, I know that there's a acquaintance of mine in California, Andre, who has done a number of things with different musical instruments of vintage nature. But so in the world of Fairlight, when the Series 3 came out, they used data cassettes for backups. So these are big, chunky tapes, and they're in big. The bases are aluminium, and they're solid as hell. And the problem is that it's not the readers so much that fail; it's the rubber. Jesus, what the bloody hell do you call it?
was it the head?
The rubber reel, the capstans. That's it. The rubber capstans in the cassette. That the cassette, the tape goes round. They rot and they melt. And as soon as you run the tape, it coats the tape with this rubber, and you can't get the rubber off, and that's it. All the data's lost. So what he does is he very carefully unscrews the thing, takes all the rubber stuff off, and he's got some kind of Heath Robinson contraption that he's built himself with 2 spindles that spin at the right speeds, and he's got the heads, and he's and he will just run that tape through and read all the data off, and then store it, and then stick it onto modern SD cards or whatever. Because I was watching a show. It's Monarch, which is this kind of Monarch Legacy of Monsters. It's a Godzilla show that's on Apple TV, and in like episode 1 or 2, they find some old data cassettes, just the same sort of things. And she gets this thing, it's just come out of a dusty old safe, and she just sticks it into a machine and starts reading the data off it. I'm thinking, that is not real life. Because in real life, within 5 seconds, that whole thing is clogged up because the tape that's run through has just been coated with rubber goo, and you're fucked. So
yeah. Now I've got a Pioneer. My system's kind of a hodgepodge. I've got a Sony AV receiver. I've got a Marantz 5-disc changer. Turntable is a 1979 Dual. But
nice.
my cassette deck is a Pioneer. It's a two bay. One side's a normal cassette deck, and both bays record. The other side is a changer.
Okay.
6 cassette, and I've only ever seen one other one like this, and it was damaged.
I love some of the inventive ideas that manufacturers came up with for cassette changers back in the day. I remember my ex-brother-in-law had a Mitsubishi cassette deck that had like a caddy, and you loaded up, I don't know, 10 or 20 cassettes in the caddy, and you pushed it into this machine, and then it would automatically move the tape that you select. So you'd know that Adam and the Ants was in number 1 and the Beatles were in number 2, and so you'd press number 1, and then it would select that tape and stick it into the system. And there was others that had like little ramps and some brilliant mechanical inventions. Uh-oh, David's fallen on the floor.
This one's
This
one's similar to
Studio
that.
rebuild gone bad.
This one's similar to that, except the bays are, horizontal, like from left to right. So you just stick your tape in there, close it, and then it kind of does the same thing. Like it feeds in, pulls it in, and then it'll play it.
Yeah, there was some remarkable invention.
Oh yeah,
going on.
Sounds great too.
What was the one? Was it Nakamichi? Where it was an auto reverse deck, and you placed your cassette on this thing, and it didn't have a door or anything. You kind of pushed it in, and it sat in situ, and then when it wanted to play the other side, it kind of jumped out and spun the cassette through 180, and then pulled it back in again and played it.
Yeah, that's probably Nakamichi.
It was brilliant. I mean, it was just, forget the music. It was just like watching this thing go.
Exactly.
Cleo! We're at Cleo's level.
Yeah.
We need to, hang on, let's get rid of those. There we go, drop that down a bit. See her a bit. Hey, Cleo! 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 Where are you going, Cleo? Cleo! Cleo! Cleo!
I want me dad. I want a cuddle.
Cleo! She deaf?
Ow.
Oh, look at that bully cat. Cleo, don't show me the stink eye.
Biggest sign of trust you can get from a cat, that is.
I get that all the time because Mitzi, the little one, she'll jump on my shoulder every morning, and then she'll move around, and I go like that, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, well, it is. It's the biggest sign of trust because all the defences are down, aren't they?
Exactly.
They've got no way of defending themselves.
Is that why Fiona does it?
Images we don't need in our head, part 1.
Yeah, everything sounds like Daleks.
Oh my God, he's gone into the cupboard.
I found it. It's the Nakamichi RX202.
There you go.
I found a quick little video of it on YouTube. I'm watching it. It's pretty sick.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, the RX202.
Yeah.
They may never come back out again.
Excuse me.
Dave says his internet's going. He's not letting him stick about.
There you go.
Yeah, only $1,000 on eBay.
Is that all?
Oh yeah. Oh no, the 202 is like 400.
There you go.
And yeah.
I'll mute it just in case it's playing. So there you go. It plays that, and when you want to auto reverse, look. Oh no, it's not doing it there.
Yeah, go back to the beginning of the video.
There you go.
There you go.
That's insane.
That's just brilliant. And I love these tapes. You can get these cassette tapes with the reels in.
I had one cassette I had.
Yeah,
there you go.
really
Auto reverse. That's just brilliant.
My mate had a Nakamichi. It was gold plated.
Yeah.
It was about $3,500 in 81.
But the thing is, like, it wasn't long after that auto reverse decks would just spin the tape the other way.
Yeah.
But Nakamichi said, no, fuck that shit. Our motors only go in one direction. We move the tape.
Porsche mentality. We're not fucking changing where the engine is. We're
exactly.
changing the rest of the car.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's
And I'm sure there's probably it was probably something to do with head alignment. The azimuth alignment would stay better if you move the tape and not the head.
Yeah.
yeah.
Or the direction. It was, very good. Love that.
God damn it.
What's the matter, Ken?
You get one thing to work, it stops something else from working.
Didn't we tell him not to touch anything?
Got clock to the Hydra now.
Hey, this is the let's get rid of the adverts first. Hang on.
You're going to end up with a hybrid system. You know that, Ken. It's going to be PC and Mac working together.
Well, it was going to be anyway.
Yeah.
Because of all the stuff I've got on there that's PC only.
So this is the Mitsubishi one.
Oh yeah.
Bloody hell, look at that. Fucking filing cabinet.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll find the
Look.
Oh,
what? Come on.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love that.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I'm trying to find this other one now that it was almost like a slide, like a roller coaster, and it used to send the tapes around it. Because what was it?
Yeah, Rob, you've got a KX88.
I have.
I've got a KX330. Yamaha you don't own.
Yeah, right there.
There's the Pioneer. That's the one I have.
Yeah. I had was it my second and my third? Is it can we say ghetto blasters anymore? Is that
Yes.
are we offending?
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Yeah.
So I had I think it was my second and my third ghetto blaster was Sharp. It was a Sharp with back-to-back double cassettes. So it kept the unit small, but the tapes were front and back.
Oh.
And it had a single spindle, but with two winders on each. But they were geared, and you could do them individually.
I had a Sharp, but it was enormous.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Keith in Watford.
Hello.
Greetings.
Good.
Good evening.
Just about very good evening.
Yeah, so I'll just really popped in quickly to try and show you.
Not again. You're not going to show us your Willy again, are you? Jesus.
How did you
Really?
know?
Do we have to?
What are we seeing? What are we looking at? There's a sitar.
Get a copyright strike.
That's right.
Let's make
The
you full
phone-
screen.
The
He's showing us his Norwegian wood.
Isn't it good?
I'll make it full screen. Right. Oh, man.
He's showing us how his roof is supported by his
Oh, he's showing us
Euro-Rack.
tape decks.
Sorry?
That's all that.
Is it tape decks you show? Yeah, he is.
Right.
They've got
See-
handles on the sides,
Right,
look at
right.
that.
Yeah, can you
Oh,
see
there
that?
you go.
Right, there you go. Right, Technics.
Technics, yeah.
9900. Two-piece semi-professional.
Nice.
So the bottom half's the transport. Tape goes. It's not powered up. So tape goes in there.
Chicken goes in there, you mean?
Yeah, so you can microwave in there, can you?
Yeah, tape goes in there, and then the top half. You've got your inputs there. If you want inputs, you've obviously got your stereo on the back, and then you've got when you want to record a cassette, you take this glass cover off, and you start flicking the switches, and one gives can't read it because it's all dusty. One gives a high tone, and you've got little pots in there to adjust, and one gives a low tone, and the needles flicker whichever you set them up to the needles on there. When you've done all that, you then take the tones off, hit the record and play. And I think there's some tape select up there and Dolby stuff. But yeah.
Wow. You can tell it's
pretty-
like proper gear because it's got handles.
Well, it's 19-inch rack mount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rack ears, yeah.
Yeah. It's not powered up because I can't get around the back of it, and they're very heavy.
Yeah. They look it.
Yeah. So that goes back to the late 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks it.
Very nice.
But and the other one I always fancied was the Technics reel-to-reels as well when they done them. I mean, hugely expensive then and hugely expensive
Yeah.
now when you can find them, but certainly haven't got anything like that.
Very nice.
Paul Holmes, it's not a mastering deck at all. No, it's just a stupidly over-engineered tape deck, but it's as far as I know, it came in their semi-professional range, and I bought that. I bought that when it was a couple of years old for £300.
Wow. I suppose £300 back then was quite a lot of money.
It was, because the guy also had an amp in the same series. He had the tuner, and I'd like to have done the whole lot really, but that was ultimately what I wanted.
Yeah.
I was never going to better that as a cassette deck.
No, certainly not. I remember I had a friend back in 85, 86, and he inherited some money from an uncle he didn't even know he had or something. And he got like 10 or 15 grand, and he was going to blow it all on stuff. And he said, I want a hi-fi. Now, bear in mind, his bedroom was in a little 2-bedroom cottage, and it was tiny as fuck. You could just about get a single bed in, and there was enough room on the other side for like a little unit to put stuff on. So it was a tiny room. And he got the Technics catalogue, and he started going through it. I'm going to have that, I'm going to have that. And he was picking out, I don't think it was the semi-professional stuff, but like the description next to the graphic equalizer said, suitable for small hall stroke theatre. Right? So he was buying he wanted to buy all of the top of the line stuff, which was all designed for use in like either super high-end home systems or small venues. And he was going to blow the whole bloody lot, and eventually we managed to convince him that it would be utterly pointless buying any of this stuff because he would not hear any of the benefit in that pokey little bedroom. So I think we managed to convince him to get sort of like much lower down. The only one thing he did get, and I have no idea what he did with it, but knowing him, it probably got trashed. He did buy a 1200 or a 1210 or whatever it was at the time turntable. It was the dog's leathery bits.
Oh,
it was gorgeous. They're absolutely fantastic. But yeah, it was just, I mean, the graphic equalizer was 2 rows, it was about probably 4U high. This massive thing that he wanted to buy. I was like, Nigel, why do you want one of those in your pokey little bedroom? Oh, well, it's the best one. So yeah, I love Technics stuff back then. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, there you're right. I don't an amp, quite big amp affairs, and then I quite enjoyed it, but there was something I just didn't enjoy, and then that was confirmed once I started buying the cheaper end and the really cheaper end of the valve amps and preamps and things like that. It really, I paid £400 for this amplifier, and that would have been about 1980-ish, and that was on the Never Never. And I say I was, it's still here somewhere. It's in the loft here somewhere, but I never did rate the sound. And then quite a few years ago, I needed to use it because I think one of my power amp downstairs had to go off for repair. And I dug it out and put it on, and I just thought, no, this isn't. just isn't. You know, it just doesn't do it for me. There really is probably a better place on eBay for it than what I'm ever going to do with it.
Yeah, I still one day I would like to get a really decent set of separates in a really decent room, but
I mean, that's my dream in a way, is to find a house.
Yes. Yeah.
Find a house. Yeah, with like possibly a long oval room, not oval, for goodness sake, oblong. Stupid boy, oblong room. And have all the music gear one end, this stuff one end, and a hi-fi the other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just possibly put a chair in the middle, and just turn it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Depending on what you wanted to do, or even just something on casters. You know, you could just wheel down one end to the other when you wanted to listen and things like that.
Yeah. One day I'm going to own a house with a basement. And I'm going to convert that into a cinema room and listening room, you know.
But
in my dreams.
But for Mr. Paul Lartola, my power amp downstairs is a Krell. So he'll be more familiar with them as a make than probably a lot of people here. And they're just big, heavy things.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Excuse me.
Well, as it's gone midnight and another day's work tomorrow, I better go and do something about sleep, I think. So I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yep.
And then it's dogging at the weekend as a spectator now. But there we go.
It's always the best way with that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the best way.
Yeah.
It's not so cold.
Right then. Yeah.
Oh,
I sure. See you later.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Haley was asking earlier, are you doing a pub on New Year's Eve, Ken?
Can do.
Like you did
Well, Jamie's doing a show New Year's Eve, isn't he?
Is he?
We'd
always do one after.
Well, all she wants to do is do exactly what she did last year and walk in the room with a fucking ring donut on her tits. She will be clothed.
Oh.
I'll work her up to it.
I'll try.
Well, I'm hoping to convince the missus tomorrow after we've done the show, because after the show you're going to do your quiz, aren't you?
Apparently.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to convince the missus to join in. So I'll be taking the laptop into the front room.
Well, there's that photograph from last year's New Year's Eve of you and Fiona, Ty and Pip, and myself and Haley, and it would be lovely if we could get one with you and Jack as well.
She's not wonderfully keen about being on camera.
No.
Give her back to us. It's,
Fiona wasn't to start with, I must admit.
So we'll see.
Well, she's got the old man to take all the plaudits, hasn't she? That's what she's got you for.
Yeah. Something like that.
Well, that doesn't help at all.
I think I'm going to have a little nightcap.
Man. What's the
Do the same thing.
problem, mate? What's the problem?
I mean, here. That's a problem. No, it's like... Can have one thing, can't have the other. That's how it seems to work. I'm just trying to think the best way of going about this. I just can't think of a good way of doing it.
walk away for the day, come back with a fresh head tomorrow night.
It won't be much fresher tomorrow, to be honest.
Oh, shit.
Right. I'll try some whatchamacallums, combinations and just see.
Okay.
But it's trying to get stuff to do more than it was designed to do, I think. That's where I always seem to fall apart.
This is the problem. Back in the day, it was, it was working around the limitations of the stuff, and now you just don't know where the limits are, do you?
No. Now that would produce the same reaction. Yeah, it would, you see. Yeah, of course it would, idiot. It's just doing the same thing twice, but a different way. No, I don't know, I can't remember. No, I can't think of a way to do it. Don't understand why I can have clock but can't have MIDI out to the other computer at the same time. There's probably some way of doing it, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. Oh, heads. No, it's tails. Fuck it. Kind of works.
Alright.
Okay. Does doing that trigger the drum machine? Yeah. That's something. Turn the metronome off first. Oh. Yeah, it's trying to do too much at once in one place. It's ridiculous.
What is it you're trying to do?
It's just too many things at once. That's what it is.
Right, okay.
I don't know. Have it all USB, cool. Have it all piping in, cool. Have it all connected to one computer, yeah, cool. Two computers, but USB and 5-pin in.
I don't want to know.
It gets a little bit confusing after a while. I did promise Fiona I wouldn't spend any more money in here.
But
Yeah, no, but. And she's right, because we've got to get the Mustang finished this year. Because even if I'm doing the work myself, it's still not a cheap project. In fact, it won't be a cheap project, end of. No, I can't bring another. I'm not bringing another machine in. I'm not doing it. Mustn't. No. Mustn't. Yeah, it does actually kind of work with two computers, but I still haven't ironed out all the whatever the problems are. I think it's got like, was it 8 host outputs and all that malarkey. Hosted device outputs. We've got the 5-pin DIN outputs, which it has somewhere in the region of 16, I think it is. So it's like the facilities are there, just haven't got all the ducks in a row. I don't even know if this is this run up or not. Well, that's run up.
Pardon you, sir.
Yes, I know. Heavy lunch.
Definitely pushing that solid breakfast there, isn't it?
Execute order 66. No, you're not having a Kit Kat. I know what this is about. You saw Fiona eating a Kit Kat, didn't you? You go, Dad, seeing as Fiona's eating a Kit Kat, is it alright if I have a Kit Kat? No, you can't.
Oh, look at her face.
It's the
You
tail.
put more weight on than she did this Christmas.
She's trying to encourage him by wagging her tail.
But Dad, look at my face, Dad.
Don't give me the friendly stuff. No. Come here.
I love you, Dad. I love you.
Oh, the big sad eyes, look.
Come
I
here.
love you,
you're doing the whole
Dad.
sad bit, aren't you? Oh.
Now give me a fucking Kit Kat, you bastard.
Stop fucking about. Get the chocolate out, you bastard.
Look, we know you stash it
Oh.
up. Fucking give us the chocolate.
It is.
It gets damaged.
Resting the chin on the knee and doing the old.
Yeah.
Daddy.
No, I'm not falling for it. You had that mince pie this morning. Remember that the others didn't get? Remember that? Your quota's up, mate. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's brilliant in the summer. You talk to her like this, she keeps the room cool.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, she really does generate a breeze with that huge tail of hers. Because all the hairs hang off, it's almost down to the ground. Beautiful thing. I've got to take her down to the groomers. Not next week, week after.
Yeah, I've got to take my mum's dog to the groomers on
So
Saturday.
take your mum to the groomers.
Well, she could probably do with it as well, to be fair. So.
I must admit, that's what I used to say when I used to take mum down to the hairdressers. Taking her down to groomers, get her nails cut. Innit?
Oh, man.
My mum would probably say the fucking same thing, to be fair. No. Fucking shit, that old woman.
What? There's no point appealing to them, they're not going to help you out.
As much as we'd love to.
I know Robbie's a sucker for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob's your soft touch, mate. Yeah, it's a MIDI cable. What was it?
Yeah. Give me the Kit Kat or I'll fucking chew it.
You can chew that one, I don't give a shit. I don't think that one's working anyway.
Oh, she's definitely after something, as you look
I
at.
know. She really is. Well, I asked you to execute Order 66 and you didn't. I told you there isn't one in here. You can look around all you want. There isn't one in here.
He talks to them like I talk to the kids.
Well, they technically are my kids,
Yeah.
to all intents and purposes. Especially that Siri. She paws you in the face 10 o'clock in the morning. Dad, get up. Dad, I want my sausage.
Give me my sausage.
It's been a while since I heard that. Right, I'm going to go and put this on charge.
What's that?
My Zippo.
Oh, right.
What?
Yeah, electric Zippo.
Zippo's
Why not?
Fucking hell.
It's one of those Arc ones. I've got a gas one as well somewhere. Well, fuel one.
Petrol. Proper
yeah, the one with, yeah, no, proper.
Yeah, I upset my first wife. She bought me a fucking Zippo one night.
What,
For my
marrying
birthday.
her?
She bought, yeah. She's regretted that ever since. But
It was literally,
we
walk
went-
in.
I set it up, didn't I?
Yeah, just a tad.
Bought me a Zippo. And we went out clubbing one night, the same night that she bought it for me as a present, and I fucking lost it.
Oh dear.
I was not in her good books for weeks.
Yeah, I had an official Marlboro Zippo that I got after collecting many, the pull covers from Marlboro packets, and you just save those up and exchange them for things out of the catalogue. And it was lovely. It was a brass, lovely thing. I used to fill it up from a fuel tank on my bike.
That's always the worst. If you overfill them and you go, and you
Oh shit.
fucking eyebrows disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember being desperate to get home from the girlfriend's one night, and I put
was she that bad?
Yeah. No, I had my old Fizzy, and I tried to take it home on Terps. What we find kind of worked. Didn't have stink, smoke everywhere. Kind of got me home. What?
The world's greatest synth restorer, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll do it. What? I don't know about the world's. Maybe Gaddiston's.
Wasn't that a song by Glenn Campbell? Gaddiston. Oh, maybe not.
Don't know. No idea.
I thought it was funny.
Well,
He's a Gaddiston cowboy.
The Gaddiston Lineman. Yeah. That's a great song, isn't it? It's one of the best songs ever.
right, let's go and put this on charge. Back in a sec.
Okay. Planning my route from my proposed hotel to Super Booth. It's a bit
I was
of a-
going to say, it's just Berlin, is it?
yeah. As the crow flies, it's about half a mile, but you have to walk and then cross a bridge, go over the river. It makes it like a 2.5 mile walk, which, I should be embracing that sort of thing. But
Oh, fucking hell.
That's better.
Have you fixed it?
We have. I just had to go in and recalibrate it. It's like a little loose in the center, so when you get to the point where you have to find the center in the calibration, I just move it a little bit up and a little bit down. So it seems to have fixed that. So
Nice one.
yeah.
Yeah, Wagyu's made a good point. Ben won't be up for that trek if you've got to go over hills and fucking bridges and shit in Berlin.
Yes. It seems like there's some really decent hotels on the wrong side of the river that are close by. But last time we stayed at a hotel that was about 6 miles away, but it was right near the S-Bahn, so we could just jump on, and it was just like however many stops down the S-Bahn and then a short walk from the station. So we shall see.
Wherever you end up, it'd be worth it, mate. Just go and do that.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great place, a great event. It's a shame it's not at the Funk House anymore. We'll find something.
Yeah. I've got to tell Brooksy when I speak to him next that I won't be staying at his this year for Synthfest because he said to crash on his sofa and that. And my son said, "Oh fuck it, I want to come with you."
Mm-hmm.
So what we'll do is we'll do an overnighter this time. So,
Yeah, if you book early, you can find some decent little places. What's the one that I was going to go to? Jesus, the name of the hotel. Oh, fuck. There's a hotel that has been recommended to me in the past, although I've never actually stayed there because Sand on Sand put us all up. But it's very reasonable.
Okay.
And it's not that far a walk. I know you know, obviously,
Yeah.
would you drive from the hotel to the venue and park up in the multi-story?
Depends on distance.
It's really not that far from the hotel, but if I remember what it is called,
Yeah, please do.
you know,
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
because the earlier you get it booked, the cheaper you'll be able to do.
Well, no, I mean, this, as your head said, it's a cool thing to do with your son. But see, we go to car shows together and things like that. You know, we went to one recently. There's this since Top Gear finished with the original trio, they've been doing this thing on YouTube called Drive Tribe.
Mm-hmm.
They set this event up this year at the Haynes Museum.
Oh yeah,
we were up there and fucking some cars and stuff up there. So yeah, so we sort of go to car shows, and he says, "Well, fuck it, sort of reciprocate. I'll come with you to Synthfest," and we sort of split the driving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah, we got an invite to the Guildford one this summer.
No.
Oh, what car show?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll have a race.
No, wife swapping.
Same thing.
Well, is it? Blimey. I'm going to the wrong car show.
Just get to stand in the field and the blokes just walk around her all day.
I hope she's watching. I fucking hope she's watching.
How are you still alive?
She was watching briefly. She did hear something I said.
Swear.
She'll be up in a minute with that cake knife again.
Yeah.
Does this one do breakfast? Nope.
All right. Out you come.
Amenities. Why do these places not have? Oh.
What's up?
I'm just trying to find a hotel that's really convenient and not too expensive, but also does breakfasts. Because the one thing I don't want to have to worry about is going to find somewhere to get some breakfast before I go to the venue. Because once you're at the venue, then you can get all sorts of food. But I can't travel on an empty stomach. Oh, well, so I'll add that one to my favourites.
Prometheus.
I wouldn't know what one of those is. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come as you are. Oh, fucking hell.
No, come where you are, yeah. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, that has to
We cover all bases. Sorry.
cover all faces.
Any advance on that?
No. No, I've got nothing.
I'm trying to remember where Michelle stayed last year, because that looked really nice, but also supremely convenient.
At home?
No, at Super Booth.
Oh.
Oh, that looks a bit expensive, that does.
Oh,
Ooh, yeah.
Fucking hell. Oh.
Are you going to make any announcements tomorrow, Rob, or are you just going to leave it?
At the moment, I'm going to leave it.
Okay.
I think.
Well, it doesn't really matter one way or the other, does it, I suppose?
No.
Not really.
I want to just do everything right.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
Doesn't give you a lot to work on, though, initially.
No.
It would be bloody helpful. Okay. Right.
Yes. We'll see. I mean, yeah, if that might change tomorrow. You know. So.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, that was where they stayed.
Okay. One goes all the way up then.
Gordon Bennett.
Oh no!
It seems the further away you get from Super Booth, the more expensive it gets. It's like, that's not right, surely. I might just end up staying in the same place.
Maybe it's the area.
Yeah.
I like this. They're all going in the chat. Oh, we want to know. And I'm saying he's signed enough fucking NDAs. You're going to get nothing out of him.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't bothered asking because it's just like, no, give up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you
There's
need
a
to
hotel.
know,
There's a
you know.
hotel in Berlin that has recording studios in it, and every room
in it.
That's it. The Enhau. That's it. Every room's got like guitars in it or keyboards in it, and there's 2 professional recording studios in it as well. I wonder how far that is away from. Oh, it's near Tempelhof. Okay.
So you might as well be speaking Japanese. I don't know fuck all about Berlin, so.
It is one of the most fantastic cities.
Yeah,
in the
but
world.
I'll never get there. Never get there.
Yeah, why not?
Because
Jump
I'm
on
not very comfortable being away from home.
Right. Okay.
Not quite Mr. Spong levels, but.
Oh, are we going to have to do the
Nobody's
Mr.
quite
T?
Mr. Spong level.
Are we going to have to get you to drink some funny milk? I ain't getting no damn plane. Oh dear.
If I turned up at Super Booth, I'd be doing the fucking Andy Fletcher anyway. What are you talking about?
Das Hotel. Das Hotel Bar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's good here.
Now I saw it on some TV show. I thought that would be a really cool place to stay. Enhau Berlin Hotel. Is that on? probably can't book that through hotels.com because it just looks amazing. It's probably ridiculously expensive. Let's have a look.
Just
How
put,
much do you
just put a camp bed in your fucking studio. It'd be exactly the same.
Yeah, but it won't be in Berlin. Right, one room. I'll just do it for one adult for now. No babies, no kids. Search. Are you actually gonna look? Yeah. Give me a price. What? Why won't you give me a price? You clearly cannot afford this.
Yes.
So, please fuck off.
You cannot handle the truth.
Yes. If you need to know the price, you cannot afford. I apologise to any Germans out there that are terrible Germans. But it just looks amazing. It looks such a cool place.
How do you spell it?
It's the NHOW, NHOW in Berlin.
Right, okay. Have a gander.
See it. Oh, let's see.
One room. Well, maybe they don't like the fact that I'm only doing it for one adult. No, it just doesn't want to search. All right, I wonder if it's on hotels.com because I get a discount with that. Yeah, we will try and get the telepresence robots sorted out for Kent. If we can hire one for a few days at a sensible price, that would be very cool. Mm. What do you think, Kent? We're talking about here, you know. Oh, NHOW Berlin. Here we go. Here we go. Is it going to... Oh, it's going to get... Oh. It's not... It's not ridiculously more expensive.
All right.
So how much is it a night? NHOW... $175 a night. Pushing it a bit, pushing the budget. But the more we spend, the less tax we pay to Mr. Inland Revenue, HMRC, sorry.
Need to up those donations on the show tomorrow then.
Yeah. Riverfront Hotel with restaurant near the East Side Gate. Oh, I know where it is now. It's near the East Side. The East Side. With breakfast. Superior room with a river view. That's their cheapest. Spa. Restaurant in the... Oh, that looks very nice. I'll have me some of that. Well, I'll add that to the list. Why not? Save. Because I wonder if they do anything special there because of Super Booth. It would make sense, wouldn't it? If you're a hotel who's one of your unique selling points is the fact that you have 2 recording studios and every room can have guitars and stuff delivered to it for you to play.
Yeah.
You would think that they might do something. Oh well, we'll see.
Okay.
I'm getting all excited now.
It's probably the chair.
Seriously, mate. I wish
one of those massaging stools.
I really. I wish. Can we not drug you and take you?
No, it's been tried before, and you should have seen the inside of the bloke's car right after I got back.
Okay.
Yeah, don't recommend it. No, if I could, I would.
See what Wagyu's just put. I'll be like out the fucking window.
Yeah, Eugenos too.
Fucking check out in about 5 minutes.
You're checking out today, sir? Excellent. Let me just check your room charges for you. Oh, I see. You had something from the minibar, and the Genos 2 is floating down the spay.
I did not know you would be checking out from the balcony, though.
Yeah. Surf it down the stairs. Oh, dear. What a lot of fun.
Right then, here we go.
I'll tell you one thing. I've got a set of rudder pedals for Christmas. What have you succeeded in doing?
I can now play the PC via the Hydra as I wanted to, but I'm now receiving the clock and also a data input from the other Cubase on the other computer.
Excellent.
Got it.
Timberwolf.
Oh God!
I could bring up a Timberwolf. Hang on a minute. It sounds way better too.
Wait now, I'll have one in my pants.
Yeah.
Right.
I was going to say I've got a set of rudder pedals for Christmas for my flight sim.
Oh,
It makes a lovely footrest. The thing is, the problem I found is that when I'm using my rudder pedals, because I've got a wooden floor in here and my chair's on wheels, when I apply the brakes,
Fucking plane goes like that.
yeah, I go backwards. I'm holding on to the thing, and it's like, whoa!
He's pulling a 5G.
Now, can I bring in?
Right, night.
Yeah. Okay.
You can tune that.
Close no guitar, boys.
Used as a paddleboard in the river.
Oh right. Okay. So that goes up.
What gear do I? Oh, I'll have to watch. So I use a Logitech G29 wheel with the corresponding gear shifter and pedals, and I can't remember the make of my stand, but it's one that doesn't have a seat. I use my sofa because I don't have enough room for one with a seat. So yeah.
Well, Ty's got the new one, hasn't he?
Has he?
The new wheel with the super duper something or other. Is it the G28 or something?
I don't know.
I've spoken to Mr. Longhurst. He's still not well, but he will be in October. So,
Oh, that's a shame.
yeah. He said him and Liz are still not
Too
well.
bad.
Do you know what somebody said to me when I started my own business? They said as soon as you register at Company's House, you'll get bombarded with emails because they scour Company's House and they just get your web address and then they get your email address. Today, I have had no end of Viagra, pharmacy, other sort. It's just been constant.
Not guilty.
Absolutely constant.
Worst thing, when my dad turned 50, we signed him up for every fucking saga holiday and email. And fuck knows what. He hated me.
Oh well. Right, Amazon is out.
Where'd that go? Got to chase that one. I bet it's that one over there. Oh, how do you know? I've got to trace it back. Fuck.
Oh, and as you heard, I use PSVR 2 as well, which makes it incredibly good.
First time I did it, got a panic attack.
The first time I did it, after I was on it for about 2. I was.
Is it that good?
It really is. Yeah. Because everything's in 3D, and everything's.
If you look you're in the cockpit of your car, right? As you're going around the bend, all the shadowing is changing on the dashboard.
Everything, yeah.
As it would in real life.
As you overtake another car, you can go like that and see the other driver.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when you pop him the finger, he can't see you and he doesn't respond, which would be rather cool if it did. But no, it really is. It's it changed for me, right? So I've played Gran Turismo since GT1 with a controller. It's just a handheld controller, and I've got reasonably competent at racing a car just using a handheld controller all the way through to GT7. And then I thought I need to take this a bit more seriously, and luckily my eldest is a bit of a racing sim nut as well. He's got the proper chair, and he's got at the moment he's got an ultra wide screen, but he's going to go for 3 screens. He was telling me today he's going to have 3 screens because the sim he races on doesn't support VR or something. Anyway, so he upgraded his wheel. Excuse me a minute. He upgraded his wheel, and he said, "Oh, do you want it?" And I was like, "Oh, thank you very much." So he just gave me his G29 wheel with the pedals, and so I set that up and I sat down with it, and I'm racing. So I'm sat in my front room with a 55-inch telly, and I'm racing with it, and I'm thinking, yeah, this is really cool, but I'm all of a sudden very shit at this game that I was kind of good at before.
Yeah, it's a different discipline, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was like, fucking hell, this is something's not right here. But I persevered, and I was starting to get a little better. I was starting to sort of adjust. And then last week, just before Christmas, I'd got some Christmas money from my mother-in-law, and I'd got some from last year that I hadn't spent, and I thought I can get myself a VR2, which I've been thinking about for a while. So I went and bought a VR2, and I sat down, I put it all on, started the game up, and I raced a race that I'd been really struggling with and couldn't get beyond like 4th or 5th place. And I raced it with VR, and I finished first. Yeah, I thought that's not a fluke, and I started racing other races that I knew I'd struggled on, and it's really, really good. Just makes a whole bunch. It makes it much more familiar to driving an actual car. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, I'm driving this car the way I would. Well, obviously not racing, but everything is where it should be. Where
the environment is now comfortable.
The environment is exactly where it should be.
Yeah.
You know,
because there's always a couple of bends at Nürburgring where I always overshoot.
yeah.
Just ever so slightly. And when I put the VR on, I nail them every time. It's not a problem.
I drove Nürburgring the other day for the first time, the full old circuit, 12 or 13 miles, whatever it is. And I won the race. And I don't think I've ever done that at Nürburgring.
Yeah.
And I was going through all the corners.
I'm just going to...
Go on, fuck off. Yeah, go.
All right.
All right, darling.
Mate, take
See
care.
you tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, good night.
Have a good one. Take care.
Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, I went through Nürburgring and was like, bloody hell, that set of corners, I've never done that without going into the sand traps.
Yeah.
What the hell? It was just a completely different thing.
The one, the bend that they have on all the YouTube videos, where you come round, you come up the slight hill, and they always get that bend wrong.
Yeah.
Well, it's the bend before that I always get it just wrong. Like, sometimes maybe it's just two wheels in the ground, but you lose a couple of nanoseconds off it. But and the other one you're always careful of because you watch how many people have gone into the trees trying to go around that one. But yeah, put the VR on. So I got my let me get this right. It's a Mustang Mach 40.
Yeah.
And I've tuned the living shite out of it now. Lightened the body, reset all the gearing. It's a little pocket rocket.
That's one thing I want to do is spend some time on a single car and just tune it, test it, tune it, test it, tune it, test it, tune it, test it until I get it just right. I've got a nice little Alpine A110 that I've done a little bit of work on, and that seems to handle quite nicely. I like those kind of little small two-seaters, mid-engine things.
Yeah,
I've got
I mean,
a nice
Tiny
little Porsche
was
as well.
really, really disappointed because he goes, he says, I'd really like to try out this VR thing you've been talking about. I said, yeah, come around. I said, got lots of different cars in here. He's gone, great. So he comes around. I said, well, we want to drive. And he goes, really, what I would really like to drive is my car.
Yeah.
I went, Volvo V70, shouldn't be a problem. Not a single Volvo in the entire game.
Nope.
And there used to be
Yep.
Volvos, and I'm going, oh, hello, has there been a bit of a falling out somewhere?
It's all to do. Yeah, it's all licensing. Now that these games have become popular, there are obviously a number of different races.
Yeah.
And if one software company does a deal with a motor company, and it's got some exclusivity in there, and it's for their thing, then you won't see it on others. And unfortunately, I mean, Gran Turismo early doors had quite a lot of good. I mean, it was predominantly the Japanese stuff for a lot of the time.
Oh,
but
yeah.
over the course of 1, 2, 3, you've got more and more European cars.
Yeah.
And more then of course more and more American cars. Although they're mostly good for going in straight lines. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to drive some big VWs, but all they've got is the Golfs, the Polos.
Yeah.
And there's the Racing Beetle.
Yeah.
And that if you can spend, was it $1.5 million, you can buy the Pikes Peak electric thing that was just super fast, which is useless in most.
The thing is, because I said to Ty, you're going to drive one of your own cars. And he goes, well, I could do. And I went, yeah. But you've got a few, haven't you? And he goes, yeah, he says he's got the electric Porsche as well. I go, yeah, that's a bit zippy off the mark, that one.
That's, you got that in there.
Yeah. But I used to be Gran Turismo 4 or 5. And where you have your favourite car, favourite track. I mean, in 7, it's Nürburgring all the time. I love driving on Nürburgring. But in 4 or 5, it was Forest Hill.
Oh, yeah, Forest Hill Raceway.
Which they've now brought back, which is in 7, isn't it now? and the Alpha 157.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I used to love driving that thing.
Yeah.
But I drove one in real life, so that was fun.
Yeah.
You know, there was an association, even though it wasn't with VR and all the rest of it. That was all.
Yeah.
This business.
Yeah.
Right, so I have clock, and it's also a keyboard controller to the right computer.
Nice. Ta-da.
Yay. And then I can have the audio appear up here from this, if I wish.
Pretty cool.
Right. Now I can carry that theme. Means the other stuff should go together pretty straightforward just by using this icon MIDI hub for that stuff. Although I could go, I suppose I could go direct from the MIO, but we'll see. We'll see. Should work. What's on expression for that? Oh, yeah. It's a lovely piano sound on this one, isn't it? Mind it should be really, shouldn't it? I think about it. Do you remember what one time? Because piano is the thing they can nail every time now.
Yeah.
But there was a time when getting a nice piano was like, no.
Damn.
Yeah.
You might get a pseudo-sounding piano, but not, or there'd be something missing from it.
It was always the first patch that you would test out on something to see how good, because if the piano was good, you pretty much knew the rest of it was good.
Exactly, yeah.
So when we did the Alesis Fusion, the first patch was this Q-Up Arts piano that came from the QS8, and it was pretty awful to be, but and it was just like, oh, that's the one you chose to be the number one batch. What's number 2? Oh, it's a shitty upright piano. What's number 3? Oh, it's a shitty honky tonk piano. And it was just like piano. Oh, and then organs.
But there again, if you go back some, and then you'll have
one of the Quadracent was better than that.
Yeah, but you used to get the piano on the Jupiter 8. It's like had the envelope of a piano. That was about it. But and it was like that all the time. And then you had, I remember hearing the Mirage piano, which was based on a Boston Doppler D6, I think it was. And it was like, and it sounded so like a piano then. It didn't take long before it stopped sounding like a piano. Mirage M1 come along. This piano.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, wait a minute. And then
Well,
you're
the
hearing
reference
it,
point,
hearing it in dance records going, that doesn't
Yeah.
sound anything like a piano.
But it sounded good though.
Yeah, the Mirage sounded better
yeah.
than the M1 for sure.
Yeah, absolute.
Now, what about the K250?
Yeah, that
that
was
was good.
different again. Yeah.
Yeah.
K2000 as well. It was sort of like, oh, hello. This is the new benchmark. It can never get better than this.
Oh, yeah.
For about a year and a bit.
Did you ever see all the memory chips inside of a 250? Holy shit. It's crazy.
It surprised me.
That's why it's a big old bastard, that.
But Kurzweil is a very clever dude.
Yeah. Well, I had what was that bloody sampler I had? A big rack mount thing. Shit, what was it?
FZ1 Casio?
No. It was a big fat rack mount job, black.
Oh.
Wait a minute, why can't I remember what it is?
Emu?
Yeah, was
Emu,
it
thank you. Yeah, it was a Emu 3000, something like that. And the memory
well, there was-
upgrade was these
One of the
32.
E4.
single in-line chips
There was-
that you plugged in.
Yes, there was an ESI 3200. Well,
That
there was
was
the
later.
E4.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah,
about
the
the Proteus
E4.
2500?
Yeah, E3. It was an E3.
It was an E3.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but it had very limited RAM in it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
still cost me freaking second hand. It was like 1,200 bloody quid.
Well, even the E3 was pre, what you would call PC memory.
Yeah,
I think that came, was it E4
Yeah.
or beyond? Because
Probably.
the E3 has the same sort of architecture as the Emax 2.
Yeah. Yeah, this was
The Emax
individual-
1 was based on the emulated 2, and the Emax 2 was based on the
That was
emulated
it.
3.
Yeah, because it was
It's
in,
the G chip
individual RAM.
versus the E chip versus the different chip series.
Mm.
Yeah. Because things started getting a bit easier once they went to 30-pin DIM cards and stuff like that, and then
Yeah, because custom memory boards in these things, just insane. You can't get those for love nor money.
no.
Yeah, basically there was a code they gave you when you got the RAM upgrade for the
Yeah.
Emax 2, and once you did it, you couldn't undo it,
That's it.
and you couldn't order any more RAM ever. 8 megs was the most.
Yep.
And there was all these goddamn floppies every time you stored it. It was just a kind of a nightmare. But
Yeah, well,
Well, when I bought my first Emax 2, it was a 1 meg, and I didn't know at the time that you couldn't upgrade the 1 meg.
yeah,
You could only upgrade the 2 megs.
yeah
And even then, you could only go to
8.
No, you could. There was
Well, maybe later they added something, but when I bought it, it was 8 at the max.
you
at the
could you
time.
can buy the 8 meg, but you couldn't upgrade fully to 8. I think you could only upgrade to like 7 meg or something stupid.
Yeah.
It was really it was funky as hell.
6 is
But-
ringing a bell.
But
Mine was a 2 and it went to 8. So
you can
Probably a
now
later
download
model.
the software called Scrambled Megs that allows you to upgrade and get bypass all that shit. But yeah,
You know,
I just in the end I was really lucky, and a friend of mine had an 8 meg Emax 2 that got a dead power supply.
I'm now
I
trying
managed
to
to
remember
resurrect
the
that.
name of that company that made that wavetable disc for the Mirage.
oh, you're talking about Wave Boy?
No, it was K something.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Because later on they have Wave Boy for the
EPS.
16 plus
Yeah.
and so forth, and you could add wavetable stuff. You could add all kinds of other clever stuff in software. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember because I think me and Richard bought the EPS between us because it was just so much money. And we got the 4 meg upgrade cartridge with it at the same time because, you're spending that kind of money, no, fuck it, might as well get it. It's all going on the HP. So theoretically, the monthly payments shouldn't go up too much. But I think the 4 meg upgrade was like $2,000 for just this little plonk in the back.
I saw those online. They're really expensive now.
Are they?
Yeah,
Rare
as hell and very expensive. So.
Yeah. But, it just goes to show, I mean, I used to play that thing practically every single day, and I played it for a good 2.5, 3 years. And it was some 10 years later that I found out it was Poly Aftertouch. Because none of the sounds we had seemed to implement it.
Yeah,
Weirdly.
I went to my about 6 months ago. I went to my EPS, just the regular EPS.
Yeah.
I forgot this is Poly AT or not, and I just loaded up a patch. Yep, there it is. It just worked right out of the box.
Yeah.
So pretty crazy.
Yeah. But if you didn't know, you didn't push the keys down hard.
If you didn't know, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So, and I've never forgiven myself for that. For all that time.
Yeah.
It's like, for fuck's sake, really?
Yeah, because everyone's coveting all these other ones, but that one actually did it.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to buy an Emax 2 1 meg machine, I've got one for sale. Just saying, just putting it out there.
Apparently there's 3 people now after this 8 voice
Nice.
at 145.
Bidding war.
Yeah, at 145?
Go for it.
Crazy.
Oh, I don't make any of that, mate. Don't worry.
I got my little toolbox thing in the mail today. Have you seen those little controllers for graphics and video?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Where have I seen one of them
Mou-
recently?
mouse and right hand, this on left hand, and it does all these crazy macros and wheels and sliders and knobs, and it's also wireless.
Somebody
too, which is
using one in a film on telly a a couple of nights ago, I think it was.
Probably because they're so small and they come with a little case. You know,
Yeah.
just pop it in your bag. And there are many other ones out there that are nicer, but they're more expensive, bigger. And this was
Oh,
on sale recently for the holidays, so it was,
I think it
a
might have been.
no-brainer.
No, it wasn't Reacher. It was either something that was on before Reacher or something that was on after Reacher.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. Sometimes you just want to use the mouse and some other macro gadget and not a bunch of keyboard shortcuts all the time. It's just too
Yeah.
much.
I tell you what, that bloke makes a really good Reacher. Mr. Man Mountain.
Oh, that show, Reacher.
My eldest described him as the squarest man you've ever seen.
He's very square, isn't he? But he's sort of like John Cena, but with more squarey bits.
Yeah, he does look a bit
Pixelated
like
John Cena.
Yeah.
Still can't see him.
Yeah. Okay, now with the octave. No, you are still not right, are you, little bitch? Listen. No. Try again. No, you're not right, are you?
These are the same problems from before.
No.
Different ones.
New problems.
Yeah, new problems.
All right.
Yeah, you're not missing much.
So if that's that, how can that one? Well, that one can't be out, surely. Alright, you go over there. Call this one up again. Okay, that is that one.
Excuse me.
Now call.
I had to go back and watch that Nakamichi auto reverse. That
Cool,
is
isn't it?
the coolest thing.
Yeah. There was. I'm sure they did another one where it didn't have the like a plastic cover on it. That it was almost exposed. It was just like open air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very very cool. Right. I need to create. I'm opening too many tabs here for Super Booth, so I need to create a tab group.
Seriously?
What have you fucked up now?
That could be any answer. And
Cannot trust him to do anything.
tell them not to touch anything.
I know. This is it's exactly why we're going to nail his hands to the desk.
That one, yes.
Can't you do Control-Delete for the whole studio? Just reboot the whole damn thing.
Yeah. No, it's just something silly I'm doing here.
Really? Kills.
Yes, really. Fuck off.
I don't think Control-Alt-Delete's going to solve it. You
Well,
have
it
to
doesn't solve it
hardware-
in Windows either.
Okay, you're there.
Yeah, the only time it ever really did anything was in DOS.
There we go. Now. With the octave. Yeah. Except you want that the other way round.
Yeah, I found one of my old souvenirs from Japan from the late 80s.
Oh, excuse me.
Look like Raiden. Start shooting electrical bolts.
Flawless victory.
Basically.
Oh,
Why they thought a white actor playing Raiden made sense in the movies, I have no idea.
Hmm. So that would be.
Yeah, there's a game I haven't played in 30 years. Of course, then I was never very good at it.
Well, it was one of those, just like Double Dragon, one of those games where you had to just stand there when you first saw it and go, "What the hell is this game? This is amazing.
Yeah.
It's so violent. It's so crazy. How did they get away with it?"
Exactly.
Because the one before it, that Pit Fighter one,
Mm-hmm.
was real sloppy. It's the same technology, but much more primitive.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
now,
you saw
try
that
it.
one, you're like, "Holy shit, this game's amazing."
I watched the demo for Mortal Kombat 1, which is the new one for PS5. Not entirely sure I like it. It looks pretty impressive, and it's got all of the the classics, stuff, but it's not
So it's all
virtual
3D,
fighter.
following the characters and stuff.
Yeah, there's characters, there's storylines, and but you've got all of the finishing moves and
Friendship and all that. Babality.
yeah, all of the fatality moves are there.
Fatalities, yeah.
But I still want them to do another. I want them to do another Virtua Fighter. That's always
I like the
for me.
drunken boxing guy.
Yeah, that was always my favourite. Found a Dreamcast emulator that works on my Mac, and it reads like 99% of all Dreamcast game ROMs that you can get out there. One of the ones it doesn't do, which is one of the ones I really wanted, it was Sega Rally.
Oh, okay.
Or Sega Rally 2, should I say.
Oh, yeah. Some.
Loved Sega Rally on the Saturn and then Sega Rally 2 on the Dreamcast.
I remember getting. What
Got
was it?
Daytona on there.
RAC Rally for the PC.
Oh, right, yeah.
And we're talking DX266.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to getting it. Got it. Loaded it all up. I go, yeah, right, here we go. It's like a fucking slideshow. It really was just like.
Well, that's like the first
There you go.
PlayStation 1 thing I got for the PC, is the emulator. And I was trying to play the Solid Snake game, whichever one that was. First
Metal Gear Solid.
yeah, and it's just choppy. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. And that's when he started the whole RAM processor video card upgrade path that
Yeah.
lasted
Yeah.
40 fucking years. So how much? Because remember buying a Voodoo card and then immediately saving up for a second Voodoo card.
Mm-hmm. Or SLI.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even though it wasn't PCIe, was it? It was
No, it was regular.
it was ESA
PCI.
slot, wasn't it?
Visa. Yeah.
Just,
Was it
Visa.
Visa?
It was regular PCI at one point. That's how you got the.
Oh well, yeah,
the
there would be
SLI
update. Yeah,
There's a little jumper cable between the two to connect them.
yeah.
Mm.
And then
Like a
using
ribbon
all
cable or
the
something.
special, graphics drivers and bits and bobs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
And then the whole, oh Christ, the whole RTX thing. And there was the GeForce cards. Used to cause so much confusion for Dave and Chris.
Oh
I can
yeah.
imagine.
Had that,
Yeah.
had that extra E in there, right?
Yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't stop people from
GeForce,
phoning up
Yeah.
Dave or Chris going, I want to get your new video card. No, that's not us, mate.
That's funny.
No, that's not even
No.
right. Let's try that again. No, I'll have to practice that. I can't remember that from the last time I played it. Booger. But we're getting the right kind of vibe going on with the template now, I must admit.
Getting there.
Getting all right. Oh, try that. Not quite that low though. I'll work on that. Because the idea is, you should be able to get it to get loud, without that harsh, those harsh mids coming through.
Mm.
And that's which, unfortunately, Spitfire does seem to have some rather harsh mids in it. Not their fault, obviously, because they expect you to know what you're doing. That's and it's not always as easy as that. But it's amazing how all these string libraries, they all sound completely bloody different to each other. Well, to me they do. I mean, there's probably some people who might go,
Oh, yeah.
all sounds like violins, mate. But
Which library was that?
that particular one was a Spitfire. That was Spitfire's articulated strings. There's also a Contact articulated strings as well.
Oh.
Exactly the same name, but obviously slightly different coloured panel.
What's the Spitfire one that was on sale recently that wasn't too bad? The price is pretty decent. Is that articulated strings or is that? It's like
I
a
think
good
they
enough
were-
package without breaking the bank.
Oh, I think they were doing a special on Albion, weren't they?
Was it?
Yeah, I think they were doing a special on Albion.
Probably over by now, right?
Yeah. What annoyed me, although it's just the way things work. Because Matt was having a bit of a struggle with getting this classic thing sorted out. So, kind of without him knowing, I bought him Albion, sent it to him. Well, not sent
Wow.
it to him. He got the code and he just turned up.
It's a
and
nice
he
Christmas
emailed.
gift.
Yeah,
Oh, it's still on.
it is still on.
Still on sale.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Yeah, well,
Albion is 50% off.
yeah. Well, when I bought it, it wasn't. And it went 50% off literally a fucking few days after I bought it. Oh, for fuck. Oh well. Oh yeah, I haven't got a lighter up in here, have I? All I've got is an empty case that makes the right noise. It's probably
I'll
charged
teach
by
you
now.
for buying a rechargeable lighter.
Man, there were
I
a bunch of
didn't buy it.
Albions.
It was a birthday present.
Oh, there you go. Lovely jubbly.
I'd use the petrol one, but I don't know where I put it. Oops.
I just remembered today that I'm scheduled to do bloody Syntheast in Norwich in February. I'd completely forgotten all about it, and I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do, or what I'm going to take. Oh dear. That's going to be fun.
So Albion Legacy is good enough, Kent? Oh, he stepped away. It's like one of the cheapest ones.
Oh, yeah, there are audio demos.
I'm sure they all sound great. Or Dune.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a good score.
Yeah. The live version on 40 Tours Around the Sun is amazing.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard
Yeah.
that. Is the only time they played it live?
The only time I've ever heard him play it live.
Hmm.
Not, in person, but like anything that I found was they did it on that 40 Tours Around the Sun.
It's funny because so many years later that became popular, like Harry Potter and Star Wars, and did live performances all around the world.
Oh yeah. I was playing around with this last night, and I discovered, can't remember where it was. Might have been in unison mode, I think.
It's still a Deep Mind.
Yes, still Deep Mind. Oh, it's in the VCA. That it has a pan spread on it, so the voices can spread, kind of Oberheim-esque. And this thing can sound, even though the filter is like nowhere near what an Oberheim, I can kind of get those big sounds out of it. I mean, granted, it is a 2-oscillator synth, but the second oscillator is basically similar to just a square wave, but it's got some folding kind of thing going on with it. But I can fake this thing into having 2 saw wave oscillators by just simply, instead of 12 voice poly mode, stick it in 2 voice. Basically, I can stack 2 voices and make it a 6 voice. If I go into the Unison detune edit menu, I can set it to Unison 2, Unison 3, which basically I can play 4 notes. Which really fattens it up. And then just throw just a touch of portamento on it.
Okay.
Like, I've been thinking about thinning down the herd a little bit and maybe investing in like either a 49 note Hydra or, like I was saying, the UBXA. As soon as I hear some like straight up raw audio demos of it, to see if I really want one. And I'm sure they're floating around on YouTube, but like I'm debating on which of my collection I'd be wanting to part with to finance that.
Is there even a street date for the UBXA yet?
spring 2024 in the U.S. I think. But I've kind of narrowed it down to my two big 88 note Korgs that are really just taking up space. One of them's an O1W Pro X.
That's nice.
That needs a new joystick. I think I found one on eBay. I ordered it. Hopefully it'll fit. I think it will.
That's my favorite Rompler of all time, the O1W.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't use it much.
Did you ever do the deeper stuff with the
wave shaping and all
wave
that?
shaping stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Does make that a unique one versus like any of the other Romplers that they've had, like the M1, the Trinity, and whatever. But it's just too big.
I mean, Jar used it on at least 2 albums, like tons of presets.
Oh yeah,
it's good enough for him. So
good enough for him. Good enough for Rick Wakeman to tour with one.
Sure,
amongst like 10 or 11 other keyboards. But I think like if I wanted one, I'd probably just get the rack. And then my Trinity Pro X, I think I'm going to let that go. I have the rack version that has the extra 2 banks that you can get with the PBS tri-board. So it's not like I'm not going to have any of the Trinity voices. But I've compared the sound of that to, say, the sound of my Karma. A lot of those multi-samples are pretty similar. In fact, I think they're the same. I think the difference between the two probably lies in the DACs.
Yeah, I have a TR rack. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like some of the sounds on that. So I mean, if I sell the keyboard, I'm not going to lose those sounds.
Karma's fun. I got a hell of a deal at Guitar Center one time. They just had one there, like in pristine shape, with like 5 sound chip cards.
Oh wow!
Which is really, those are expensive as hell. Right?
Yeah,
like $200-300 minimum each, sometimes more. And they don't always come with the floppy, so you're supposed to have the floppy to load the stuff in there.
Yeah.
And this had everything, like 5 complete sets. And the whole thing was pristine. I think it was like $450 or something like that.
For the rack or for the
keyboard?
The keyboard. Oh wow!
All those, yeah, it was like dirt cheap. I'm like, did you guys even look online what these were worth? They don't even care. Just...
Oh yeah, I mean, I've gotten deals like that at oh gosh, there used to be a chain up here where I live called Daddy's Junkie Music, and unfortunately, I don't know why they went bankrupt. I can't remember, but I used to find stuff in there all the time. Like I got a TS10 for $250.
That's good.
Back in like 2006.
Yeah.
And I stupidly sold it to finance a new computer. You know,
it was about $450, I think. But yeah, it's a good price.
No, I got $1,000 off of it on eBay.
Wow.
But the only thing wrong with it was the keyboard scaling was way off. It was backwards. So that was the only thing that I had to go in and tweak. Other than that, it was
Did you ever
really
get the SCSI adapter for it?
No, I didn't.
It's also incredibly rare. I got it from one guy. One guy in Moscow had it, and it took me months to get it. I thought he stiffed me. It's the only bad review I ever left on eBay.
Yeah.
For these kind of sales guys, and he got all pissed immediately. I'm like, well, you didn't give me any feedback. You gave me a Russian website for tracking that I can't read. So I had to go to the Russian lady at work and say, can you translate this for me? I can't read the website. And he never sent me any updates in email. I replied back several times through the proper channels through eBay messaging. Never responded once until I gave him a bad review. Got all pissy. And I said, hey, look,
this is on you.
I'm not going to retract it because you've been a dick the whole time. And then 2 weeks later, my card shows up.
Oh man!
So all I had to do was tell me it was still coming. That he tracked it properly. And I subsequently misplaced it. I don't know where the fuck I put it. I never installed it because too much stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, the only thing the Trinity, I've got the Pro X. The only thing that has that the rack doesn't have is it has the Solo Synth card in it for the Prophecy. But I've got the Korg collection, so anytime I need a Prophecy sound, it's mostly going to be from that. But
just get a Prophecy; they're fun.
Yeah, I could. I had one. I had one, and I sold it. I needed the money at the time, and I wasn't using it much.
Wacky modulation control on that thing is fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to like the flute sound on it, like digging in with the aftertouch and all that. But yeah, so O1W Pro X, Trinity Pro X, and I've got a Behringer Odyssey that I'm thinking about letting go because I have the 2600.
Oh yeah,
And
I didn't like the build of the Behringer Odyssey. I like the Carp one better.
Yeah.
Behringer gave you the effects built in, but the build quality wasn't as good.
I didn't like the key bed on it, or
Yeah.
I don't like the key bed on it. And I was mentioning this. This one is even all the way across from white keys, black keys, everything. On the Odyssey, white keys are substantially really light. The black keys are really, really heavy. So it's kind of uneven playing wise. But I've got the 2600, which basically is the big brother to the Odyssey. So I'll just keep that and let the Odyssey go for like 400, 500, whatever.
Hey, Ken, is there anything you can do to keys like that where the black keys are stiffer than the white keys? Is there any tweak you can do to that?
Depends on the action. Oh, the Behringer Odyssey. I think it depends on the action.
Probably what they've done is they've put the same strength springs on both the blacks and the whites, rather than put slightly softer on the blacks. Because on the original Odysseys, the Pratt Reed ones, they had the red and blue springs. The red springs were quite tough and the blue were quite soft, and the blues go on where the black keys are.
Right.
Did the same thing on the minis and stuff like that.
So they just said, I would just put one spring across all things.
Yeah,
I mean, probably what you could do is, if you make yourself up sort of like the right frame, is have it where you take the springs off the black keys and test it with one, and overstretch the string, the spring, and then put it on and go, yeah, that's a better feel, and then do that to all of them and then put more.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be any other way of doing it.
Yeah, I figure I sell the 3, get total $1,400. That'll easily get me either a Hydrosynth or a UBXA. But I'm thinking about doing it through Sweetwater Gear Exchange, because if I buy either one of those through Sweetwater, if instead of getting paid for it directly through PayPal through their Gear Exchange, if I just take a gift card from them or whatever. However they do it, I don't have to pay any selling fees. So, mileage may vary, but
Just in a post on a Yamaha DX7 Mark II Facebook group, very niche. He says, the original post is, I'm thinking of buying a DX7 Mark II. I would like to pay around £300. It must be in good to excellent condition and include manual and cartridge with no scratches or blemishes, and the battery must be good. Also, should not have any dodgy switches or outputs. Seller must be able to deliver to Birmingham. Can anyone help? And the responses are hilarious.
Yeah, double or triple that price. Maybe double it. You might be in the ballpark.
It's like that clip Randy always plays. Tell him he's dreaming.
Yeah. Some guys responded, I've got a CS80 for $99.
Yeah. Wow.
And then somebody asks, is that all? And the guy says, what do you mean? I mean, he's serious. He's seriously about,
You want the original box too?
Yeah. That's funny.
People are amazing.
They are indeed.
I mean, a few casual searches will show that's a ridiculous request. Not just the blemishes part, but the cost and all the accessories and all that shit. It's just like, come on, man.
Cartridges can get pretty pricey.
I got mine for $450, but that was back in 2020. And they've gone up quite a bit since then.
I got my Mark 1 DX7 in a parking lot for like $400. You know.
I got mine in a thrift store for $200 in like 2017.
Yeah, some people, eh?
And my S199 was pretty cheap, but it also had at least one dodgy key on it I still have to fix. It was like $30 for that key.
Yeah.
Yeah, pain in the ass. According to Mandy, it's a pain in the ass to take apart too. So.
Yeah, the whole bottom has to come off. There's like 20 something.
Yeah, I think you have to take all
screws.
the keys out. You can't just take one out or something. I don't know. I forgot. I'll tack.
I want to get the. Or to get to the one dodgy one. Yeah, I gotta grease the key bed on my 77. So it's like nice in some spots, but really stiff in others.
Yeah, I used to be like that once.
Didn't even need the grease.
Yeah. It's funny, I put that keyboard side by side with my Mark 1 DX7. I think the key beds are slightly different. The DX7 one just still plays like butter.
Yeah, it's just a good key bed.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why the MoDX is that much more insulting.
Yep.
I can attest to that too.
Like
Although
All
I've
they
not
had to
gotten,
do is do it again.
yeah. I mean, I've gotten used to it, but yeah, it's pretty dreadful.
It's got great sound and features on it, but just you know, unless you're a piano player type that doesn't care about expression, it's kind of stupid.
You can rule me out of that, unless I go for the 8. But even then, I did play an 8 like just last year at a Guitar Center. I don't know. I just didn't get along with the weighted action on it, or the hammer action, or whatever it is.
Is that Dominus, Kent?
Yeah. I'm just seeing if I can mess it up a little. Well, a lot actually. Possibly.
Do some nice. I think it's Palestrina did some great vocal stuff back then.
Yeah.
Use some of that on some old 3D animations that are really good.
I'll tell you what, this will make it sound weird, probably. Yeah, that's over the top. I am. Increase the depth, reduce the rate. That's long enough.
Do you know where they recorded those voices?
Do you know what? I used to. I can't for the life of me remember now.
But it's a European
was
product, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's Fluffy Audio's product, but it's because I remember it was the phone goes one morning at some ridiculous hour. And it's Ty going, you got to try Dominus, go to check it out.
It's all red faced.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, okay. It's not badly priced. Got there, go to the website. Go, it's how much? What is this all about?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh my God. You go, where am I going to put these people up? Because it's that kind of price. It's like, what, I'm buying the choir.
You're renting the choir for sure.
Yeah.
Back to that Albion thing real quick. Is the Legacy a decent one? That's like the cheapest one there.
The Albion?
Albion, yeah.
Yeah. It's lovely. It's got strings. It's got brass, oboes. You know, a whole working orchestra basically in that
This is like
one
all
package.
these like Solstice and Colossus and all these other.
Yeah, you have other ones that will focus on specific things. Whereas Albion was like best of all the worlds sort of thing.
Yeah, they have a,
So-
kind of a crazy product line here.
Yeah.
There's Tundra and Neo, all these Albion versions now.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought
They
Legacy might be a good one.
focus in different areas. So you got like sort of more focus on how certain sections are recorded, how many mic positions they're going to have, and you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
So depending on what kind of music you're wanting to use it for, you can get more of a tailor-made library out of it, if you see what I mean. That focuses more on the instruments that you are going to be using the most. So,
I
but,
think
you know,
I'll stick with the cheap one.
it's fine. Albion is lovely, really nice. I'm kind of hoping that Veer Harmonic will look at the woodwinds and the brass, and then perhaps look at sections. I mean, if they start doing sections, I'm going to be a very happy bunny,
But they
based
have to
on what
articulate
they've done
all
so far.
this.
Yeah, it'll be more subtle, but it'd be nice that it's there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And have that thing where you hit a chord, but not all the notes that you play hit at precisely the same time as each other.
Right.
You know, you get those little delays that you would get between instruments. You know, individual instruments within the section. So you know, mate, we're going to have permanent collie on the moon soon. I think we can have a library that does that. Do you know what I mean? One seems far more achievable.
Well, they supposedly spill tardigrades on the moon, so.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, although, you know, they're going up under the flag of NASA, so we say, but you can't help feeling that there's a little bit of private enterprise attached to that.
Oh yeah. Well, the whole, especially the Mars thing with Musk and all of this, like,
Well, yeah,
wanting to
I mean-
control things, and it's
Well,
going to be like
depends
Cohagen. He wants to be fucking Cohagen from you know, get your ass to Mars.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, didn't they say they'd found fresh water on the moon? There was
They did.
ice. Yeah.
L-Cross. I was actually there the night they actually did the experiment and watched it ram into the moon.
Yeah.
On the NASA plate on the grounds. We're doing star parties with our own scopes.
Yeah.
While they were showing the live feed of L-Cross slamming into the moon. It was really cool.
Yeah. See, there's the possibility of, all sorts of elements. So,
Well, you
know,
can. I mean,
staking claims up
if
there.
you're desperate, you can make water from the moon rocks. There's enough
Yeah.
components there you can assemble water. It just takes energy.
Yeah.
And so to find water, that saves you some precious energy, which is nice. But yeah, you can, if you have the right constituents, you can either from a hydrate rock or synthesize stuff together to make
Yeah.
water out of the geology. So so they weren't totally screwed if they couldn't find it, but it does make a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because water is heavy. Trucking all that water up there be a lot.
Yeah.
It's bad enough trucking the fuel that you're burning, but if you're trucking the stuff you have to, you'd really depend on. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Be interesting to see, I must admit.
But it'll be kind of sad in the future because they'll just Pretty soon they'll have some structures on there, and then you can't miss. The moon will no longer be special. There'll be a bunch of crap up there, you know. And with a good telescope, you'll be able to see, you know, some of the structures we put up there. The mega structures.
Yeah.
And,
What's this? What's this? Eric Whittaker. What is this? This is a Whatnot library.
What's that?
In the chat. The
Eric
labs.
Whittaker is a Spitfire library.
Is it really?
Eric Whittaker Choir, yeah.
Do you know what? I don't think I've got that.
Oh, got it to your list.
Oh.
It's Pokemon. You gotta have them all.
I've got about 12 choirs, but I suppose we would not have another one, would it? Give it a try, see what it's like.
Do you have a boys' choir?
Yes, I
I
do.
don't see those very much. They're not.
Those rumours are unfounded.
I think it was an East-West one. If memory serves, there was a boys' choir.
Because I heard people try to fake
that's a
it
good
with
one.
like pitch shifting and stuff. It just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I had some stuff once by Bella D Media. It was a young boys' choir. I think that might have been on my Akai.
Spectrasonics one's pretty. It's okay for what it is.
Yeah. The Spectrasonics
Yeah.
ones I've used where you sort of like you process them a little.
Yeah.
Or a lot, depending on what you want from it. But
So I'm guessing the one that Gabriel used on the Passion soundtrack is a real choir. Then it's not a library.
yeah, very likely.
Yeah.
You know.
Those sorts of libraries weren't available at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been a
No.
basic Fairlight one, but it did sound too
No.
clean and too nice.
Yeah.
I know the sampling engineer that worked on that album, and that would have been real.
Yeah, well, it makes sense.
Mm.
I was waiting for the tech to catch up. So that works, and that does what it ought to. That's good all round, basically. This does what it's supposed to be doing as well. Okay. I think the rest of it should walk in the park now.
Don't jinx yourself.
No, honest to God, it should be. The difficult bit was trying to get the Hydra to do two different things at once to two different locations. Now it does that. The rest of it should be just sort of like connect it up, go into the settings, make it externally synced, and Bob's your only, Oh man, maybe run into an issue with the 960, but I don't think so, because now that Hydra is doing both, I can use the Hydra to clock the 960's oscillator. So it should be walking the park.
Yeah, I'm telling you, get that PAMS, because that will, unless you're totally stuck in the DAW all the time, the PAMS will really be a great master clock or stuff.
Well, I've even got a clock sync now on the 80s LFO, so which is quite useful actually.
Is there a clock out on that?
There's clock in.
Oh, clock in.
Yeah, there's a clock in for the LFO using the Kenton MIDI kit.
Oh, right, okay, because that didn't.
Well, what it does is when you select it, what it does is it literally, physically turns the power off to the wire from the LFO on the pot, and then you have the CV1 from the MIDI kit take over.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's and you get around it that way. So anything rhythmic that you were going to do on the 80 from that point of view would be via the LFO anyway.
So all those Kenton retro boxes like that all have CV gate and clock?
Most of them do. I mean, the Pro Soloist certainly has it. And the bigger one, what was it? Was it the Pro 2000? I think they did a four channel one.
I think so. Yeah, they had them on sale off and on at Perfect Circuit.
Yeah,
But
most of the internal retro upgrade ones will have some sort of clock available for you. So if you put one in the Poly 6, for instance, it will give you a clock to the arpeggiator, that kind of thing. But nothing else, not like chorus sweep or whatever.
Sure.
But certainly the LFO and or the arpeggiator.
Yeah, my favorite Kenton product, I have several of them, is that USB host box. That thing is awesome. To convert USB to DIN 5.
Yeah.
Without a computer.
Yeah. Have you got the big 10-way aluminium one?
No, I did get their through box.
Yeah.
Because my goal originally when I got the Torres Squid was to use that to control a whole bunch of stuff, because it can control tons of gear at once.
Right.
You just need more individual outs.
Yeah.
And so I did buy the Kenton through box for that. It's I don't know if it's 16 through or 24 through, whatever the hell it is. So I could just hook it to everything in a given room or space, and then just drive it with the Squid as a master controller. But it's one of those projects I never got into. I had bought all the stuff and never hooked it up, so I gotta.
Well, I think it was up until about 3 years ago, all the Kenton stuff was hand built.
I believe it, because those USB host boxes are pretty rustic, but they're really good. They work great.
But he said to me, he goes, I've invested 38 grand in this pick and place machine. Okay, let me know how you get on with that.
Because I bought Chinese knockoffs of those host boxes. They're just not as good.
No,
they're cheaper, lighter. The problem with the Kenton is, to use it portably, it's really just a hard metal box with hard, sharp edges.
Yeah.
So it doesn't travel well, it's sharp and kind of funky. Yeah. It's meant to be on a table, basically. But I use it mobile because you just hook a battery pack to it and it works straight. Hook it to any damn thing.
So this is what I always liked about getting the Kenton stuff, because I order a MIDI kit for a CS80, and John Price drops them up at the door.
Wow.
You could literally hit Kenton with a house brick from here. It's literally just go down the road here for about a minute, turn on to Longmead, and it's out on the estate there.
It is cool when they're local like that. I mean, when I bought my Emax 2, I was still in college, and on the way to school, I could just stop in Scotts Valley, drop off my sampler, have them do the upgrade.
Yeah.
Or something, and then go pick it up later. So it's great.
Because he used to be set up in Wimbledon, which is further. It's still not very far away, in the grand scheme of things, but it was further. But because he lives in Epsom, so he would drive past, but he'd have to sort of like double back a bit and come here. Although he still did, but now it's literally on the way, so he's laughing now.
Well,
but I think he's getting ready to hand it over now.
Yeah.
Yeah, hand it over to the two boys.
Well, it would have been fun if I were into the stuff back in the 70s, even though I was a kid back then, because Sequential was just down the street in Sunnyvale. So,
yeah, it's funny how it works out, isn't it?
Yeah. A bunch of these companies are right around here. And the...
Yeah, do you know what? You're not the first person that thought that, Wags. I thought it was me as well. Because we're so close to each other, you think, maybe they're the same company. No, honestly. We is not.
They didn't make you a custom Ken Spong version like they did for Ranzi? That one company made some Ranzi labeled stuff?
No. Although John played a very, very big part in helping me design the MIDI controller for the controller. For the controller you got.
Nice.
So, because it was him that said to me, he said, look, I've just bought this pick and place machine. Let me assemble the boards for you because I can do surface mount. I mean, yeah, I'd prefer it if you did it. Go for it. Because they were going to be through hole, but you know, it's like price of boards and everything like that.
It's so funny though, because that thing is so big and sturdy, you'd never know a surface mount in there. It feels like it's just old school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of the weight, because of the materials and stuff to make it quality.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think it'd be these tiny little circuits in there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny it works out. It's
But it's fun. I need to use it some more. I've only used it 3 or 4 times so far, but it's fun. That whole matrix thing on the bottom left is crazy in the software. I forgot what it's called now, but the stuff you couldn't do on an actual Oscar. That's just pretty wild. Is it a custom arpeggiator? I forgot what that thing is. Or is that the harmonics? Some kind of thing with the harmonics or something. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
On the bottom left of the software? I have to open it up again.
Yeah.
Too many tools. Forget all the little details.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
But I still need to get his ARP-AX thing. Sounded interesting when you guys were talking about the other day. So I know he likes it. He always used to talk about the ARP-AX. When he would talk about ARP in interviews and stuff, Dave would always bring up the ARP-AX.
Yeah.
So definitely likes it.
Well, just wait for this whole postal service around the globe to catch up, and then I'll be sending those up 2500 bits up to Dina. Should help
You've
get
got a whole cache of things?
Yeah, I got matrix panels.
Oh.
Which are rare as rocking horse shit, they really are.
Sure.
And I think she's missing a few. And there's a few other bits, bits and pieces. There's nothing, to be honest with you, if I had a 1047 filter, it would be hard to donate it, considering how much it's fucking worth.
Yeah.
But, not that I bloody need it, but yeah, I mean, all that stuff is pretty expensive anyway. But I mean, those matrix panels, I mean, I paid, easily $2,500 for the 2 of them. And they're just little switches. Ding, 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 ding. That's all they do. But, when something's rare, it's rare.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes anyway. Wait for postal service to recover. We've had so many things go disappearing this time of year. It's ridiculous.
I don't have it on my computer yet, so I can't share it easily without my phone. But my girlfriend's complex, somebody probably during Christmas when we were out of town, broke into. They have this wall panel of PO boxes.
Yeah.
For the complex, and it's like panel. It's like a little covey you go into, and it's 3 different panels.
Yeah.
Looks like either 2 guys with crowbars, or somebody may have actually hooked up to a car, yanked it out of the wall.
What, the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's becoming a bit of a thing here as well.
Figure Christmas, people send checks and cash and all kinds of stuff. So
So what they do is they get an excavator and they steal an excavator and then just rip the bloody thing out of the wall, load it up into a van, literally in the roof of the van, and just drive off.
Oh, this just had it pulled out so you could access it. They didn't bother stealing it.
Oh no, they stole the whole freaking thing.
Ripped it open. Yeah.
We'll open it later.
But that's got to be a nightmare to replace, and poor people got their mail, just regular mail that you need, stolen and messed up.
Yeah.
Dickheads, just for a few random things. And there are unscrupulous check cashing places that will take checks.
Yeah.
From anybody. If you just pay the fee, they don't give a shit if you're the real person or not.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy.
So it was a video. I don't know how we ended up on this site. We were watching. It was basically a live Zoom call, for want of a better word. But it was actually a. I suppose you call it a court hearing. You had the judge, you had court reporter, defence counsels and prosecution counsel and stuff like that, and then all the guys, in the orange suits at their desk in the prison, listening in on the proceedings and stuff. And it's from Bexar County in Texas. Oh God, what is it? San Antonio, something like that. One of the big cities in Texas. And it was really interesting watching the proceedings and how it differs from how they do it here. And it was. But we saw it again today. They had a session, and one of the guys that was supposed to be released well before Christmas is still there. And he's still trying to get a court date, but they won't. He's not out. They can't pay the bond or something like that. But he's still waiting.
You could wait forever. The only one who's getting a rush job is Trump, because they want to make sure try and nail him before he gets on the ballot. But
taking the time, aren't they?
Well, I know they're really going. I mean, this is shockingly fast. From the accusations to get him into court, and the whole Supreme Court thing. Who knows how long that's going to take? But the actual, just to get him in the court, and because trials can sometimes be pushed out a year, 6 months to a year or more.
Yeah, but you know how mad things are getting. I mean, he could be, the first, president in history that can serve his presidency from behind bars.
Well, if
do you know what I mean?
Well, they were trying to use not the prison part of it, but the whole thing about the insurrection thing, which has been determined that he was responsible for that, but because he wasn't considered an officer in the terms that the old-fashioned crap that those guys wrote a long time ago can be loosely interpreted these days by various people, and so that's the problem. Is this judges are free to interpret to a certain extent some of that, even when it's pretty obvious to everybody that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been.
You're an officer all the way up the chain, all the way up to the highest office, right?
Yeah.
You're all officers, but they say, well, technically he's not an officer. Some kind of like word salad like that, and it's like, give me a fucking break. They're just desperate to save that guy's ass no matter what.
Yeah, well, there's people making entire careers out of interpreting the Constitution.
Exactly.
In favor
a lot of the guys who carry them around
them
in their pocket, I've got the Constitution right here. It's like, have you read it? Because what you just said is not even in it. Doesn't matter if you carry it around. You have to know what it says and what it means.
I can think of another book that people
exactly.
do that with.
Yeah. Several books, because they're all based on the same original
books,
stories.
Scientology still fascinates me.
Oh yeah.
In terms of the people it drew in.
So before it became the big Church of Scientology and all the celebrity stuff, he had this book called Dianetics, which is this kind of mumbo jumbo thing, which is his whole basis for the Scientology thing about Xenu and all that bullshit. Thetans and all that kind of stuff. I mean, South Park did an amazing job of documenting the actual story he's trying to tell you. And it says, this is what they actually believe in the little text at the bottom.
Yeah.
About the aliens invading your body.
Yeah. I think they would have done a better job. Really.
Oh, it's terrible, but people want to believe anything. And because it's all wrapped up into Hollywood and big money, that's why, Kirstie Alley, John Travolta, endless people have been in there to further their careers. And it's really what it is. It's another kind of a pyramid scheme in a way. Just getting people in there and affecting other people below them, and get more people in here, you'll get promotions, and the more people you bring in below you, the better off you are, and you get your rank. So like Tom Cruise has a super high rating because he's like the poster child for them.
Yeah.
And
He was about the same size as well, wasn't
Yeah. But this whole thing about this junk science, about this ammeter, where you're measuring some, they hook you up with this thing, they're measuring some current, and it's all nonsense. It's the ultimate snake oil stuff.
he? Yeah.
And people just want to eat it up. You know?
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, you know, at one time a day, we, you know, both me and Robbie could go, you know, what the hell's happening in America at the moment? But over the last couple of years, we can't say anything about anybody.
Yeah.
Because we have
pretty sad all
seen
over the
some
place.
shit go down here that
Yeah.
was like, are you kidding me? You know?
Yeah.
You know, somebody appropriates, I don't know how many millions went missing in PPE over COVID, and they got all the evidence there, and they go, oh, give him a job in House of Lords and pay him, you know, 250,000 a year, and people will forget. Don't worry about it. You know, and not even a lawyer has been phoned on either side. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it's great to have all these secular countries over in Europe, and you guys are pretty secular as well. Whereas over here, they want a fucking theocracy. So many wackos want to just, you know, have religion control, and not any religion. Has to be a certain flavor of Christianity. They'll mention Jews once in a while, but they really don't want Jewish people in charge. They don't want Catholics in charge, which is why Kennedy was a controversial guy, because he was the first Catholic to get into office.
Well, things were getting a bit progressive here, but there is definitely a vibe of that you feel you get from the Conservative government here, that brown people are responsible for all your problems.
But that's just racism.
You know,
that's not a religious thing, right? That's just basic racism.
Yeah, true. But I mean, you know, religion will always get pulled into these things, whether it wants to or not. You know, because it gives credibility.
It does, but isn't it still pretty weak over there? You guys have pretty weak religious presence in government.
You haven't seen the House of Lords.
Really?
There are 12. Is it 12 or more permanent?
Yeah.
Members that are from the church in the House of Lords, which the House of Lords is effectively your Senate.
Sure.
Yeah, but it dates back, you know, about 1,200 years or whatever it is, and it's all. And the thing is, it's not a question of religions being represented within the government. It's like a good career move. You know, it's a.
Well, here it's important because like, you cannot be president unless you're religious. You have to be like married, at least. You have a kid, it's even better, and religious. But if you're non-religious or choose to not express any kind of religion, just whatever, you'll never be president.
I'm convinced that Obama is personally an atheist.
Probably. Yeah.
I'm convinced of it.
I mean, Trump definitely is, because all that religious stuff he's doing is fake, right?
Well, yeah. Holding an upside down Bible.
Exactly. He can't quote anything correctly. He doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what makes a lot of it so
26. Sorry, I said 12. 26 seats in the House of Lords are there for bishops of the Church of England.
Wow.
Yeah. And all the pomp and circumstance that comes with it.
And were they the ones pretty much behind the Video Nasties? Was that the church pretty much? Is that
what? Sorry?
The Video Nasties you guys had back in the 80s and stuff. Was that pretty much the church? Or was that just conservatives in general?
Who classed them as Video Nasties? Yeah. No, that was the British Board of Film Censors and the Mary Whitehouse Brigade.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
Is that churchy, though? Is that?
Oh, she was religious, but it wasn't a church thing.
Yeah, but she used that as a sort of like a blanket of
religion as her
righteousness, if you like. So if she was being downright racist, it was all right because she's religious.
Right.
You know, just to give the racism credibility.
Chances are she took it up a shitter twice a week.
Well, I heard that about.
Sorry, she was an evil person.
No, mate. I've got an image now.
I heard that about Truss. They said Truss was kind of a freak. So.
Truss is just stupid.
No, Truss was just given a job that she was incapable of doing.
Yeah.
Because nobody else wanted to inherit that shit show.
Yeah.
Right?
She was
what's her name afterwards? Who was in for 44 days? Which one
Truss.
that was Truss. So who? I'm trying to remember the Mrs. before.
Oh, Theresa May.
Theresa May, right? She was in that job and she wasn't really sure what the hell it was she was supposed to be doing. But Truss was literally, there's a huge dog shit on the floor and they're all standing round it and going, who's going to clean this up? And somebody's just pushed whoever was in front of them and they've gone, they go, yeah, you're cleaning it up. And you go, well, I don't know how to clean things up. I don't know how to. What do I use? Do I need a bucket? You know.
So
The
she
same with
gets her chancellor, mate, to completely obliterate the economy.
That chancellor, mate, I reckon he failed his 11 plus. That budget he put in place, it takes a lot to lose 40 trillion pounds
So it's something ridiculous.
at the sweep of a pen
Yeah.
that we've still never got back. And get this, right? HS2. Right? HS2's cancelled, right? It's done. It's put to bed. But
Well, it's still going ahead. It's just not going ahead as it was originally planned.
yeah, but it's not going ahead, and there's loads and loads of houses where
Yes.
people had to sell through
They're renting
compulsory
them out.
purchases. Now they're renting them out for millions,
Yeah.
and it's like, I don't know. His approval rating, old Sunak's approval rating at the moment is 6%.
Oh,
There are
if
prime
things-
ministers who were found dead in dumpsters with higher ratings than that.
Yeah.
They got the sympathy vote.
If the figures stay as they are at the moment and things do not improve for the Tories, which is highly unlikely, they stand to not just lose power, but become the third party
Yeah.
in this country. They will lose that many MPs, that many seats, that the Liberal Democrats will become the party of opposition, which would
Yeah.
be unheard of.
The RSPCA would end up having a seat at this
Well,
rate
yeah.
because there'd be nobody else to come up behind
In fact,
them.
the SNP would probably have more seats than the Lib Dems, who would have more seats than the Tories. It's looking that awful. I mean, it's a joyous thing, and we just need to get it done. But the
Dragon's
Tories,
going really a positive number. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people who benefit, and that's the 6% are.
but the problem is that only the Tories, because they're the party in power, can call a general election, and they are not legally obliged to until 2024. And there are a number of potential dates that they can pick, and one of them means that the election can be called as late, I think, as December, which means that they can actually cling on to power for one whole more year. Now, normally it would be in May. Traditionally, it would be in May on a Thursday, probably the second or third week in May. They probably won't go for that unless something between now and then happens that would spark the potential vote of no confidence,
Yeah.
because they would probably lose that.
Well, they can still do a lot of damage in a year.
Exactly,
Um,
exactly, and that's
I think
the
it was-
scary thing.
It was announced, was it last week? The third reading of the bill through the House of Lords failed, so it won't be going ahead. That's now been scrapped. But we were apparently going to go back to imperial measurements.
Oh,
Yeah,
you join us again.
yeah.
But 99-point-something% of they surveyed 100,000 people, and 99-point-something% said this would be detrimental, not just from a consumer point of view, but from a manufacturing point of view.
Oh, yeah.
From
Yeah.
everything would change.
Yeah.
Well, we
And
really
yet there are
should have
still
done a metric
Tories.
system here. It's sad
There
that
are
we
still
didn't.
Tories in the last couple of days that are still saying, "Oh yes, we're introducing rules that will allow companies to sell wine in not just 750 milliliters, but 500 millilitres and 568 millilitres. And of course, we all know 568 millilitres is 1 pint. Who buys a pint of fucking wine? The reason there are many good reasons why bottles of wine are 750 ml. Other than the European metric thing, 750. You can. I think it's 220 litre and 350 litres. I think are the standard barrel sizes for wine, and from that you can divide 75 centilitres almost exactly. That's why a bottle of wine is, and also that the measure of a large glass of wine is 250, or a small glass of wine is 125. So everything works as it is. Yeah. That's why the metric system is better.
Yeah, but you know where the advantage comes in is you sell a box of wine, and it has 2 pints written on the side, and they go, and it's actually more expensive than 2 bottles of wine. And you just go, yeah, but 2 pints, that sounds like a lot.
It's perception, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing here is if you go any chemistry lab, biology lab, whatever, we use the metric system all over the place here. It's only in everyday stuff on the road, stuff in the stores, all the common practice stuff. We don't, because they refused. Most Americans are dopey. They refuse to adopt it. But the scientific community adopted it a long time ago.
But we're the same here. We still run to, our roads are in miles. Our speeds are in miles per hour.
Our fuel's in gallons, even though it's sold
but our
in
fuel,
litres.
But we buy our fuel in litres.
Yeah, but our terminology will be, I'm going to go down the road and put a couple of gallons in it.
I haven't heard gallons in years. When it comes to fuel, it's because everything's priced in litres. But it's such a cack-handed. I mean, even milk to this day, milk is sold in metric sizes. But it's still in brackets underneath has the old imperial, because there are some people, I mean, most of them should be dead by now, that still insist on, nobody talks
but think
about
how many
a pint
glass
of milk.
bottles you'd have to resize.
Well, yeah.
Instead of
it's
doing
funny though,
was they
2-liter bottles here are very
556?
common for soda, so the average person knows what a 2-liter bottle is, but everything else is not metric.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
It is mental.
I mean, I obviously have to work with imperial and metric anyway because of the age of these machines. Some of them are metric and some of them are still, imperial. So I have both sets.
If you work on cars, you got to have both sets, yeah.
Exactly. So we still, you can buy a socket set that has both AF and metric, sockets in them. Which is fine because it means I can work on the Chrysler, weirdly, an American car that has metric bolts, and the Mustang, which is an American car that has AF.
Crazy.
No problem. So, but if they bothered to ask 100,000 people, is Brexit working? Because they're not going to ask that one. Because we now have to go cap in hand back to Europe. We had a sweet deal. We always had a sweet deal.
Deals,
yeah. We were, there are other countries in Europe, in the European Union, that envied the deal we got. And we just fucking threw it away.
Yeah. And then the Daily Express the other day lost their complete shit over the fact that the EU had drawn up a map of transport links between all EU countries, and England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland were greyed out, as were Switzerland and the other non-EU countries. Wow. They're all greyed out because this is a map of the EU.
Sure.
Yeah.
And yet the Daily Express were reporting on this being an utter betrayal. What?
Mate, it's a newspaper.
This is what you wanted. No, but these are supposedly the voices of a certain section, small section of this fucking country, and they're getting outraged about a map that is accurately depicting the very thing they didn't want to be in, and now they feel utterly betrayed that England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are greyed out on this map. You made that happen.
Yeah. Well, we could probably have this break-up altogether, especially with the Conservatives, the way they've been the last, I don't know how many years now. It feels like for fucking ever. But, you know, where Scotland go, do you know what? Fuck you. And Wales can go, do you know what? Fuck you twice as much. And then Northern Ireland go, and fuck you and all.
Well, that won't happen.
No.
It won't. The Northern Ireland thing definitely won't happen.
Well, my family coming from Southern Ireland.
They'd welcome Northern Ireland with open arms.
No. Absolutely not. They
Well, I
do
don't
not
know,
want.
these days.
No. I don't know about now, but definitely back then. It was like, no.
What is the latest with the
no,
IRA
thank you.
stuff right now? Are they still pretty active, or are they just kind of cooled down? Or
The IRA, as you're probably referring to, do not exist anymore.
Oh, really? Okay.
What does exist are fringe elements of
Yeah.
those groups. That
The IRA have gone back to being bank robbers and drug dealers, which is what they were before.
Yeah, right.
It was literally, the IRA was the criminal element of Northern Ireland.
It's like the mafia becoming a military.
Yeah, you go, well, we've got these guns, we might as well put them to some use. You know?
Now, what you got now is, what do they call it? There's one group called the Real IRA, which is, you know, a small but active fringe kind of
Come in a better
element.
box.
Yeah, it's the ones that just cannot face, you know, being peaceful. They've just got. They're the ones that just, they're probably in it more for the fight than they are for the politics and the what have you. But it's not the same.
When did that
thankfully
stop? The IRA stuff. When was that?
Well, I mean, after the Good Friday Agreement in '97.
97. Okay.
That kind of started.
Yeah, there's still
the
little
peace process.
skirmishes here and there.
But the thing is, it's mostly, thankfully, it's mostly political now, is that you've got the fucking DUP and the what's the other one? Ulster Nationalists? I can't remember now. But you've got like 2 or 3 unionist parties which want to stay as part of the UK. And then you've got Sinn Féin, who are increasingly popular in Northern Ireland as a political force. So what the whole thing about the Good Friday Agreement was that Northern Ireland would be a power sharing power sharing government.
Yeah.
So no one party ruled over, so if Sinn Féin won enough seats, which they did in the last elections, they would be putting up the leader of the assembly, which is the governing body, and the second place party would put up the deputy leader, and then they would swap. So there was all this kind of balancing and sharing and making sure that no one party had the so that was the whole part of the peace agreement. But what's happening in the last few years is that there's been no real government in Ireland because the DUP don't want to do that now. They've decided, oh no, we don't want to share power with Sinn Féin, even though that's what we kind of agreed to. So there's very little administration going on in Ireland. The civil servants are keeping everything running as best they can, but political decisions need to be made, and they're not being made because the government is not sitting.
Yeah, and don't want to know.
Yeah, and so I've got mates in Northern Ireland that the hospitals need funding allocations. They need all these political decisions to go ahead for them to just operate. But there's no government sitting to make those decisions, and the civil servants are just trying to keep everything going.
Yeah, but what's our excuse here? Because we've got the same situation.
Well, exactly. Well, at least we have a sitting government. That's what they don't have in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
So,
do you guys ever get those government shutdowns that we get, where like stuff literally stands still for months? And
no, it just feels like it.
No,
it just feels like it.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, half the problem with our government, especially our Conservative government at the moment. I mean, Rishi Sunak's missus is what? She's what, 150 million quid short of being a trillionaire.
Yeah.
His wife, right?
And that's
so
all through her father.
So when they're talking about, benefits for single parent families and stuff like that, he hasn't got the slightest fucking idea of what it's like.
Yeah.
No idea at all. You could ask pretty much any Conservative politician, say, how much is a 12 pack of toilet paper? He wouldn't have a fucking clue.
Oh yeah, they've asked people here like, how much is a gallon of milk? They don't know. I was like,
You go, yeah, I don't know. I have a man wipes my ass for
I
me.
have a manservant for that.
Yeah. So, and putting people who have no idea what the real world is like in charge of the real world is, to me, seems like the most stupid fucking idea ever.
But that's what we do,
Yeah.
It's because
And willingly.
we're inherently lazy. Yeah, we're inherently lazy. And those people smart enough to run the country,
take advantage of the situation.
Well, no, I'm saying that the smart people aren't in government because they know that it's a corrupt institution that is all down to old school friendships and backhanded
under the table
deals,
stuff.
all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
The smart people. I mean, if so many people, like Martin Lewis. So there's the guy in the UK here called Martin Lewis, who is what's the best way of describing it? He's an economics expert, focusing on everyday economics that affect you and I. The cheapest bills, how to get your energy costs down, how to do this. He's an absolute genius, and he set up a business called the Money Saving Expert. That was his moniker, and he set up a website, and it offers advice. It's all free of charge. He offers financial advice. If you want to, borrow, if you need to get credit, you can go to his website. They'll recommend you the best places to get credit where you pay the littlest interest. He'll give you tips on how to do X, Y, and Z. He's a financial whiz, and he's a people's champion, and he's absolutely loved and revered in this country by the ordinary people of this world, and he holds the government to account time after time after time. He sits on various committees, and he's just a fucking legend. He's a really nice, altruistic, genuine expert who wants to help ordinary people. He would make the very best Chancellor of the Exchequer, the man in charge of the Treasury. He would be the absolute best, but he wouldn't do it because he's too fucking clever to know that isn't the way that it works.
Oh, it's not about doing the right thing, it's about doing the party thing.
Exactly.
Follow the party line.
Exactly.
Yeah. See, half the problem is that, at one time a day, like Paul's saying in the chat about, we haven't found a better way. Well, there was a better way that was in place where we were doing pretty much the same kind of thing that we do. But if a minister appropriated funds, stole, lie, whatever it is, he'd either find himself in the tower or hung from a yardarm, essentially. Now it's sort of like, oh, you bad boy, or I'm leaving because of health reasons, and
there's
that's
no
about
accountability.
it. Yeah, exactly.
There's no accountability. I mean, it's only just recently that we've seen UK, certainly Tory politicians. I mean, one just recently got recalled, Peter Bone, for sexual misconduct in office. And so there's a process where a constituency can recall their MP and have him removed effectively. And so therefore that enforces that generates a by-election. So there'll be an election for that constituency, and it's very likely that the Conservative, the outgoing Conservative MP will not. Yeah. He'll be replaced by another Conservative candidate, but they'll lose.
But they'll lose the seat. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've seen a few of those just recently, but certainly with 2 or 3 of them, it took a huge amount of pressure for them to get those MPs removed.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson was removed in that method, and it took an enormous amount of effort to get Boris Johnson to... Eventually what he did was he resigned his seat. He was going to get recalled, But then he resigned and forced a by-election that way, and 2 or 3 have done. It shouldn't have to be that difficult. If you fuck up, you need to be held accountable. But these people just aren't held accountable.
Yeah, but how many secretaries got bleeding touched up before he saw the fucking
Exactly.
door?
And worse.
And worse.
Well, the only one in recent memory here that got busted is Nixon. He had to actually do the long walk. So,
Yeah, but then
no one else gets away with it.
Yeah, but then his successor pardoned him.
Yeah, well, that always.
And that's kind of what it's. They go about it in a slightly different way, but Boris Johnson hasn't been held to account for the many. I guess there is no other word for it. Crimes.
Where could you start?
Exactly.
I mean, fucking hell.
I mean, he's had his feet held to the fire recently at the COVID inquiry, where the lawyers were pointing out to him, or contradicting everything that he said with proof, evidence, and facts that what he was saying was bullshit, and the fact that he lost all of his. I mean, what the fuck government ministers are doing using WhatsApp anyway? But we've lost our WhatsApp messages. Oh, well, that's a shame, isn't it? How did you lose them? Oh, well, I don't know. I think I lost or reset my phone. Why would you reset your phone?
I mean, they don't even lie convincingly.
No, it's so poor.
They don't even put the effort into that.
Well, their fans don't care, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Because and that's the crazy thing. There are still some people that think the fucking sun shines out of Boris Johnson's ass.
Yeah, but I mean, you got the same in America. I mean, literally, when you got one of the Trump supporters. I mean, died in the war.
It's a cult. I mean, he's deified.
I mean, literally, Trump could shoot his entire family and fuck him in the arse, and he go, "What a guy!"
He said as
"What
much.
a guy!"
He said as much, didn't he? Even in one of his, he said, "I could shoot somebody in New York and people would still vote for me."
Yeah,
he said exactly that.
Yeah.
That should be an alarm bell, shouldn't it?
Well, the
if
average
you
person's
think
pretty
that,
goddamn stupid. So.
Well, makes you wonder, but there you go.
It's pretty awful. One thing I thought was weird, though, maybe not so weird. I don't know the whole story, but the Tories that are so racist that are against immigration and all kinds of stuff would back someone like Sunak with his background. I mean, are they kind of...
But Sunak's one of them in that he went to the same private schools.
Got money.
He's got a shit ton of money.
But at one point he was an immigrant, and they kind of...
No, he wasn't. His parents were.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
he's
this
exempt.
is but this is the crazy thing, is that even though we've got our first Muslim prime minister, so is he Muslim or Hindu? He's Hindu, isn't he? I think. Whatever. We've got our first brown prime minister.
Yeah.
And we've had our first female prime ministers and they were all Tories. All of these things.
A Muslim mayor.
Yeah, and a Muslim. Well, but he's on the other side politically.
Yeah,
but
in some ways worse.
Even these people, whether they are from other backgrounds than white British, or they're female, they pull up the ladder behind them. They get to these places and they say, well, fuck you other brown people that want to come into our country, because was it Priti Patel who used to be our Home Secretary? So in America that would be your Secretary of State. Used to be the Home Secretary. Her parents were immigrants to the UK who came to here because of the Ugandan purge of Muslims or Hindus, because a load of people went from India to Uganda, and then they got kind of kicked
Was that
out
lady
of
that visited here and said awful things?
No, that's Suella Braverman.
Oh,
again,
Jesus,
same
she's
sort of
amazing.
thing.
Oh,
Yes,
Jesus
same jelly mold.
But yeah, their parents came over here because either they were being religiously persecuted or they were looking to better themselves and just like so many other people that try and come to this country. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that try and come here for other reasons, but the majority of people, and this is borne out in all sorts of facts and research, is that they come here to escape persecution, whether
Sure.
it's religious or cultural or racial or whatever, or they come here simply because they still crazily believe that the UK is a great place to come to, which is beggars belief sometimes, but it's because it's not a great place to come to.
Yeah, they find that out when they get
but
here.
This is what their parents, or maybe at the very least their grandparents, did, and yet they don't see the irony in the fact that they're trying to shut that sort of thing down. And they'll tell you all sorts of things. Oh, it's not racist. It's not this. It's not that. It pretty much is.
Yeah.
It pretty much is. And the fact that they fail, and the fact that these people, like the people that they talk about the boats. We have all these boats, these small dinghies that are making the crossing from France. The people work up from wherever it might be, whether it's the Middle East or Africa, and they work their way up through Europe to France, and then they pay stupid amounts of money to criminal gangs to get them into small boats and risk their lives to cross one of the busiest seaways in the world in these inflatable dinghies, most of the time at night. And they do this. I mean, you don't do that lightheartedly. You don't do that unless you really, really have to do that. And these people don't see the similarity between that and what their parents did. And it's, I don't know, and those people represent less than 1% of all people that immigrate into the UK. Those people that are being focused on, we must stop the boats, stop the boats, stop the boats. That's the big mantra. Stop the boats. The boats, the people on the boats account for less than 1% of all immigrants into the UK.
Yeah.
So what about the other 99%? Because we're taking
They
in
got a
more
few
than they
quid.
said. Yeah.
It's like all the bullshit they say about our southern border and all the Mexicans coming over and how they're like criminals and all this horrible stuff. When they're a huge part of our system, that the field workers and undocumented workers, and they're work in factories and work in other kinds of stuff, because people don't want to pay high dollar for produce and other goods that are made by these people. And they're not criminals. I've known tons of them. They're great people. They're hardworking. Some of the hardest working people I ever met were from Mexico. And people shit all over them. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're expecting high fruit prices in 24 because there are no immigrants to pick the fruit.
Yeah.
And the a certain element of British people, native British people, said, bloody immigrants taking all our jobs.
Yeah,
so
taking
the
the jobs
immigrants,
they don't want, right?
the immigrants went,
Oops.
and you go to somebody at a job centre and say, okay, I've got a great job for you, picking fruit in the field. Well, that's beneath me. I'm not going to pick fruit in the field.
Yeah.
Well,
Psychiatric nursing, when Brexit hit and psychiatric nursing took such a beating, it still hasn't recovered. Or any level of carer out the window.
It goes to South Park. They took our jobs.
Exactly.
Dumbasses.
it's like if you go to a hospital, the amount of people I see, and I see a few people at the hospital, and most of the consultants are not of British birth.
Yeah.
They're brilliant doctors, brilliant nurses. They've looked after me.
Yeah.
And you try to tell me these people are taking our jobs. It's just, it's when you speak to, and I'm not going to name names, but there are certain people that I'm sure we all know. Oh, well, they take all our jobs. And no, you were never going to be a brain surgeon. You were never going to be an orthopedic something or a pediatric whatever. You were never going to be that. They didn't take your jobs.
Yeah.
You weren't capable. They have the dedication and the time to come and do that.
Yeah. It's like the woman up the road here, she was saying, she goes, oh God, bloody hell, have you noticed? She goes, we've got like at least 3 families from Hong Kong moved in our road here. She goes, the housing estate out the back, it's sort of like, it's like downtown Hong Kong. I go, yeah. You go, because, it's come home to roost. She goes, what do you mean?
Yeah.
I said, well, we owned 3/4 of the world that we stole.
Yeah.
We owned Hong Kong. China wanted it back. Hong Kong didn't particularly want to go back, but
No, yeah.
but
Yeah, we threw
it
them
was
under the
happening.
bus.
Yeah, we threw them under the bus because it was convenient. Because of
Got to keep the Chinese happy. Gotta keep
well,
them-
there was deals done, and so we threw Hong Kong under the bus. But to sweeten the population of Hong Kong, say, well, look, you can have British passports, though. Okay, well, we got them, and now we have people from Hong Kong here with British passports, so no problem coming in, and many of them, and yeah, and good on them.
and they will integrate beautifully into society because
Yeah.
they speak English very, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Sue can speak very, very good English. Her husband, not a word. And we have conversations, and it's hilarious.
Just gestures.
So like
and
single
stuff.
words and gestures and stuff. He was helping me with the Mustang when I was changing the wheel. He nipped over. He just showed me the electric ratchet. And I went, right, and he come over and we changed the wheel together. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. He's bus mechanic,
No, yeah.
and he's got a job here as a bus mechanic. No problem. He's got a nice house there, and yeah, there's there's no problem with that.
Nope.
And the thing is, they talk about the amount of people that are coming over in the boats, and it's always about the boats.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. And we should be selling small boats really cheap in this country for all these small boats that keep arriving. We can collect and put into a warehouse. But the amount of people that travel up through Italy or up through Spain into Europe, some stay in Spain, some stay in Italy, a lot stay in France, and a shit ton of them, a massive amount of them, settle in Germany.
Yeah.
Not that many come here, but we're going on like, the entire eastern side of the planet has moved here. It's like, no.
What's the same figures they give for Mexico coming here? It's like it's a revolving door. They come and they go. They're not just all coming up here.
But don't you think it's a bit weird? When we saw they're talking about the Mexicans moving into Texas and illegally and all this business, and taking up residence in places like San Antonio and stuff like that. Wait a minute.
The stuff they
that's not
owned
very
before.
American sounding.
Exactly. Yeah. California used to be called Alta California because it was theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, they go, wait a minute, there's oil here. Well, they can fuck off for a start,
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's been lots of that. And, Britain is probably the biggest culprit of the lot. The amount of countries that we conquered, for want of a better word, and the resources and artifacts that we just stole.
Well, that's the thing. The U.S. is still pretty young, but in that short period of time, we did plenty of horrible things around the world as well.
Yeah,
not so much conquering, but definitely like.
Yeah, but you were learning off us.
Right.
We were established. The sort of like the college for how to be
You got the playbook.
a shitty dictator.
Yeah.
Australia. We go down to Australia. Aborigines are going, what the fucking hell's going on?
Yeah.
And of course, then you have Australians going, so what are all these brown people doing here?
Exactly.
I mean, you look at what happened with, the Windrush generation over here. Yeah, we just had a Second World War that we were victorious in as not just as a nation, but as a group of nations, and we, as the Americans did, we threw a lot of these people from our colonies onto the front line as cannon fodder.
Yeah.
Which they willingly did because they believed they were serving a mother country, even though that mother country,
and they were still being treated like shit when
by
their own allies when they were doing it.
And then in the 50s, the early 50s, we say to all these people, come and help rebuild the mother nation.
Yeah.
And we invite people from the Caribbean over, from all other places, and we invite them in.
Yeah.
They help us, and then we turn around to them, or I say we, a segment of our society turns around and says, "Oh, you fuck off! You're not from round here."
Yeah.
It's like we did the Tuskegee
and
Airmen,
then
the black guys who we gave them syphilis. Thanks for your service. Now you can die, right?
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
and then not only that, in more recent times, we've taken some of these people who came over here at our request, helped rebuild our nation. We've then turned around and said, "Oh, actually, you're not supposed to be here. We're actually going to deport you because of some stupid paperwork." A lot of the paperwork that was lost or wasn't kept when they came in the 50s doesn't exist to prove that they had the right to come here. And because the government can't find it, they said, "Yeah, sling your rook. We're deporting you back to Jamaica or wherever it might be." And they were splitting up families.
Yeah.
Left, right, and centre. I mean, and eventually the government did, after much pressure and fighting of it, they did eventually say, "Yeah, we fucked up, and we'll sort this mess out." And I don't think it's completely sorted out, but yeah, it's like.
Well, during the 60s when I was growing up, I used to go to work with either my mum or my dad. Especially school holidays and stuff like that. So I'd spent most of my childhood on a bus. You go to the canteens. We get down to Leatherhead Garage and we do the changeover, and go down to Leatherhead Garage and you go into the canteen and there'd be lots of black clippies and black bus drivers, and nearly all from Jamaica and Barbados and all those
again doing the jobs that we felt would be
but it was kind of 50-50 actually back then. But there was such wonderful people, really, really lovely.
If you want to talk about badly behaving governments, you may as well want to go and talk about France, how they treated Haiti.
Well, I mean, they're all.
Mate, you could point at any country on the planet.
The Dutch,
they absolutely made. They took
the
all
Italians
the
with Ethiopia.
Took all the resources. Took all the resources for all their sugar production, and then they build Haiti. I think it was like I think Haiti still owe them $24 billion.
It's basically white Europeans.
They made them sign an agreement to let them be their own country, but by doing so...
Well, the Dutch in South Africa.
So. Exactly, yeah. Dutch in South Africa, the Italians in Ethiopia.
Yeah. Mind you, the Italians, they used to make some bad choices.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, just dip into the hat. We're joining the Nazis. What could go wrong? It'd be fine,
Well, I mean, that's a real... I mean, obviously, that's kind of close to home for me, and... my family, the majority of my family were on the side of the Allies. In fact, my grandfather fought for the partisans in the Alps, but his brother, so this very small, his younger brother, who was obviously a lot more impressionable, went the other way.
Yeah.
The thing with Mussolini ended up being, he did like, I suppose a modern example is Tony Blair cozying up to George Bush. He knew that Hitler was the one. If you went against him, you'd get fucked over. So you might as well join him. And they kind of shared. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Hitler looked at what Mussolini was doing in Italy.
Yeah, I think Mussolini was the original fascist sort of
exactly.
thing.
Yeah.
But Mussolini wasn't stupid. He saw what was going on and thought, well, you might as well join up. But the thing is with and this is what I found speaking to family and stuff and friends over there, is that Mussolini did a great deal of good for the Italian nation, because you got to remember that Italy wasn't a republic until around that time. It was still up until I forget what year it was, but it was in the 20th century. Until then, Italy was a conglomeration of small, all these smaller countries that
Smaller states, really, wasn't it? Yeah.
And it was only when they became a republic that they became the Republic of Italy. But Mussolini did, and again, Hitler did the same thing. He
Got
populist,
people working again.
yeah, populist policies,
building
roads, industry. Hitler basically went against the Treaty of Versailles and started building up his armies and stuff.
Again, because Germany got fucked over after the First World War.
And
you in a way, people wanting revenge for whatever war previous, you end up building something worse.
Yeah,
you're trying to get your own back.
Yeah,
that was Hitler's motivation mostly.
Yeah.
Was the fact that Germany had been so humiliated
Yeah.
by the defeat, and then of course the Treaty of Versailles, which stripped Germany of so many things. That's
they nicked part of Germany so they could have the coal mines and stuff.
Yeah, of course. It's all fuel.
The Alsace and Lorraine and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they really fucked them over. So
God help me if they had oil. Jeez. Yeah.
Although it went even worse.
But for many people in Italy, even to this day, those that remember the time, they often think about Mussolini in not glowing ways, but they say, well, he did some good
things.
He
also
did some
did
good
bad
things. He did, infrastructure wise, but then of course it led to lots of other bad things.
Yeah, but when today when you say Mussolini, you just see that sort of like, it just looks like Trump.
Alexei Sale.
Yeah.
All that posture in the body language. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was Italian, so
Yeah.
It's all
anyway.
But I mean, Hitler wanted those warm water ports. He's not going to get to North Africa more easily than being able to travel all the way down to Italy and then get over. No problem. Algeria's up for it,
Yeah.
Morocco, get in there.
That was 90 years ago. It's mad, isn't it, when you think about it? 90 years ago all that shit happened. The 30s, the 40s.
But, I mean, whenever we talk about our family and we go back to my grandfather and his brother, as soon as you mention his brother, pretty much everyone in the room goes,
oh God,
because he was the black sheep of the family. And the thing was, my grandfather's mother, who was distraught about the fact that her younger son was a fascist, her biggest fear was that her elder son would be killing her, because they were ally supporting. She knew that we would win, and she just her greatest fear was her one son killing the other. But if it wasn't for the war, I might not be here, because as I was told this story, my grandfather was fighting in the mountains. That's how he met my grandmother, because she lived in this village called Locarno. And during certain periods of quiet, the soldiers would come down from their mountain posts into Locarno, which was the biggest kind of village at the time, and they would relax, rejuvenate, and of course, if they'd found a young lady of the local village, they would do stuff. And there would always be one woman or one house that would keep a lookout.
Yeah.
And apparently, so the story goes, when they heard or got wind of the Germans coming back, they would fling these like white sheets or whatever or something over the balconies as a visual signal.
Yeah.
Like,
or
get back up.
You could put a rug and start
That's
smacking it over the balcony. Yep.
Exactly. And apparently, on one day, my grandfather was up to his leathery bits in my grandmother, and the signal went off, and all of his mates started shouting, and he, being Catholic, finished but forgot the withdrawal method. And my father was born at the early part of 1945.
God, I'm glad my granddad wasn't here when you said that, because he'd be going, I thought he'd know how to withdraw.
Yeah. Well, you know why the Italian Navy have glass bottom boats? So they don't hit the old Italian Navy.
No, do you know what? I must admit, the only time I ever saw my nan be nasty, and not in a nasty way, but just sort of like blanking, was she was here because she used to come over here to babysit us when we come home from school, because both mum and dad did like shift work on the buses. And I came home one day with my friends from school, who was German, and he'd only been in the country I think it was that year he moved. He went into our class. He was only going to be here a couple of years. There was something going on with his family, so he sounded German, and my nan was like not impressed at all. She really wasn't impressed about it. And this would be this would be early 70s, so we're talking probably about 1970. So a few years have gone by, but as far as she was concerned, every German was responsible for her house getting blown up.
Yeah.
And for having to eat potatoes.
Well, if you have to live through it, you have a different perspective, don't you?
Well, yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
My ex-wife's parents were like that.
Different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different experience to them. So, and they listen to the propaganda on the radio and all the rest of it.
Yeah, well, both ways around,
and it sticks around. So sometimes when you see like people like Boris Johnson walking away unscathed yet again, or whatever the Conservatives are doing today, you go, nothing's fucking changed, has it? Really?
You know what?
Why are we surprised?
Sorry for our American viewers, but nothing's going to change. The next government's going to be Labour, and it'll be just as shit as the one we've already got. They're all the fucking same.
Yeah, and for different reasons. Just for variety.
We'll get a different shade, but with the same shit still. We'll still be a pile of shit, but a different shade of shit.
Yeah. Well, you see, we got the Conservatives going on about, it's all the brown people are causing all the trouble, blah, 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 like that. And then we got our London mayor.
Have they stopped anything? Have they stopped as a single person?
Did he even need it? I mean, but we've got a London mayor who's a Muslim. He introduces Yulis and everything like that. And he goes, well, the people who are exempt are Muslims who are going to prayer, whenever that may be during the course of the day.
It's 6 times
and people
a day,
go, well, hang on a minute. And so he's generating sort of like racial tension.
Let's be honest about Yulis. That wasn't something he could avoid doing, because that was an after effect of one of the previous mayors of London. It was Boris Johnson, and the Conservative government basically said, you've got to introduce this. He's been made...
Oh, no, it was already in place. No,
yeah.
He didn't have to make it that wide. Because the air quality on the outskirts of London has not changed either way. But there's a nice little tax for every single car.
That's all it is. It's just a tax. It's a way of gathering money.
So anybody, anybody down here has to go to work, has to pay £12.50 more than anybody else in the country.
Yeah. Yeah. Bollocks.
Yeah.
It's another load of bollocks. Forgetting money for not. It's like, remember? Nobody remembers, but we used to have a thing called window tax in England, where if you had so many windows, you got taxed because you got one more window than next door.
Yeah, my nan's house had bricked up windows.
Yeah, you could see
it was built in 1590.
Brick their windows up.
Yeah.
To reduce the tax.
Yeah, daylight tax.
Yeah, it's bullshit, isn't it? It's another load of bullshit.
Didn't last long, but But Bricky's got a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone benefited from
temporarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mind you, people who made curtains were. It's always somebody going to lose and somebody going to win.
Well, you can always print bricks on your curtains and see how that works.
Yeah, just pull it away. No, it's long as brick, honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Fine.
Yes, because Nan used to have these huge oak, sort of like arch windows on the back of the house, and you could see where the bricks were. Even nearly 300 years later, you could still see where the other bricks were.
Way of earning money for not doing anything. It's just bollocks.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing, like you said, I don't think it's not going to improve the air quality 1%. It's just a way of generating so many millions of pounds.
Well, you see, they reckon that most of the air pollution is coming from the underground.
Oh yeah,
it's not fumes. It's not carbon monoxide or anything. It's like it's asbestos dust from the brake discs. of all these underground trains. And people are going down into the underground. They paid their £12.50 to get into the city.
Yeah,
To
not
park
fresh air.
up, to go down in the underground, to be poisoned as they go to their office, and poisoned to come back. But at least they're breathing cleaner air when they're driving home in their car with the air conditioning on.
Yeah. Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
In mad world. It's a mad world, honestly. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
Governments are trying to do their thing of getting money out of people.
But like I say, every time something like this happens, there will be people who win and people who lose. Now, I'm somebody who wins because the price of my Mustang has gone through the fucking ceiling because it's exempt. My gas-guzzling, black smoke-producing, polluter.
Yeah, you're
it's completely exempt. Yeah.
You're in a technical loophole where you benefit from it.
Yeah, just because the car's old enough. But the price of all the old cars from the 70s and early 80s now, they're worth so much more money. It's ridiculous. It's mad. Absolutely mad.
Yeah, it's the world we live in. It's all crazy.
But then my, what is now coming up to 6-year-old 200 brake horsepower diesel car is also ULEZ exempt.
Yeah.
You're not in the ULEZ, are you, Robbie?
I'm not, but I often go in and out.
Oh, you have to drive into it. Great.
Yeah.
Do you get like a ULEZ subsidy for driving in from your company?
No. My car is ULEZ exempt.
Oh, right.
So
the cameras will see the number plate and go,
yeah,
no,
they
check
the database and it just doesn't, ignores me.
All right, good.
Unless they decide to shift the goalposts at some point.
Well, if they don't earn enough money, they probably will.
Well, yeah, because the amount of cameras they've had fitted, and these are very expensive cameras. I mean, apart from the ones that Blade Runner's been cutting down, that's got to be paid for. Well, I know we've already paid for it, but if you're going to have a tax in place,
well, you've
got to make it as profitable as possible.
For the cameras, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I think if they pulled off something like that, I don't know. I think in the States, if they did something like that, Andy, do you think there would be shit?
You don't even have traffic cameras anymore because they have made such a fuss about it. People getting tickets from traffic cameras. So
they run to that Constitution again, do they? Yeah.
For whatever reason they want to claim, they would never fly.
Yeah. If there was one city in the country that had like this ULEZ tax type thing, and all the other cities didn't, there'd be fucking riots on the street, wouldn't it?
But they always find other ways to get money out of us, so it doesn't matter.
But that's half our problem here in the UK. Is if you go to France and the government say we're going to reduce your pensions or something.
Yeah,
France. People don't just get angry and start moaning about it down the pub or on question time. They fucking go out and they riot.
Yeah,
and the government has to listen and do something about it.
Got roads, don't they? So they blocked all the roads into Paris one time.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they actually do something. Whereas the British are a constant nation of moaners and groaners.
But not doing anything.
Will just sit here on things like this and talk about it, but not actually fucking get off their arse and do something about it, or vote for someone who will get off their arse and do something about it. They'll just carry on voting for whoever the Sun tells them to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but if you're in an area like this, you got no fucking hope.
No,
because there are so many of those very, very rich houses, and the golf course and all that lot, and got those elitists that live over here. Some of them are the MPs.
Well, they don't care about that. They'll just pay the fucking tax.
Yeah.
They got so much money. It doesn't matter
the seat is always going to be pretty. I mean, I can't remember when we had a Labour MP down around here at all, ever. No. Probably in the 1750s, something like that.
Well, the Labour Party didn't exist back in the 1750s.
Well, anything that even resembled being like that.
Yeah.
Well, like over here, don't the rich guys over there also, they're tiered, so they don't pay much tax. They avoid it with loopholes and all kinds of...
Yeah, the richer you are, the less you pay.
The more able you are to avoid
because obviously that's the best way to run an economy. Yeah.
Which is why I love all these people I know who are hardcore Republicans here. They get nothing out of it other than the fact that they voted Republican. They're not rich, they're not religious, and they're getting, they're so proud of all of this stuff, but they're not getting any real benefits out of it other than bragging rights.
Yeah, it's an ideology, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Well, United States and the UK suffer from both the same thing. Not enough choice of a party to pick. You got two shit parties to pick, and they're both shit.
Well, we used to have like 5 or 6, but only 2 ever really made it to the ballot. Occasionally 3.
Yeah.
But you can always write in. But yeah, the Green Party and the Peace and Freedom and Libertarian are never taken seriously. So they're always kind of, fringe.
Admittedly, a lot of these parties don't do themselves any favours. We had the Green representative down here. Oh my God!
Lunatic.
Yeah, a little bit loopy, very skinny, glasses, tweed skirt and everything like that, and it's all like no power, no punch behind her what she was trying to put across and everything like that, and she just looked sort of like a schoolgirl.
So round here, we have actually the first. We've got the first district council in the world that has a Green majority in it. The Greens are running it because they got more votes than anybody else. That's the first time that's happened anywhere in the world where a local authority has been run by the Green Party.
Yeah.
Because they won enough votes rather than it being a coalition.
Yeah.
So, and if you look at all of our Green MPs or Green councillors that we have here, there used to be 1 or 2 that were exactly like that. A little bit, earthy and very nice, but not really kind of. There's no substance to them.
There's no
yet
punch
now,
in it. Yeah.
They seem to be learning. Maybe a bit too slowly, but at least they are learning to be a bit more savvy, a bit more approachable, a bit more identifiable. I think is probably the best way of putting it. And I know our councillor quite well, and I know his family and his father, who's probably, I don't know, last time I spoke to him, he was still alive. He's in his 90s. Used to repair my bikes. Really, really nice guy. And very switched on, and approachable, always approachable, which is something that you want to see from your public representatives. But when it comes to the MPs, it's a completely different thing, and I just don't see the Green Party, as much as I like a lot of what they do and say, I just don't see them troubling anybody at the polls. It will, as Creshead says, we are essentially a 2-party nation, even though we have the Lib Dems and the Scottish National Party and Plaid Cymru and the ones in Northern Ireland and the Greens and the Reclaim Party, whatever the bunch of fucking lunatics call themselves these days.
The Lib Dems were a third party for a little while, but that coalition killed them.
Yeah,
that coalition.
They're starting to claw back, and I think whenever the next election
was it Ed Davey? Is it Ed Davey?
Ed Davey,
Who's the leader?
Well, he's the MP for Chessington.
Yeah,
here.
But I think everything southwest of you, like where Matt lives, there's a good potential for Lib Dems swinging it there, because they do very well in the southwest.
Yeah,
and they do quite well in other parts, but in patchy parts of the country. But what we're seeing in some of these by-elections where the Lib Dems are actually winning. The Labour have never won there. It's either been Tory or Lib Dem. The Lib Dems are actually doing their job. So it does stand to reason that, come the next election, the Conservative Party could be totally wiped out and become a third party.
They will be. But even though they're toast, they're fucked. But even though they're fucked, where I live, doesn't matter what anybody votes, it'll always be fucking Conservative.
Yeah,
same here.
Never ever been anything other than Conservative.
Yeah, it's going to be the same here.
Yeah,
so
we're
every time I vote, it's a complete wasted vote.
Plus, we also have the Electoral College here for presidential stuff, so that's why it's really restricted to 2 parties no matter what, because the Electoral College usually decides it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this whole wasted vote business, I'm not entirely convinced that is a true thing, because if all the people, and there are many people, and they have very good reason to think that their vote is a wasted vote, but if all of those people said, you know what, my vote might be wasted, but at least I'm voting for the party I want. If all of those people that didn't vote because they didn't think their vote made a difference, if they did actually vote, it might just either make it a very close run thing, or it might just tip it the other way.
For sure.
It's never ever been close in Melton, not by a billion miles.
We had the close one with George W. Bush and Al Gore.
I know what you're saying.
But
and that came real close.
if you look at the political spectrum in our country right now, and you're saying, just like most people are saying, that it's going to be an absolute rout and the Tories are going to get shafted.
Oh yeah,
then you have this election is the best chance of any election in our lifetime so far that we can turn those seats like yours, like the one we've got here, into a Labour seat or whatever it might be, but get rid of them. We could actually, this is the time that we could actually do it, because the Tories are so universally despised.
You'll find that the only time an MP actually starts to listen is when their seat is like, oh shit,
Well, yeah, exactly.
Then they actually start listening.
But I remember '97, and it was a landslide Labour victory, but the Tories, as much as they were not liked and were increasingly unpopular, they were nowhere near as unpopular as they are today. And that's why I think that even in I don't like the Labour Party. The Labour Party of today is not the Labour Party that I have voted for almost consistently since I've been of voting age.
But you're going to vote Labour
I'm going to vote Labour because I know that my vote in any other regard will be wasted because they are so small. But at least the Labour vote could potentially swing it. And if they're so universally hated, and if everybody just got up and said, "Oh, fuck it," I know that this is not going to be ideal, but it's got to be somewhat better. At least give them a chance. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Conservatives have had 13 years of failing everything, so let's have somebody else see what they can do. That's my point of view.
I mean, I really despise Keir Starmer, and I despise him more and more the more I hear it.
I honestly can't think of anything that he's said that's memorable. No. It's completely forgettable grey suit.
But
I mean, not that must be a winning formula for being a good leader.
There are more people in the Labour Party with real world experience. You look at the likes of Jess Phillips, of the deputy Labour leader, what's her name, Angela Rayner, and others. There are many more people, many more MPs, current MPs in the Labour Party who have genuine real world experience. And whether or not they end up in the government, in cabinet, there's way more of them, in that party that can exert their influence. And so for that just small reason alone, I hold out some hope that a new Labour government will make some sort of a difference. No, they're never going to be the most popular thing, in the world. And they do seem to be Tory-like. And I do I keep hoping upon hope that Starmer is playing a game, win over the centre-right, win them over, guarantee a landslide victory, and then slowly but surely bring Labour back to the grounds where they really can make a difference for the average man, woman, child in this country, the majority, not the wealthy. Maybe that's just me being a bit idealistic. I mean, I know I've got some very staunch Labour friends who absolutely despise Starmer. But there's a guy, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's a poet called Attila the Stockbroker, who was
he's a musician guy, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was.
And I've followed him since about the age of 14, and I absolutely love his work. And he's a proper dyed-in-the-wool socialist, to the point, some might even say he borders on the far left, or certainly he did back in the day. But even he is saying, right now, he said, Keir Starmer is not the Labour I want, but it's the Labour we've got, and it's the only way that our priority at the next election should be nothing other than getting rid of as much of the Tories as we possibly can. And unfortunately, our best hope is the Labour Party.
The only way I think the Conservatives will win is if something absolutely out of the blue happens, like some
it's got to be massive,
or fucking we get hit by an asteroid. That's the only reason. Yeah. That's the only way they'll win it.
They'll start a war, which is a usual way of a government trying to cling on to power. Or you can't change the government in the middle of a war. So watch out for that.
I mean, it's a bit like the American election. The English election has got to have got to happen before next January, so it's going to be this year. They won't do it in next January. They'll do it this year sometime.
Well, we hope, but there is that slim possibility, and it's a legal possibility that they could still be in power up until January of next year. But we've got to hope.
And that's a stupid way of like hanging on just because you can hang on. That's stupid.
Yeah, but think of the
inevitable
damage they could do.
Yeah, exactly. You need to like go, okay, cut your losses. We're fucked, but
but they won't
rebuild afterwards. So
they won't though. They will try. They will. I mean, there are elements of the party that will try and cling on as long as they can to milk it until it's absolutely dead.
The best thing to happen to England or to the UK would be if we had proportional representation.
They burn it down before they leave.
But then we had the opportunity for that.
We had a vote.
All sorts of strange.
We had a
stupid
referendum, and strangely, that referendum.
But it wasn't an out-and-out referendum. It wasn't an out-and-out.
It was an advisory referendum.
Wasn't it? It was an
advisory.
Yeah.
But it was an advisory referendum, just like Brexit was. The Brexit referendum was not a legally binding referendum.
But the proportional representation was an absolute proportional representation.
No, it was a version.
It was a version of. It was in, wasn't it like a something out of 5 or something? Something like that.
It was a step forward. It was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but it didn't. Nothing fucking changed though. So it was a pretend step forward.
Yeah.
It was bullshit.
But it never happened. So
exactly, yeah.
It's
That's
amazing
the only
what
way
you can
that
get.
one's vote will actually fucking count is when it actually gets counted.
It's actually what's happening in Holland at the moment, because the last I heard that
Kurt Wilders won, didn't he? I think.
Yeah, he didn't win, but he looked like his party would be getting the most seats, and therefore he would be able to form a coalition.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything since then as to whether he actually formed a government yet.
Yeah.
Go on, Aziohead. You live next door.
Well, does he not live out there?
Go weird.
Aziohead's in Belgium, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's next door, isn't it?
Yeah. So I don't know what happened.
Oh, he's the guy that lives in Belgium. I heard that somebody lives there.
Oh, Carl Bedford lives out there as well.
Yeah.
That's 2 people. Wow.
I know.
There you go.
And one of them's English.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he did. Yeah. I thought. What did he do?
He says he thinks he did win. So.
Well, his party won the majority of seats.
But is it enough to go? Your side?
He would have to form a coalition with.
Yeah. He's probably hasn't got enough seats for an overall majority.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, well, at least Belgians make nice chocolate.
Yeah, but it's so expensive now.
The result of the 20 election was described as one of the biggest political upsets, blah, blah, blah. The PVV becomes the largest party in the House of Representatives.
Is it big enough overall? Because they'll need other people on board, won't they? They'll have to do some deals, won't they, as usual?
Well, like I've always said, people will believe anything if you write it on the side of a fucking bus.
Oh, yeah, if you write it big enough.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if...
I'm sure the NHS is still waiting for that 350 million a week.
Yeah, so his party won 37 of the 150 seats.
Well, that's not majority, is it?
No, but the point was that he could form a coalition with a number of the other parties.
Yeah, which will probably water down what they want to do. But
if you look at how many parties they've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 parties.
We've got
with elected members.
About 5 parties, haven't we? 5-ish parties. Labour, Conservative,
Liberal
Democrat, Greens.
You get a few on the ballot.
Reclaim.
And
then you've got a few that you've still got people.
The fringe ones, haven't you?
Yeah, Monster Raving Loony Party,
which basically, when you think about it, actually dilutes the vote.
It does.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, but those are probably people who vote for the Monster Raving Loony Party. The people who would not have voted at all because they think it's a waste of fucking time.
No, but they didn't vote for somebody else who might have been a bit better.
Votes anyway, so it's not exactly going to overturn an election, is it?
No, I know, but it still dilutes it a little, you know. But I don't know.
It's a crazy world.
The trouble is, when you get political unrest like this for a long period of time, it ends up being another war.
Yeah.
I was just saying.
You know,
Start a
cleans
war.
cleans the pipes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that if you look
Somebody
back on it, though, wars drive innovation.
And economies.
For all the bad things it does, it actually.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Also, because you're at war, you have to innovate to try and win the war. And then you end up like inventing loads of things, not just war machinery.
Yeah, but mostly war machinery.
Mostly war
We do
machinery.
we do have more efficient ways of killing people now.
Oh, we have drones now. Don't even need to like
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
send people out now. You send out a drone and just tell it to explode over somebody else, and it explodes.
It's just an app you download. Join the army.
Yeah.
Download the app now.
Go to the Apple Store. You know, it's like, this one. Oh, bomb drone app. I got that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like. Sorry, I need to get this right in my head. It looks like Geert Wilders hasn't assumed the prime ministership of the Netherlands just yet. Mark Rutte is still the incumbent.
Yeah.
But
They'll need to do some handshakes and stuff, won't they, to get it to work?
yeah, I guess that's what's. I don't know. I can't seem to find anything.
I don't think it'll end up being that they'll have to have another vote. He'll be then they'll need to have
Well, if they
like,
can't form a coalition, then yeah. There you go. The Netherlands set for first new prime minister in 13 years. Blah blah blah. It doesn't say. Yeah, it looks like they're still deciding. Although apparently Wilders is saying he definitely will be the prime minister eventually.
yeah. He probably
Well,
will.
in name, probably.
Yeah.
He's
He'll
a weird-
probably have a big say of what's happening, but he won't have.
Why do
the-
these far right fascists always look like weird cunts?
He's got nice hair.
He's got big hair.
Yeah.
He
He's
looks
got
as
hair.
weird as Trump
Yeah.
does.
My ex-girlfriend had a weird cunt, but she wasn't a fascist. So it depends,
Like an
really,
axe
doesn't
wound
it?
in a gorilla.
Yeah.
It still makes me giggle.
Yeah, it's such a... There's ways
Oh,
of
Andy,
describing things.
when's the election for the US? Is that this year? Was it next year?
Next year,
Next November, yeah.
November 2024.
Sorry, next year being 25 or 24?
24.
So the
They
November
start
24.
serving January 25.
Right. Okay. So we got basically England and not England, United Kingdom and America both having big elections next year.
Yep. Careful how you say that.
And with all the drama, Trump's probably still
Giant
gonna win,
erection.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see what happens. See what happens.
Yeah, the trouble is that now we've deviated from sort of like norms too much, and you just really don't. Because like at one time, David, people would say, "Oh, Trump won't get in again. Don't be ridiculous," and and it doesn't happen. Now I'm not so sure. You can say things like that, but it doesn't really
I mean, he almost did the
carry the
second
same
time,
weight.
right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
It makes you wonder. It sounds like we have this system where whichever country we're in, we have we have our system, and we're all disillusioned with our system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
there are
at some
people that think
point
that
that
he still
system has
won.
fucked them over.
People think he actually won, and he's secretly
Yeah.
running the government behind the scenes with the second military.
Let them believe it.
Idiots.
Fine, fine. Yeah,
With
keep them
Kennedy.
quiet, won't it?
Yeah.
They also believe that JFK Jr. is going to be his running mate next
Yeah.
year,
Bound to be, yeah.
who's been dead for 10 years or whatever. So.
Yeah.
Well, he's working from his underground.
Well, he's hiding out with
bunker.
Elvis, right? They're all hiding out together. So.
Yeah.
Tag
Great
teaming
work.
Marilyn Monroe, yeah. Dear, oh dear. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to go to bed. Because if I'm going to be kicking your ass on a racetrack tomorrow,
Yeah, you think? Remember, mate.
Need a clear head.
Mustang Mach 40.
You guys have to record this somehow and play it back. We got to see this.
Yeah.
Is that with the commentary as well?
Whatever. Yeah, just.
Make it a
tell you what.
special edition.
You never would have heard Murray Walker saying things like that, I tell you.
Sounds good.
And here comes poor Jelly, the fat fucker, cutting everybody up like a wanger. No, it's definitely not a Murray Walker thing, is it? No.
I miss that old git.
Yeah. He's a giggle, he was.
He was good. He was good at what he did.
He's very good.
Oh, he's very passionate about F1.
He was very
wasn't he?
excited, wasn't he? He was
Yeah.
a great commentator. He made you excited for the actual race.
Yeah. It just worked. Just really
And I love
worked.
when the other commentator was like putting him right. It's like, no, he's fourth, not fifth. Oh, yeah. It's, like, it's so like, oh,
Yeah, he was just so excited all the time, just
Yeah.
making mistakes.
yeah. I love it. It was brilliant. He made that. He made that really cool.
And then there was that thing. You remember when Ayrton Senna, in the '90s, early '90s, was racing, and it went from Ayrton Senna to Ayrton,
Yeah.
and then back to Ayrton, and then back to Ayrton again. I reckon they were just winding. No, it's actually Ayrton Murray.
Well, it is.
Oh,
I think the Brazilian pronunciation is Ayrton,
Yeah.
and not just Ayrton, because we just see the AYR, and we just. But I think they do it there. Also.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's lots of things like that. I mean, that thing today where when I was watching the at Bear County County Court video, but it's BEARX. No, it's BEXAR.
See you, Dave.
So it sounds like Bexar, but it's pronounced Bear.
Oh. Well,
Apparently,
yeah.
it's the Spanish way of pronouncing it. I was like, oh, okay, weird. We got shit like that around here as well, haven't we? Weird English words that don't sound like how they're spelt.
Well, I'm going to put this in the chat. All right, you tell me.
Okay.
How this place name.
Okay.
And then I'll stick it up on the screen. How do you pronounce that?
Oh.
Well, it looks like Happisburgh, doesn't it?
Happisburgh.
But it's not, is it? It's,
Is it Habsborough or something?
It might be. It might not be.
Happisburgh.
Is the H not even pronounced?
Oh, let's find out.
No googling. No googling.
Oh, see, you didn't tell me.
Brains only. No cheating. Wagyu, stop. Stop. You good?
Well, knowing the English language, that could be pronounced.
Shall I put you out of your misery?
House brick. I don't know. Go on.
Haysborough.
No.
Haysborough. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put another one on screen, and these are both local. These are both
How the
local.
fuck did they get to that?
Okay. So this, I'll put this. Unfortunately, I did it under you. So that was Haysborough. What's this?
Gundisborough.
Poodleville.
Is it Groundsboro or something?
Yeah, we're ignoring the sounds of letters, clearly.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're not this time. Maybe he's double bluffing it. Maybe we are.
Maybe.
I'm gonna say how it looks. Grundisburg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grundisburg.
Or it might be silent.
Grunsborough.
There you go.
Grunsborough?
We'll teach you Norfolk yet, boy.
Grunsborough. There's no N. Oh, there
Grunsborough.
is. Yeah, it's very small. Who
Grunsborough.
doesn't really know? Grunsborough.
Here's another one. This one.
The whole dis bit is.
This one should only be one of two options, but maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Let's try this one.
It sounds like a quiz, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's up on the North Norfolk coast.
I'm gonna disregard the C and call it Lee.
Well,
Cly.
it's Cly, yeah.
Yeah.
In actual fact,
Cly.
the full name of the village is this. I've capitalised the L there. Cockney Cly.
Oh, for God's sake.
Cockney Cly.
All right.
All right, hit one more for you.
Cassius Clay.
Cassius Clay, yeah.
I like it. Oh, he's so.
Right, here's one more before I go to bed. All right.
Okay.
Let's put this on the screen. How do you pronounce that?
Wymondon?
Wymondon.
Wyndham?
Yeah, Wyndham.
I'll tell you what.
Justin gets the prize. Wyndham.
Wyndham. Yeah, it's like the Welsh.
Well, we have a town in Maine called Wyndham.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
But
a lot of
a lot more simpler than
there's a
that.
lot of Norfolk names in New England and that area. So you know Norwich. You know that's our
Worcester is in there.
yeah.
Hence
Norfolk.
the name.
Sorry,
Hence the name New England.
New England exactly.
Like Old English, you spell witch with a W-Y, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like if you look at the Agatha Christie book, Witchwood is WYCH. Yeah. But there's and Wagoo's just he put one up here which I forgot. How'd you pronounce that?
Oh,
it's quite a simple one. This
Motham.
Meatham.
Meatham.
Forget you.
Oh, Meatham.
Just meet them.
Meep.
Meet them. Meet them.
Meepham.
Meet them.
Meepham. Yeah, okay. I think the O's on holiday. I think
It looks like a Carl Horn ham.
Yeah.
me.
This is why language tapes aren't enough. You have to actually read the shit too.
Yeah, audiobooks are very useful for some of these things. Mind you, I've had some audiobooks where it's been read by an American. No offence, but
Yeah.
Worcestershire.
Well, you're gonna, of course, you're going to get all that wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, Andy, question for you. What's the capital of Scotland?
S.
Give that man a prize. Now, what's the capital city of Scotland?
It's not Edinburgh, is it?
It's sorry, what?
Edinburgh? Is it Edinburgh?
Now you see, it's not Edinburgh, it's Edinburgh.
Ah.
But the Americans always put this extra O.
Well, because they've heard it somewhere and then it just gets fed around. So
he said, in fairness, he said Edinburgh as opposed to Edinburgh.
Well, yeah.
Which a lot of Americans pronounce.
Borough. They just say Burke.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, Edinburgh.
So Edinburgh. Interesting.
Mind you, there's some places in Ireland that make your teeth curl.
Yeah.
So,
and that's not just the names.
No.
It's also the Aussies have their own way of pronouncing that kind of.
Paul's gone for the Welsh town. Got to go. You got to come on and say it.
I think you should be able to say this. Yeah.
Just clear your throat a bunch of times.
Yeah.
That is a genuine name of a town or a village.
Yeah. Have
Their
you seen
Madagascar
the
names
road?
like that too. Long
Have you
names.
seen the road sign? The photo with the road sign.
They've got
it's the railway station, isn't it?
They've got a train station, haven't they, with that on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, that's Welsh, not Welsh.
Yeah. It's a very long train as well with it on the side. Oh, yeah.
Right. There we go. After that geographial lesson.
There you go. Yeah, you need your beauty sleep.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I've got to do a bottle bank run, and then I've got to get the whole thing set up for racing that cunt, and then I've got to do the show on
I won't be the only cunt on the track though.
Well, no,
which is good.
we hope.
Yeah. He's very keen. Very keen.
And then we got the quiz after the show.
Yeah.
So,
There's one section of the quiz that I've suggested Fiona pull out of the quiz, which it was a load of photographs of
Fiona
various.
doesn't like pulling out.
Yeah, well, it happens. Which was a load of photographs of circuit boards and guess the sense.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, the thing was, she did like the 106 pop board, and it has fucking Roland 106 written on it. Guess the scene.
What you should do is you get the circuit board from a DX27 and then say, what synth is this? Because the circuit board will actually say DX27 stroke DX100.
Yeah.
And
then
they're identical.
Yeah.
But they have both in there. Anyway, on that note, I look forward to it. But I need some sleep before I mentally prepare.
Yeah. There might be one section that will actually get a copyright strike, but hey, we'll be all right.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
It's on your channel, not mine. So
yeah. I mean, nobody watches it, so it's cool. not even AI watches it. It's sort of go,
Other than me.
Bother that. I'll go and find something else to watch.
All right, boys and girls. Au revoir.
Cheers.
See you later
All
today.
Everyone take care and look after yourselves. See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Take care.